again on this presidential election, and results should again be dismissed, and therefore let us be agents of peace in our own areas. Let us be people who are responsible with our communication, even with the following that we have, whether on social media or any other networks that we have. Let us be responsible Kenyans, and let us provide leadership by also following the set down procedures. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you so much, Isabel Githinji. And you are here in 2017. I can see you are so warm. I think I should have
I know the drill.
You know the drill.
Yes.
Yes, we are keeping vigil right here at the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. And of course, we have our reporters in all the constituencies, the 290 of them. Of course, some of the MP-elect have already been announced at the polling stations. And remember, IEBC said what was the final tally at the polling station will not change. But at the end of the day, IEBC will be giving us a brief tomorrow at 10 a.m. Of course, it will be weighted by Kenyans and international community, because that will be forming basis of now the tabulation by IEBC, which is being weighted, bated breath by Kenyans. Remember, they have 7 days to announce the results, and they say they will do their best to ensure that we don't take the 7 days, so that, as Prof has said, tulichaguana hesabiwe turudi makazi zetu. And of course, democracy is quite expensive. It's better we wait for the 1 week and have a free, credible tabulation of the results, as opposed to us having petitions or having to go back to the drawing board again. Thank you so much for watching. Fred Ogola and Isabel Githinji, thank you so much for your insight. Now taking you back to Broadcasting House, but we are keeping vigil here till morning, where our colleagues will be also coming to relieve us, and of course the latest Keep It KBC. Remember, all the results that you are seeing are only provisional results. For me, Ben Troy, thank you.
And thank you very much, Troy. That is our very own Troy Njue coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya. As he has said, we are here to just keep you abreast with what is happening, just coordinating with our reporters as well in the different parts across the country, the 47 counties, as well as also what is happening at the National Tallying Center. And we're just back in studio to continue apace with that conversation we had begun earlier and trying to explore the youth card in this election. We were talking about 8.4 million young people out of the 22.1 million registered voters. In fact, as it stands so far, we are talking about 61, about slightly around that, voter turnout in this particular election, very different from what you had in the 2017 election. So where is the disconnect? I'm still holding court with my guest, that is Advice Mudalo, who is a political and communication strategist. We also have Tom on the other side, who is still holding court with his guests there, but we shall be coordinating, with that. But before we get to Tom, let's just pick it up on that note, Advice. I mean, you talked about 8.4 million. This is 22.1 million voters. In fact, when we were doing the campaign season, politicians were really banking on the young population up until IEBC released that data and they realized, wait a minute, this could just be a problem if we bank on this young people. Where is the disconnect? Again, just as you respond to that, bearing in mind that young people have over time said that we want a seat in the table, yet they do not want to be part of that decision making. Where is the disconnect?
Yeah, it is actually quite unfortunate that in a country with the biggest chunk of young people, it doesn't really occur to be the case during the registrations of voters and the voter register with the IEBC. But then, I think the biggest problem is, apart from the reality that young people have also not been extremely aggressive, but there was also a sensitization problem at also the IEBC level during the time even of registering of the voters. Okay. We didn't see the drive be given the energy that it was given previously, even in previous elections. We didn't see those people really reaching out to ensure that these guys are able to actually vote. Two, we are also having a problem where young people have limited their knowledge, so that people do not really know to what extent the politics affects them. The narrative of it doesn't affect me has gone so much into them that some people feel it's unnecessary to even go register. It's unnecessary to vote, and it's unfortunate that we have made people believe that their vote doesn't count. The aspect of people also believing their vote will not count also contributes to actually young people feeling like, okay, it's not very necessary for me to even go out there and vote, because they would ask you, even if I vote, will my vote really count? So the issue is there should be a lot of work also from the IEBC in terms of just trying to ensure, and of course they can use this election to try and change that narrative by trying to ensure we believe in the electoral processes. The trust in the electoral process has continued to wither down the years, and that is a problem. That is what is affecting turnout. It is also affecting the motivation of young people to even actually come out and be part and parcel of the process. But be that as it may, we must also applaud those who have actually come out, because we have quite a number that even came out to even not just participate as voting, but we have those who came out to even be voted for. And in this election, significantly, we had a high number of young people who came out and they presented themselves to the people to actually say, here I am, and I can be able to take responsibility, and I can offer alternative leadership. I have a manifesto. I think I can be in this race. So many of them actually came out, and that actually must be applauded. Of course, not all of them made it to the ballot at the end of the day. But the reality that we are having young people today who think that they can actually lead is good enough.
Well said. And even just as you talk about, the young people that presented themselves as aspirants, of course, not many of them made it as candidates, and equally not many of them have made it to the various elective seats. But we can take a case in point of Paul Mwirigi, who has been re-elected as the Igembe South Member of Parliament again. This is actually his second term. And earlier on when Tom was talking to our very able guest there, they're also giving examples of our history, the likes of Kina Musalia Mudavadi when they came to Parliament, the likes of Kina Tomboyas at that time, and we're seeing him at least right now he should be like around 28 years old. When you just look at this young people putting themselves out there and getting to this position, in fact I should say he should be the youngest parliamentarian, so to speak. What does this mean for the Young Turks?
I think first of all, it's a congratulations to Paul for actually winning that seat. Most of the time when some of these wins happen in the political circle, rarely does it happen twice. So Paul is actually quite a case study. Most of these stories where it's an extreme case of somebody who came from nowhere and won election, it just happens once. Like previously, again, there was the same case in Meru of, I lose his name, the former parliamentarian again who tried to now maybe get in for governor seat. So Paul is actually a classical example, and having made it to parliament a second time also proves about the capabilities of the young people, that it's possible that young people can be entrusted. Because in some places, the only reason why we are not having young people in these offices is because there is also a disbelief that you can really entrust the constituency, the county, the ward in the hands of a young person. But such case scenarios of young people who actually make it, like Babu Owino, who has also made it for a second term, overwhelmingly actually. And when you go to Embakasi East, you can be able to see that, yes, there is some work that he has actually been able to do. So some of these people actually are supposed to
be... The latest one being the Feather Road there.
Exactly. Some of these people are supposed to be the green light that young people actually have. That when you trust us, we can also be able to deliver. So maybe I would just add that the more the young people, like when you are given the responsibility as a young person, I always say, you should be able to know that you are working not just on that job you are given, but you are also representing millions of other young people. Because it is from your duty, it is from your service, that another person will be able to believe that, yes, we can actually elect this guy. Yes, this guy can also be entrusted with a parliamentary seat. Yes, this person can also be given this. So you represent so many people, including when you are given opportunity as CSs from the Zach Kinuthias and the Nadias who have been serving in the ministries as young people. It is important that they do a good job, because they do not just represent themselves, they represent millions of other young people.
Well said. And just to remind our viewers, what you're seeing right there on your screens, those are just pictures, images of those particularly parliamentarians who have either retained their seats or, they have been declared as winners. Rather, the seats of members of county assemblies as well as members of parliament are declared at the constituency tallying center. And this is after the Form 34As are presented from the various polling stations in that particular constituency and then presented there, whereby the arrow, declares the winner there. So those is just, that is just what you're seeing there. Either those that have retained their seats in various particular constituencies, or better still, those that have, been declared as the winner. So that's what you're seeing there. But coming back to you, advice. There's also quite a lot that has been proffered. Yes. When you look at the young people being vulnerable and them not being trusted, because that's the point you're making there, that also if you are elected, make sure you can be trusted because you represent the larger majority. Just going by what we had in 2019 census data released in 2020 February, we are looking at young people, being at what, 35.7 out of 47 million Kenyans. Yeah. So clearly this is a big chunk and we represent a larger majority. But again, when you look at some of these issues being profiled, is that quite a number of them being said that they are vulnerable. When particularly look at election seasons, and reasons have been coined into that, either unemployment or high cost of living. Where does this place young people in terms of vulnerability, particularly during election seasons?
It is actually true that the aspect of vulnerability is true in an election period. And sometimes when you are vulnerable, even your voice of reason goes down. Because yes, you want to really be on top of your head. You want to stand firm by your objectives. But again, you see, you have the day-to-day problems you are facing as a young person. So you're talking to a young person who has not eaten. Yeah? So how will this young person not pick handouts? It becomes tricky for a young. So for us to also have independence of the thought and the mindset of the young people, there is need for them to have even independence in terms of, can they afford their own lives in the first place? Because politicians are taking advantage of the fact that these young people have these day-to-day challenges that they have no remedies of. Because you have not, this young person has not paid rent. If he has not paid rent and he is being offered this amount of money, 2,000 shillings, that may be equivalent of the rent or more of this young person, for him to just give you his ID card, he knows that it's not right for him to do that. But again, he also needs this money. So the cost of living affects the independency of thought of the young people. And that's why there is need to ensure that we have a government that can be able to really put the interest of these young people first, even if it's just, first of all, in terms of them being able to take care of their own lives first. Because once they can take care of their own lives, there will be a lot of independence of thought. But if they cannot, it continues to be a problem. When you go to campus, for instance, and it affects even campus elections. Nowadays, even campus elections have handouts. Yeah, and the handouts.
Voter bribery.
Voter bribery is even happening in campus. You cannot say those are people who are not schooled or anything. After all, they are actually in campus.
Yeah.
So they are at the creme de la creme of the society. So if it is happening at the campus level, it is just because, yes, they are educated. Yes, these guys are learned. They are intelligent people. But the problem is they cannot afford their livelihood. And just because of that, then their thought process is also distorted. Yeah.
So then, let me just pick your mind on this, because much as we look at that population, we are also talking about around 5.7 million out of the possible 13.7, just being termed as jobless or unemployed. So basically, what can happen, advice, what can we do to just bridge that gap? We have also clearly looked at the manifestos of, these leaders that we have, and there's again a clear way to try and bridge the issue that is unemployment. We had the Azimio faction talking about 6,000. We had one side talking about giving, loans and grants to SMEs and see how that can be grown moving forward. But what more can be done to bridge that gap? Because again, when you look at some of these promises being put forth, they have always been there. One would say there's barely nothing new.
I have always stood by the fact that government must be able to create jobs for young people. The issues of telling the young people that they can go out there and create jobs for themselves, that they should become entrepreneurs and those kind of things. some of these things we are pushing young people to are talent-based. Just because there is no job does not mean every young person will become a skilled businessman. Just because you have applied for a job and you didn't get it does not mean suddenly you are going to have a successful business selling sweets around Nairobi. Everyone has a different talent, because the business is not supposed to be anchored on joblessness. We have young people who have the talent and skill to undertake business. What they need is an environment that is enabling for them to pursue that business. So business is not a substitute for joblessness. It is actually an industry on its own. So the first is that this country has always tried to tell young people that, no, you guys are supposed to be creative. And actually, young people who have gone to school are demonized for even going to school. That they have gone to school and they are not creative and they are not creating jobs. My question has always been, those people who are demonizing young people for not creating jobs are actually employed. They are serving in government to receive a salary, but they're telling young people, go out there and you'll create a job. If you've been in government for over 20 years, at least you even have enough savings to begin a business. Why can't you go out and begin the business so that we give that job to a young person? I do not believe that young people must be criminalized into going out to create businesses. The government must know that it has a responsibility to create jobs for young people. You cannot be able to take to the university, graduate 7,000 teachers, and then tell us you can only employ 500 teachers, and the rest of the 6,500 should go and open academies. It doesn't work like that. Let us be able to be in control of our resources. So yes, there is a problem of joblessness in the country, and it's very unfortunate, because this is actually what is pushing the youth towards the cliff. That's why you see some aspects of now, even crime are going up. And when you have an educated population, and then you don't have jobs, even those that go on crime perform very well because they are actually educated. So they will not go breaking people's doors or anything. They'll use technology to even do that. And that will become even more disastrous to the country. So the aspect of joblessness is something that government coming in must be able to tackle from the beginning. It's actually an emergency for this country. But the one fact that we must run away from is telling young people that they should go out there and create jobs for themselves. What is the percentage of jobs that actually succeed world over? World over. You look at the percentage, not just in Kenya, world over, not more than 20% of businesses succeed every year. And only about 10% of businesses make it beyond 7 years. That is the reality of business. But we are criminalizing young people and telling them, go out there and start a business. In fact, and coming up with these motivational stories that I started something with 1,500 shillings. I started my kayak with just the first tire. Those stories, young people just need to be given jobs.
All right. I mean, it's interesting to just hear you say, all that advice. And Tom, I can clearly see Millie there just giggling over what advice is saying here in respect to telling young people to go out there and look for jobs, start businesses, just become entrepreneurs. Millie, what would you have to say in respect to just what advice is saying here?
Yeah, Mundalo has come out guns blazing. And, but there's a point he makes, and I agree with him. Although the question, and I would like us to now summarize. There's the question, again, of technology, the acreage, and the opportunities that exist, the jobs that can be made virtually. But let us now just summarize. And I know the reason we spent a lot of time on the youth is because we see a nexus between the voter apathy and that young population. But let me just read something and then you comment to it. And I don't know who wrote this. Bad officials are elected by good citizens who don't vote. Bad officials are elected by good citizens, including the youth, who don't vote. So I just want, as you know, we summarize this point on the youth, so that we can also tackle other issues. Perhaps I may start with you, Dr. Bad officials are elected by good citizens who say, you know what, I will not register to vote. I will not turn up at the polling station because I have my own issues.
I don't want to jump in the bandwagon that all of us do, classifying and demonizing those of us or those Kenyans who don't vote. People have different reasons why they may choose not to go to the booth.
That's true.
And cast their vote. I mean, when I was listening to the young guy, Mundalo,
yeah,
I'm very inspired. And you can see some of the things that he raises. If we remain insensitive to some of those issues that he has so passionately shared, why should he and the people in the youth category want to, walk to a voting station and vote? It raises some fundamental questions that I think we need to interrogate. I am not persuaded that bad leaders go into power because good people have failed to vote. Because sometimes it's a question of, what do you have out there to make a choice out of? And if there's none that really meets your expectations, as a man of integrity, what are you supposed to do? Are you supposed to elect the least of the worst of the two?
The lesser evil.
Yeah, the lesser evil. Those are the fundamental questions.
Okay.
And so I'm totally removed from this notion that if you don't vote, you have committed a serious crime. First, tell me, who am I voting and why? Does that manifesto speak to me and my expectations as a citizen? That's where we should start.
Okay. And there's also, and I like the way you have brought it out, there's also the issue of, yes, there's no shortage of people who can make extremely good leaders in this country, in the best sense of the word. But then again, if you go to the social media, you get a sense that there are people who are shy of presenting themselves to these positions. But they're brilliant keyboard warriors, and they're making a lot of noise on the social platform, but nobody is presenting himself for a position of leadership. So what do we end up with? A certain cluster, okay? People who are popular.
Precisely.
All right? People who are trending, and so on and so forth. So, I don't know. The same question to you. Bad officials are elected by good citizens, including the youth who don't vote.
Very true. And I think that one of the things that we've heard said by the youth over and over again is, and before I go to that, we were brought up to be very, very polite and to be people who do not anticipate that people will acknowledge us. But we are very appreciative when people do acknowledge us. Now, we have brought up our children to expect you to recognize them. They are very, very aware of their space.
Oh, so they're validation.
Yes, they're very aware of their space, and everything they do. Yeah. We say these entitled young people. Everything they do, they must see why it would benefit them, and that's the question that they normally ask. Yeah. And we even had it being asked today, that why would I vote? How will it benefit me? So we have brought up these people who are very entitled, and we are not showing them the importance or the relationship of their existence and their growth with the leadership that we have. Because what we have in Kenya in particular, not outside even these borders, not even if you go to Tanzania or Uganda, but in Kenya, the leadership we have is a job. So when you're enticing somebody to get into a job, it must be a job that they can fit into, Not everybody wants to be a doctor. I remember a young man I talked to once, and we all thought he was brilliant and that he should be a doctor. And he said, you want me to sit in a room, in a small room with somebody, and then they start telling me their child's nose is running? That's what you want me to do, They thought it was not something that excited them. It's a calling, So if you want to get people into the job that we have made leadership to be, because it's all about how much money they'll earn, what the perks are, what you get out of leadership. It's not about how you're going to transform lives, how you're going to put policies in place, how you're going to put things that will outlive you, how your name will be stated for generations. Why is it that today, when you go across the country and you say the name Agwins Kodhek, everybody will want to know who is Agwins, and there's a story behind it. Why is it that when you say the name Tomboya or JM Karaoke, that somebody is going to ask you, who are these? Harithuku. Why is it that people will have, you know, those were leaders, but now what we have is a job. So you can't get everybody. We can't all be teachers. We can't all be nurses. Yeah, because you must excite somebody into getting into that job for them to do it.
For them to do it.
And especially these entitled young people who feel, if it's not for me, it's not for me.
It's not for me.
Yeah, let me get what is for me, because I know there is something out there for me. Okay. I am not you, and I have my space.
And I have my space.
Yes.
Let me bring in Wakili. She has mentioned some names. Okay? Yes. And if you go into the profile of those names that she has mentioned, JM Karaoke, Harithuku, and so on, Gama Pinto, it was a sizable number. You find that they started politics at a very young age. So how do you get them to internalize bad officials are elected by good citizens who don't vote, so that they realize that, you know what, we got to be at the table. Yeah, we have to be part of policy formulation. We have to be part of, you know, to brighten our future. Yes. You know, so that as a result of that, we start seeing a spike in, you know, or we start seeing a reduction in voter apathy.
I think for me, Tom, I think there's a big disconnect. We were in a very conservative constitution for the longest time. While we were trying to champion the change in this particular country, we ended up enacting a constitution which has very robust ideas, which we are struggling and grappling with. In the process of trying to stabilize around these things, we forgot about our youth. And now we are realizing, oh, these fellas are here. These fellas are here. Now
they have beards.
Yes, they have beards. They're supposed to be voting, and or actually they have voters cards, but we don't know anything else to communicate to them. It's like you went away, came back, your kid is old. He grew up with you not being there.
Okay, so what are...
Tom, just as we check your mic, let me bring advice on board. Still sticking a bit on that youth conversation, and we'll finish up on it, because I mean there's also a raft of issues that we need to discuss even as we await results and all of that. But let's quickly just run through what even we had in the manifestos. All the 4 presidential candidates unveiled their manifestos. In fact, it's a faction that is clearly known for just targeting young people and looking at the issues that, you know, they face. Do you feel, or do you think that manifestos and what leaders had in store, you know, just for the country and also ideally for young people, was a key player in respect to the voter turnout? And, you know, ideally we'll coin a lot of our conversation in respect to the voter turnout, because that's where we are. Yeah. I mean, the numbers have gone low. When you look at 2013, 17, and where we are now, significantly low. So what is your mind on that?
I think one good thing about the manifestos, at least for this election, there was a big conversation around manifestos. And issues? And issues per se, because that is in comparison with the other elections. Okay. Most of our elections have been about tribe and personality. I think for the very first time, there was quite a conversation that was very intentional about what are you offering. And it actually made even the different coalitions have quite a serious...
Yeah, just keep on.
The different coalitions have had quite a significant focus on the manifestos, because there was a demand by everybody in the country that what are you offering? That has been extremely different from the rest of the elections that we've had. So that was a positive. Okay. But now, in terms of how it actually affected the voting pattern, is a bit wanting, because again, you look at one side of the politics, and the hustler nation really spoke to young people and made them their target. But there was no specificity in terms of what were they actually offering. It was just about lumping them and saying, you are our target, and that's all. Yeah. When you look at the Azimio coalition, there is significantly the promises for the youth, a youth ministry, a youth council. There would be a better environment for them to do business, free education, which was quite a target for the young people. But I feel they did not necessarily go out there to vote specifically for these items. The manifestos were good. People wanted to talk about them. People wanted to know what you are actually offering them. But most of it was not actually changing their mind. It was just about, we want to know what it is so that we can reaffirm that we are in the right coalition, or so that we can reaffirm that we are supporting the right candidate. It did not have a lot of tilt in terms of really the numbers and how they actually get out to vote. But again, most of these promises have been promised to the youth. The implementation is what matters most. Yeah. One of the biggest problems we have is because the youth is treated as a minority, yet we are the majority. Until the youth come out and crack their space, we shall continue being the minority. Actually, it's always said women, youth, and people with disabilities. Yeah. Yeah? It is women, youth, and people, like, those are actually the minority. Those are the people who need a lot of help. The youth should be able to understand that they should not be in that category. Because if you form the majority of the country, then you cannot be segmented as a minority. Today, this country, even the aspect of the youth matters are dealt by a department in government. It's a department somewhere in government. You wouldn't know who is in charge of it and something like that. But the chunk of the problem is because we have not been able to claim our space as young people. One, by being competent enough as well. Yes, we have not been given a lot of opportunity as well, but the little that we get, we should be able to really go out. One of the panelists referred to the youth as an entitled generation. Yeah? And that is actually what sometimes we have actually presented ourselves to be. And you can see how the perception out there is that the youth are this chunk of human beings who are entitled people, who think that they deserve slightly more than what they should get, which is a very wrong thing for us to be selling out there. So as young people, we must first of all sell ourselves competently to our elders, so that they would have a different description for us. Okay, I hear you. Instead of, because you see, you can imagine if you walked into, the first thing you're walking into the office of someone, and once they look at you, you are an entitled person. So just by the virtue that you're a young person. By the virtue that you're a young person. And not because the person judging you is wrong, but because most of us as young people, when we are given the opportunity, we have actually expressed that. So we must do a lot of work to redo our PR mechanism so that we are judged right first. So that when we walk somewhere, let us be judged by our competence, by our education, and so forth. Because again, one of the biggest problems, we go to school, and some of us do not want a growth trajectory. We get out of the university the other day, but 2 years later, we want to be able to build a house, buy a car, and have all, like, we want to be so microwave. Yeah, when we were told we should take care of some process, like this is where you start from. When you come to KBC, you start at being an intern. Then after you become an intern, you will be a reporter someday, you will become an anchor someday. Most of the youth want to come from the university, you walk into KBC, and you want to be on set anchoring news the following day. So that is also what actually makes us be called an entitled generation. So these are some of the problems that we must be able to correct so that we can be judged right, so that we move in the right direction. I hear you. And Tom, just before I come to you, and I'll give again Millie a chance to rebuttal, because I can clearly see her smile just in respect to what Advice is saying here. But you've mentioned something very important, and I just want to again pick your mind very quickly on that one. Talking about, you know, voting on issue lines versus tribal lines. In your perspective, do you think we can ever move past that line, whereby we just
totally move from voting on tribal lines, sub-tribes, and move to issues. Why I ask that is because when you look particularly at the Mount Kenya voter basket, we were saying that this is the largest voter basket. But when you compare that to the voter turnout, there's been a bit of disconnect. And a lot has been said on the fact that when you look at the 202 elections, we had Mwai Kibaki, the former president, with Uhuru Kenyatta vying on that seat. Coming to 2007, equally had Mwai Kibaki on the same, vying for that particular seat. Fast forward 2013, we had President Uhuru Kenyatta and the same on 2017. So there's been a lot of conversion with respect to the fact that when you look at this election, we don't have a main front runner from that area. And this is largely what has informed the slightly low voter turnout compared to the number of registered voters in that area. So can we ever move past just, this is my man from my tribe or from my sub-tribe, so this is why I'm voting, and move away from that and come to issues? Can that ever happen?
Yes, it will happen. It will happen, but that will also not be able to decipher the reality that when you have a presidential candidate from your area, definitely people will always come out slightly more. I think it is just a political reality, and it has nothing to do with with maybe people not wanting issues or anything like that.
Yeah.
Because trust me, if you are vying, everyone in your family would wake up, even if they were sure you'll lose, they would wake up to just go and be able to support. So the Mount Kenya case is not an excluded case, because yes, they did not have a presidential candidate. It is only obvious that expectation was that their turnout would not be very high as compared to when they are actually going for one of their own. But again, in terms of voting in the issues, and why I say a time will come when this country will purely vote on issues, is because look at the current political setup. And I've said the difference between this election and the other election is that the conversation on issues has been at high stake. Everyone had to launch their manifesto. Everyone had to explain their manifesto, which was not a reality way before. You look at even the way the voting has actually occurred around the country, and there is a place in Baringo, which is in Rift Valley, where Raila Odinga was leading in that near. And there is also a place in Migori where William Ruto was actually ahead. Meaning there is quite, we are not moving
and
as fast. And
equally seen the same sections of Bungoma as
sections
well
of
with
Bungoma.
BP.
So we might not be moving as fast as we wish we did, but there is actually motion. In this election, for the very first time, we're able to see governors launch manifestos, which was unlike before. So I tend to believe that a day is coming when MCAs are going to launch manifestos through big TV announcements, and they will be put to task by the people to really explain even their manifestos. Look at even the issue of the gender balance within this election. That issue has really been canvassed. Out of the 4 presidential candidates we have, only one does not have a woman as a running mate. You go to even the governors. Most of the governors in this election were able to actually look for women running mates, just because the gender conversation has really been there, and it has actually made politicians also move towards understand that this is the issue that actually people want. So I want to believe that there will be a time when this country, people will wake up and go to the ballot, not remembering their tribe, their second name, their affiliation, but basically on the principle of, I believe in this person because he represents what I stand for. So I think that day is coming.
Well said. And Tom, let me just also pick Gibson's mind on the same. Do you really think we can ever get to that point whereby it's not about tribe, not about where this person comes from, but it's basically the issues that they seek to address for the common Kenyan? Can we get there? Gibson?
Yeah, and in fact, Gibson, as you're responding to that, to that question of whether a time will come when we will have one tribe called Kenya, you were making a point.
Yes.
And as you're finishing it, perhaps you can also react to what Odana said.
Yes, I think I'd rather start by what she has asked, so that I don't lose the line of thought. Yeah. Actually, for the youth, they are already there. For the youth, they are already there in a situation where if they're voting around things which they associate with, not about where you come from, not about what it is that you can tell us about your tribe, so that does not matter to them as much. What matters to them, are you resonating with this that we associate ourselves with? So that time is already, it's not like it's in the future. they have already leapfrogged their year. The only people who are remaining by are the minority who are the elderly. Yeah, so that is why I've been insisting that we need to get the messaging right to the youth. We need to know what it is that the youth can be able to associate themselves with so that we get there, not them to come to us. Now it's us to get there. We need to start thinking fast to transform to what it is that the youth are doing, because that's where the world is headed.
Okay.
You look at things like Internet of Things. Internet of Things is a very big thing.
Yeah.
World over now, people are actually talking about Internet of Things. Yeah. Right here in Kenya, we had started on introducing our kids to computers, which was really on the right set, because nowadays you give your kid a phone, you will actually realize he knows so much than you do. So that tells you even a kid who has not gone to school has a certain affiliation towards something. So that means our minds, the way we were brought up, is very different, and we need to actually be able to change. As Dr. was telling us here that he's been learning from his kids. Actually, that is the mindset. We need to associate more with these people so that we understand them, so that we know where it is that they are going, and then we move there with them and we move fast. For example, if we are talking about, I think what Mandela has also been explaining so much is, in so many words, or in some few words, we can just say IEBC failed. IEBC should have come up with a sensitization mechanism for the youth on Twitter, and then package it for the young people. Should have gone to Instagram, because that's where you find the youth. And then, of course, package it the same way. Should have actually done the process, the sensitization process, not manually or physically, or it should have been done in the manner in which they understand it. You should have packaged it in a manner that somebody on Instagram could actually have clicked and gone through the process successfully, because that's where they meet and that's where the key issues are discussed. We also have now things to do with the youth trying to, the kind of political discussions happening, they don't resonate with them, because you're talking about things which really, they are wondering, what are you talking about? Why are you repeating yourself over and over? And for them, they are very fast. They just post something on Instagram and it becomes a sensation. They enjoy the likes, they enjoy the gratification, the instant gratification which comes out of it, and that is what we need to capture, because that's where their minds are. That's where their minds are. If we don't move there, then, and we don't know how to actually communicate around that, on those circles, then we're actually going to find ourselves to be in the minority in terms of decision making. Our policies should be able to start moving towards that end and be able to associate with this very important sector of our economy, very important sector of our demographics.
So, I mean, just listening to Wakilia speak on technology, you get a sense that the way our politics is set up for the longest time along ethnic, the ethnic matrix. Listening to Wakili, you get a sense that then that setup perhaps has no future going into.
You can finish?
No, just go ahead.
I'm really excited by what Wakili is saying. Much I may not fully agree. It depends with what section of the Kenyan population you are making reference to. Even within Nairobi, which is cosmopolitan, and you'd want to assume that people are a lot more aware than everywhere else, you'll still see aspects of tribal affiliation in very young people. Now, if you go back to the countryside, where people are predominantly homogeneous, then you'll find that that problem is a lot more profound. So that somebody in Nyanza, the only leadership they know is a Luo-based leadership. Somebody in Ukambani, the only leadership they know is a Kamba-based leadership, and it is so deep-rooted. So do I see this changing anytime now, soon? My answer is no. Is it going to change eventually? Yes, it will. In my own determination, I think I'll probably see it with my grandchildren. Probably not with my children, but with my grandchildren, I have some level of certainty that we will see that tilt. That's in another, say, 20 years or so.
20 years or so?
Yeah.
Millie, we have countries that are so advanced. They are teaching science in mother tongue, and mother tongue is culture. Case in point, perhaps, is China. How do you navigate around It's not as easy as the other panelists are putting it. It's a complex area because we are seeing examples of advanced nations that have retained their culture, their traditions, their language, their tribe, and they've used it to head towards their true north, and they've done it very well.
Very true. Culture is an important thing. Culture is about identity. Yeah. And in fact, you find that now a lot of people have been making money teaching vernacular because you take children to school when they are 2 years, they begin speaking Kiswahili or English, so they don't learn the mother tongue. They don't learn any of the vernaculars because, again, there's a lot of intermarriage. So you'll find the mother and the father speak different languages. So they learn neither. And then when they get to Form 4, so many of them, after clearing Form 4, are going for classes to learn how to speak Luo, learn how to speak Kisi, It's very interesting because they suddenly discover that they want to be able to speak that vernacular. They find it very exciting that you can speak this language that only a few people can, because it's about identity.
It's about identity.
And it's about feeling that you belong. And there's nothing wrong with us being able to learn all those things, even in vernacular. That is why we say, even the Constitution, you must translate it into vernacular. Even any legislation that you pass, you must translate it into vernacular. So if you're going to learn technology, I mean, it doesn't say that Tanzanians are brilliant people, but they study all the way to university in Kiswahili.
In Kiswahili.
Yes.
That's true. Even the good book is has been translated to mother tongue. So we are seeing some, on your screen you're seeing some winners there. Millie Odhiambo from Suba, Member of Parliament. Saga Saga. Is it Saga Saga or Gesa? Gesa. As she's fondly referred to. John Kabuchia. That is Mukurweni constituency. And by the way, we are seeing some big names also falling, isn't it?
Yeah.
We have seen some big names falling. And before you even comment on that, that's Paul Mwirigi, Igembe. Oh, he's retained.
He's retained the seat.
He's a gentleman who was given a vehicle, I think.
He's lost. This one is lost.
Moses Kuria, he has actually conceded defeat. That's a big one. I mean, Moses Kuria's visibility index in this country is way up there.
The highest, I think.
All right? One of the highest, isn't it? Naomi Shaban is another one. Interesting that they're conceding defeat even before Wafula Chebukati. So the process.
They trust the process.
Trust the process.
Trust the process. No matter how slow.
No matter how slow. We should take that away.
George Theuri there. George has also conceded.
2 times serving.
Cliff Ombeta
Conceded.
And he's a tough guy.
Akili. Cliff Ombeta.
He actually said that his ideas and the ideas of the locals were not matching.
Oh no, did you say that?
Yes.
Oh, ouch. Okay. Nixon Korir, another one. By the way, Nixon conceded. He was amongst. And if he concedes, then it means there's a. Well, we can't call a winner. If he concedes, the converse is there's somebody.
Then he knows the winner.
He knows the winner.
We'll probably look for him.
Now that you say it would be very interesting that you concede, then Chebukati says you're the winner.
You're the winner! So it's an indictment on your talent system. And there, Kimunya.
Conceded.
The majority.
Kimunya has also conceded. Kimunya. So those are some of the big names that have come down, and and it's interesting that these people are conceding as we wait for Chebukati here. And I want to let's talk about earlier during a presser, Chebukati threw a salvo at the media. He said, "Hey guys, you're streaming your results very slowly. very, 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 very slowly. What do you make of that, Dr.? Let me start with you. Because when we were offline, I pleaded with you to...
Let me tell you, Chebukati looks very good right now. He looks extremely good.
Oh my God!
At the cost of the media.
Tell me why. I'll take the blues. It's okay. I'll take the blues.
You will remember
for the first time it's not the bunch pack.
Yeah.
A week or two before yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, the media put him under intense scrutiny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And at the time, he didn't inspire much confidence.
Yeah.
His body language really let him down.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you looked at him today or yesterday in the press conference, he's very cocky about his business. And I'm giving him a big tick. He's done a wonderful job.
Yeah. Millie, you shot straight from the hip. But let me hear you first before I...
Yeah, I think that Chebukati is finally getting some of the things right. Yeah. My concern is that Chebukati started off by getting some things right. If you'll remember, in 2013, one of the biggest discourse we had as a country was the register of voters. Is it the green? Is it black? Is it red?
Yeah.
That was a major discourse. When Chebukati came in, he made it so clear that there's only one register. And it was such a relief, particularly for those people who would go to court, that we now would only rely on one register. But then, when we had the by-election in Kibra, he again opened up the register thing by saying that only a portion of the register could be opened, or, you know, he again confused the register discourse. Now, he has opened up the servers that we've been crying for a long time. He's now telling us, get in there, the server is open, and access these things, and then let's talk. So it's a good thing. It's a major plus.
It's a major plus.
It's a major plus for him. And I hope, because his term ends in a couple of months, I think by beginning in 6 or so months, his term will be ending. I hope he ends with that high.
On that high note.
He ends with that high.
Okay. Millie, you're a governance expert, but you're also a lawyer. So let me frame this question differently. Is there a media house that can win an award for being first to tabulate the wrong result?
I think it would be very reckless to do that. You see, the last time, and I said it, I think even yesterday when we were talking, I said the last time we did this was in 2007. And 2007 does not bring good memories in Kenya.
Certainly, yes.
Because we were showing these results, then there were poses, and we've seen the memes going around now, people remembering what happened, the lights going off, the figures changing suddenly, and all this unclarity. So I think it is prudent to try and be as careful as possible, because there are different strategies that different media houses are applying to access those results. We know that those results are not, it's not like you're dealing with a constituency only, you know, or something. That's one of the things. Yeah.
So let me, here we understand we have a problem with your mic. Let me, I don't know whether I can bring in Wakili, if that's okay, my director. If I can bring in Wakili to just speak to the issue of, you see, in the newsroom there's a cardinal principle of, you know, there's a huge responsibility that we have of not misinforming.
Yes.
So, it's sometimes a question of balancing between speed, the first to break the news, and accuracy on the other side. So, why would we want to rush? Because there's a lot of anxiety out there. Many Kenyans tumepigwa sana kwa social media.
You've been on the receiving end.
So why would we want to rush, you know, and then end up apologizing later?
I'd rather you not do that. You just do that which you trust is the right thing. But out here, you know, we have to say what is out here. the expectations of the people is we are living in a generation of instant gratification. The tempers are high, the emotions are high. You see numbers on the other side tilting towards some side. People expect you to be doing the same or giving a different option, then it's not coming. You know, those are some of the expectations. Those are expected things. So Kenyans are anxious.
They are very anxious.
Very anxious.
They want to know now
Yes.
that what has my candidate got. But
exactly.
Let me ask you. You remember the presidential debate, and I know Dr. will weigh in on that one.
Yes.
There was convergence.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe that would have been an opportunity also to stretch it a bit.
Yeah.
And also have convergence on the. I don't know. Maybe the MCK said something.
That could have been
in that
the best
regard.
option, yes.
Yeah, but it would have been good if we had. But you see, so what that means then is that different media houses have different tallying centers and are at different polling stations at different times. Yes. So then it basically means that sometimes it's a bit like a marathon race, that the Kenyan goes ahead and then the Ethiopian goes ahead, the Kenyan falls back, but ultimately the Kenyan goes for the gold medal. Yes. I don't know, maybe I sound biased there, but
I think what my concept around that could have been, you see the way you guys did, you agreed between stations, which presenter from which station does the interview. Yeah. So the part of the tallying, you could have also come up with your own people joint team to do the tallying, and then the reporting is reported by each station that this is what we have arrived at. Okay. So that now it's only Chebukati on the other side to give a different story, or you try to match the story of Chebukati and what it is that you have. So it could have reduced confusion. Because now people are saying, if you want to see your candidate winning, switch to a certain station. Yeah. And if you want the other candidate to lose, go to the other station. And that is causing a lot of confusion, and it's bringing a lot of more confusion than what is expected.
And of course, right now we are in a situation where you tune into this particular station and you see your candidate leading, and you
say
lock
this
there.
Is the right one.
You lock there. Yes. But I'm told those are some of the dangers. When you see something that's so aligned, you need to run out of there.
Exactly, and that's the fear. I think it would have been a brilliant idea, as Daktari had floated earlier. If media did that, then you'd have your own analysis style. Because there are different media houses that would want to focus on different aspects of what those results represent.
That's true.
But the results would be the same, you know? The reading of it beyond that would be different depending on what you want to focus on. But this is very tense, and for me it's very frustrating that today you see the city was dead. And I really hope we can get to a place where Kenyans vote and go back to work like they didn't vote.
Like they didn't.
You know, life goes on immediately. The economy is moving on. We are so broke that it is unfortunate that we can afford to have 3 or 4 days when the economy is churning out very little, because most shops were not open. The cars on the roads were very few, you know, very few things were going on. And that's an unfortunate place to be, simply because we are waiting for results.
But let me bring in Daktari. And at the risk of sounding very simplistic, 7 plus 2, 9. 10 minus 1,
9.
11 minus 2,
9.
So we all get to 9.
We'll get to 7.
Ultimately, the only person who is allowed to declare the results, the winners, is Chebukati.
Correct.
Isn't it possible that when Chebukati will be releasing and declaring winners, all the media houses would have sorted themselves out?
Most likely, yes. But also envisage a situation where Chebukati announces the final results, say, on Friday or Saturday. But given the run rate or the burn rate of the media, data capture and whatever, they'll probably be finishing a bit of their project sometimes mid-September. But the official announcement will have come out. I mean, because we are just looking at the trends. I think there's a lot of manual work involved in this process. And I don't think most of the media houses had enough capacity to deal with it in the most efficient way. And that is why, to your earlier question about the need for speed, because you talked about speed, speed is critical at a time like this. If media houses are going to report this, it has to be done in a speedy way and in the most accurate fashion. Very basic principle of operations. Either you have the process that works and works efficiently, or you don't touch it.
I think there's also the aspect of there seems to be a disconnect between the IEBC and the media. I think IEBC, Chebukati just threw to the media, you figure it out. There ought to have been a joint kind of training that this is what we have, this is what we will be expecting you guys to be reporting, so that at least media houses know what it is that they're getting themselves into. I think for me, I have a feeling that this was just it's like a dog which was passing and wasn't sure there is food, and a bone is thrown at it and it doesn't know how to go about it. Just starts biting from whichever side.
But the media house should have taken the lead in that conversation.
They should have.
In that conversation.
Lily, do you get a sense, I mean, just picking up from what Wakili is saying, being thrown under the bus, and yet that's not your core. The Constitution is clear that that's IEBC's core. Our core is slightly different, you know. So we may not have the nuts, the bolts, the what, like IEBC, and the budgets.
Really?
The budgets.
Especially the budgets.
The budgets.
Especially the budget and the
resources.
Information.
Yes.
Yeah. And running the election is
information.
Is IEBC.
So how to relay, and it is not like it is new. We did it in 2007. So it is not that it is new, but I think that the problem.
But in 2007 it didn't work, Millie. You remember? Even Nani said he didn't know who won.
We had to stop at one point because of some other things going on, but the media, what I'm saying is the media was doing it. So based on lessons learned then, and the reason why for 2 elections after that, the media has not run that as part of the general elections thing, should have encouraged them, the media, to have more discourse and planning around how best this would have been done, what are the lessons learned from what we did, and what would we be able to, how much capacity do we have, how much can we, if we pulled together, how much more benefit would it be, and then what would we look at, because of course at the end of the day everybody is very proud of their own identity. How do we keep our own identity even as we do this?
Even as we do this. But you make a very good point, but let me bring Daktari in without necessarily putting you on the spot. In terms of budgets, Kapesa, productions, that's a serious production. That is a serious, I mean, look at it this way, even just having a local production like the ones we have here, the one for the court, those are high budget productions.
I do agree.
Okay.
I do agree.
Now the election.
If the media was to undertake an operation such as that, to efficiently do the tallying and everything, I would imagine you putting up another branch or department specifically just running that particular process. And I don't see you hiring any less than 200 to 300 people in charge of data entry, confirming that they are reconciled, taking them to the next level, to verify and validate before you can do it, before you can stream it. That's a huge, huge budget.
All right, so as we wind down and come to the end of this segment, I just wanted to get your thoughts on the Kakamega, I think, and Mombasa gubernatorial elections were suspended. There are new dates that have been given. So I've been reflecting deeply and wondering, Chebukati announces who wins the election. And then he goes to those 2 areas, Kakamega, and runs a repeat election. But there is already a winner. How will that affect those repeat elections? The fact that we will have a winner announced, all right? And you know the psyche of the voter. So who do I align with? They tend to gravitate to, you know, the strong bull, you know, in a manner of speech. So do you think, and let me start with you, Wakili.
I think
do you think it will affect? Will it disadvantage, you know,
it will
the process?
It will affect first the turnout. It will affect the morale of the voter. It will affect everything, because going again back to an election after doing an election, that thought itself is already disgruntling, because you want to do one thing and forget about it. But then when you are engaged in another process, not because of your mistake, then you wonder what is going on. But look at the bright side. It could be you've planned to go to Mombasa, Tom, then your vehicle gets a puncture. You are planning to get in Mombasa exactly by 8 in the morning or 6 in the morning, then you have to think of getting there at around 12. So that is, I think, the same thing. That is the kind of position these people should be able to put themselves in, because whichever way they will arrive, and they are choosing their leader. Yeah. They're choosing their leader, and that is how they should be able to look at it. But of course, it's unsettling, it's disadvantaging, it does everything wrong about it, but that is where we find ourselves, and they should be comfortable with it.
I'll come back to you for your closing remarks. As you make your closing remarks, your reaction to that question?
It will definitely affect whether the impact is going to be positive or negative. A number of factors will influence that. I say this because depending on how the new government that comes in, how it begins, it may impact the feelings of the people on the ground as to whether they want to make a statement that early or not. So that could influence it. You also cannot underplay the fact that every by-election, and this will be almost like a by-election because it's a postponed election after the general election, the turnout is normally lower, because remember that it is unlikely that people will have a public holiday on that day just to go out and vote. So there may be very many people who maybe are registered to vote in that region, in either Kakamega or in Mombasa, but work elsewhere, and they're not getting leave or they're not getting time off to be able to go. So many factors will influence it. But also the fact that since there won't be a general election, it will be possible to pull in all the resources, all the chamas, you know. You've seen, for example, the role Atuoli has been playing in the Azimio campaign. He stands up and the crowd goes crazy because they know what to hear from him, and the insults that he starts with makes people very, very excited. Allah? You know? And then Shenzi, everything is Shenzi style, you know? Yeah. And you may have an opportunity to pull in fellow colleagues who may otherwise not have been able to participate in your election. So a lot of factors would come into play. You can't call it either one way or the other. There may be opportunity for if, for example, it's UDA or it's Azimio, to put in all their resources to ensure that they get those two on their side. It may give them that opportunity.
Okay, and she brings out the fact that the climate, the voting climate will be different. What do you see, Daktari, as the dynamics?
Yeah, that's a variable. The voting climate may be different, but you cannot say with certainty that that change would affect by way of favoring or not favoring a certain formation. You cannot argue that with certainty. I'll just then be left to think, if you've done your homework and you've done your homework well, it does not matter when you do your exams. You should still be able to pass the exams. It reminds me of, when you watch football, and I like using football analogies a lot. So this strike is just about to score, and then he's fouled by the defender, and then we all cry, oh, if he wasn't fouled, that would have gone in. But I've also argued that there's no certainty in that. Maybe Maguire would have stopped him and kicked the ball in front, and the opposition would have scored on the other side. So these are the what do you call it? These are the uncertainties on some of the things that we do. And so I wouldn't hold Chebukati too responsible or putting too much blame on him on this particular one. If you're prepared, you're prepared. If the election is coming a week later, you should win just like you would have won a week earlier.
And the results will be coming as your parting shot.
Exactly.
What do you project? By when should we know who the president-elect is, for example?
I suspect by Sunday. I don't see this running over to next week. I think that will be taking it a bit too far.
By Sunday?
Yeah, I think by Sunday.
Today is when?
Today is Thursday. We are Thursday morning.
Yeah.
Today is Thursday. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So 3 days. Yeah. How about you? as we conclude?
Saturday, so that they can get out of our schools. We want the kids back in school.
Wakili?
I still go also by Saturday because I will want the kids back in school.
Yeah.
And of course, again, about the point which we were talking about, just to finish on, is the aspect that this does not only happen to Chebukati and IEBC. This happens all over. You saw in the US, it happened the same thing. Georgia had to, especially the senatorial, had to be called later because of some other things which happened. So it happens even in very mature democracies. It's not only in Kenya. So it's something which I think we need to be willing to accommodate because it's not something which cannot happen. Yes.
But I think the election, broadly speaking, has gone fairly well.
It has. That one we have to give a thumbs up.
The transparency,
That is true.
you know, there are our results. That's our portal. You can log in and look at the numbers. Then let's compare notes.
Yes, and then people have to withdraw and say, "Now I think this one." I'm finished. Let the opponent who has won or who is leading. Actually, they're not saying who has won. The one who is leading, let him quit.
Let him go.
Even to a small level, to a limited level, the consultation with the aspirants beforehand, you know, they engage them quite a bit.
Exactly.
Yes.
The stakeholder engagement. And you get a sense that even the country, I mean, seeing people conceding before the official results tells us something.
Weird.
It tells us something about the faith that they have in the process.
As lawyers, we are very unhappy.
Because of petitions.
It's not a good trend we are seeing. You have to admit.
What I like is the fact that I didn't listen to what you said. I paid attention to what you're not saying, which is take your time but get it right.
Yes.
So it's kind of, what do you think? It kind of, you know.
Take your time but get it right.
Social media.
And actually, that's why I'm here. I really just want to sort of bring an understanding to Kenyans with what is happening. IEBC has opened, given a leeway for any Kenyan. That's why actually when you go to the portal, even that common Kenyan, you can go there and check the results by yourself. The tallying is open, and you see that's why they're saying at the end of the day, when it comes to announcing, it is back to them. But this is the analogy. See, when the results are coming in, you know, the Form 34 is to be specific. It is a selective process. So take a case in point. For instance, I have oranges, mangoes, and bananas. You know, we are Doreen, Tom, and Gibson, for example. Then we say, I will pick an orange first. You pick a banana. Then Gibson picks a mango. Then again, in the second round, I say, I'll pick a mango. Then you pick, you know, a banana. Then Gibson picks, say, a pineapple. By the time we are done picking, all of us will be having mangoes, pineapples, and oranges.
I like that.
By the time we're done, mangoes, pineapples, and oranges.
I like that.
By the time we're done, I will say the two Achilles now declare who has more mangoes.
By the way. Yeah, that's an analogy. I like it.
So I just want to tell Kenyans that do not really go to the socials and you're trying to wonder why are different media houses having different results. Don't start to think that perhaps there's a certain form of inclination. It's all in the selective process. And again, remember, even when you do that, there's also that bit of verification. And this largely depends also, first of all, on speed and then personnel. We're talking about human resource. So which one can be able to marshal the numbers to ensure that this verification process is done very quickly? So again, also that's what informs, you know, why you're having Media X having this number of results, Media Y having this, Media Z having this. So there's a process to this. So don't be dismayed and wonder, okay, what is happening? Why don't they make sense? That is the whole idea.
There's no black sheep in the media industry. All are right at the end of the day.
When you're talking about the banana, you reminded me of the referendum. That's a good place to leave. I want to thank you all for this is national duty. Millie Wanga, governance expert, Dr. Julian Roa, conversational expert, and Gibson Gesore, political analyst, and the other guest has left.
Advice Mudalo.
Is a political and communication strategist. Thank you so much. Thank you to my co-anchor here, Doreen Arangi.
I can't see another
want to thank you so much. My goodness. How many hours? What's it? It's going to 1 now.
Exactly. Just 8 minutes the top of the hour.
No, but it's worth the while. Shiksha Arora, Daniel Wahome, on standby to take over the next shift on behalf of Kenya Decides to. I want to thank you. My name is Tom Boya. Good night from the capital city. Nairobi, Kenya.
I'm Doreen Arange Okelo, and it's a good morning.
Good night. Good night. This morning. Bye-bye.
It's all in the comeback.
I can see. It's all in the comeback. Good. Bye-bye.
And greetings to you. My name is Daniel Wahom, and welcome to the continuing coverage on Kenya Decides right here on KBC Channel 1. Well, it is a night when a lot of anticipation is there. It's not just about the presidential results, but with tallying going on at constituency level, there are a lot of people who are waiting to know who the next member of the National Assembly will be, because 290% will be known over this weekend, over the next 2 days. Already, we have got no less than 16 confirmations of those who have been elected or re-elected to their seats in the National Assembly, and there are some changes. There are those who have been re-elected, and remember that we've got our team that is out there that is keeping tabs on the tallying at constituency level. Remember, Form 34A, just at about almost too close to 100% delivery rate, considering that Wajir and Eldas have actually started their elections just about 19 hours ago. But for the rest of the constituencies that matter and the polling stations that matter, most have been delivered. And also remember that after the constituency level, for the senator, the governor, and the woman county member of the National Assembly, all the tallying will be done at county level, and that's where the C series of forms, that is for 37, 38, and 39, will be announced. And in studio with me is Shiksha Arora.
Thank you very much, Wahome, for that. Now, remember, IEBC has received 99.58% to be precise. These are, the 34A forms that are reported at 46,037 of the expected 46,229. Remember, this is a series of collating an announcement of a result at the constituencies that is still underway as we wait for the remainder to actually be completed. So that's something that we'll be updating you about as we get information from our team on ground. And during a briefing earlier on today, IEBC Chair Wafula Chebugati said that while the law provides that the Commission announces the results of, the President-elect within 7 days, the Commission shall try and endeavor to conclude the exercise at the earliest time possible. Now, in case you're wondering what exactly the process is to be able to get the election results, is a transmission path that goes as follows. You go and cast your vote at a polling station, after which counting of votes and filling of result forms happens. And then we've got the polling officer who will be taking and tallying and declaring the MNA and MCA. There is the compiling of the presidential, gubernatorial, senatorial as well, after which the returning officer takes this information and this data to the National Tallying Center, and then there's the final tallying and declaration of presidential results from that particular polling station. Now, after the tallying and declaration of the MNA and MCA, which is also including the collation of presidential, gubernatorial, and senatorial results as well, the deputy returning officer goes to the county tallying center, and this is where there's a final compilation of the gubernatorial, senatorial, county, women, MNA results from the polling station. So this is the transmission path that has been released by the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, that's IEBC. Remember, if you would like to go and look at these results, and of course the reported forms 34A live as we speak to you right here, you can go on to forms.iebc.org.ke to be able to get more information. And also, as Wahome mentioned, we are also going to be giving you the elected members of Parliament, and with regards to the numbers of how exactly they managed to get that seat and to win that seat and by how much. So stay right here because we'll be giving you all the latest information. Wahame?
Well, and talking about members of the National Assembly who have been elected, and this is for the 13th Parliament. Remember, let's start with Kabuchai MP, because this is where we've had Majimbo Kalasinga. He has been re-elected on a Ford Kenya ticket. Majimbo Kalasinga, he previously has served as member of MP for Kabuchai, and this was from March 2021, and this was following a by-election. And he also served in the Departmental Committee of Agriculture. And somebody else who's been elected is Professor Phyllis Bartor on a UDA ticket. She has been elected as the member of the National Assembly for Moiben on a United Democratic Alliance Party ticket. Also elected is Richard Kipkoech on a United Democratic Alliance ticket for Bomet East. Tom Odege has been re-elected as the member of the National Assembly for Nyatike constituency. He has been elected on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. William Kasait Kamket of Kanu has been re-elected as TRT MP. Joshua Oron has been elected member for Kisumu Central, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. Paul Mwirigi has been elected under UDA, and this is for Igembe South. And this is one of the MPs who's shifted base. Initially, Paul Mwirigi had been elected as an independent party, and that means he's retained his seat, Igembe South. Previously an independent candidate, now he has been voted in under the United Democratic Alliance. Joshua Kandie of UDA, he's retained his Baringo Central seat, and this is after switching parties from KANU to the United Democratic Alliance. John Kagusha is the new MP for Mukurweini, and he comes in place of Anthony Githieka Kiai. Anthony Githieka Kiai had been elected on a Jubilee Party ticket, and John Kagusha, who was the Speaker of the Nyeri County Assembly, has been elected as the new MP. Junet Mohammed has retained his Suna East MP seat, and this is with the Orange Democratic Movement as a party. Joseph Cherorot, he's been elected, and this is in Kipkelion East. For Joseph Cherorot, the seat was previously held by Joseph Kirui Limo, who had been elected on a Jubilee Party ticket in 2017. And we've got Opio Wandai. He has been re-elected as Ugunja MP, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. Who else is there? Let's talk about Caleb Mule. Caleb Mule, he's been elected as Machakos Town MP on a Maendeleo Chap ticket. And the other person who's been picked up a seat is Dr. James Nikal. He has retained his semi-parliamentary seat, and this is on an Orange Democratic Movement Party ticket. Samuel Latani of Alego Songa has been elected member for Alego Songa, and we also have got Raphael Wanjala on an Orange Democratic Movement Party. He has taken that seat in Budalangi constituency in Busia County. Then let us move on to Tinderet constituency, where Julius Melly has been elected, and this is on a UDA ticket. Millie Odhiambo, elected a member of the National Assembly for Suba North, and she has retained that seat. Then we've got Musa Sirma. He had been elected member of parliament for the first time in 2003, and then for Musa Sirma, he's been elected again as member of the National Assembly for El Damaravin constituency. Susan Kemba has been elected member of the National Assembly for Makwiny, and this is on a Wiper ticket. And Martin Wanyonyi has been elected the member of the National Assembly for Webuye East, and Stephen Mugaka of West Mugirango has also been elected. One name I have mentioned is George Kariuki of near Shiksha.
Thank you very much, Wahome. Of course, that is the update of the members of parliament who've been elected. Remember, this year there has been a very interesting turn of events when we speak about the incumbent members of parliament and how some of them have lost their seats and have been and of course some of them who have been re-elected as well. So yes, we'll definitely be taking you through that later on. We've got some results that have come in for Kathiani constituency, and that's from the Tallying Center, and these are presidential results, with Raila Odinga at 30,984, William Ruto with 6,624, Professor George Wajakoya with 300 votes, and Wahiga Mwaure with 91 votes. Members of the National Assembly, we've got Robert Mbui at 30,635 votes, Moya Kitavi at 6,524 votes, Teddy Kyoko with 365 votes, and Kiseli Wambua with 165 votes. Now let's just cross over and take a look at what's happening in our respective counties, and of course the tallying centers and how the counting is going as we speak. We've got our reporter on ground. His name is Dan Mwendwa, so we're going to be crossing over to him and just listening into what information he has gathered for us so far. Dan?
Thank you so much. Back in the studio. The day is finally here. The people of Machakos have decided. What have they decided? They have voted from the presidency to the member of county assembly. Looking at the presidency, Raila Odinga was leading with 50,114 votes. William Ruto following with 19,677 votes. Wahiga Mwaure scored 196 votes, with George Wajakoya with 540 votes. The most amazing thing is that the Machakos constituency have a new MP. Guess who is he? Caleb Mule, the former member of county assembly. Thank you so much and welcome, Bona Caleb. First, congratulations so much.
Asante.
So, a quick one. What do you think and you have for the Machakos county constituency?
First, I want to thank Machakos town constituency people for having trust in me, and I will serve them. Secondly, I want to thank God for giving me this opportunity to serve Machakos town constituency. Thirdly, I want to thank my family for giving me support that was needed.
You are a member of county assembly. What motivated you to vie for the member of parliament?
I wanted to serve a big area. As a member of county assembly, I served Oboteki Makemwe, and I diligently served them, and I thought that I would do better with a large area. That is why I wanted to serve Machakos town constituency. I wanted to serve a big area. And what motivated me is being a member of county assembly. I did a lot. Roads and water and lighting, and with more resources from the national government, I would serve Machakos County better.
Again, let me ask you a question. You have been a member of the county assembly. How do you feel beating Honorable Victor Munyaka, a person who has served as a member of parliament for the last 15 years?
I thank God. It's God's favor, and it's all. I give it all to God. Yes.
What does the people of Machakos constituency expect from you?
People of Machakos expect me to work for them, and for sure, I'll work for God's people and people of Machakos generally. I'll work for God's people.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
That was the new Machakos member of parliament. We're also joined by one of the elected members of county assembly, who is Johanna Munyao, who is representing the Mutituni Ngelani ward. How does it feel retaining the seat for yet the second time?
I want to say that I'm happy to have been re-elected to serve for another 5 years. I want to appreciate the residents of Mutituni Ngelani ward for having confidence in me, and I want to assure them that I'm going to continue serving them, and I want to assure them again that I'm going to offer my services of oversight, representation, and also legislation as required by law, and assure them that they expect to get more development and servant leadership from me.
After stiff competition, do you think that you're the best bet for Mutituni Ngelani ward?
Yeah, I would like to. I want to say that there has always been several elected members before me, and I am the first person to have served for 2 terms, and this is enough evidence that people from Mutituni Ngelani ward have seen that I have been able to offer the best in terms of pushing for development to the area, and also in terms of engaging with the other stakeholders to ensure that our ward gets enough services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This is the end, and we wait to see what the leaders have to offer for the people of Machakos Town constituency. Back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Dan, for that update. Of course, you know, we will continue having this conversation with him later on as well with regards to the numbers. But yes, you are hearing it from him. He is in Machakos getting us the figures from the tallying center as the results come in. Yes, indeed, we've got Caleb, who is the new member of parliament, and we've also got the declaration of the MCA. So we'll be taking you to other constituencies and, of course, other polling stations as soon as we have our reporters on ground. We've got our reporter in Kasarani, that's Jacqueline Masharia. We've also got Zainab, who's in Kamukunji. And yes, we'll be getting more information from them right here on KBC Channel 1. Wahome?
Right, yes, and the update on the delivery of Form 34As, and this is by the to the IEBC. The ones that have been received, always turns out that there is that one odd form that is missing. So going by the counties and where they have delivered them, and this is where they've been delivered 100%. Let's take a look at Bomet, 100%, Bungoma 100%, and in Baringo there is one Form 34A that hasn't been delivered, just one form. And the other one in the diaspora, this is where I would say it's a little bit interesting. Two forms have not been delivered, and they are from two places. One of the forms at the moment, two from Qatar have not been delivered. 25 of 27 have been delivered. So then Elgar Marakwet, 100% delivery. Embu, 100% delivery. In Garissa, 13 of the 559 forms have not been delivered. And also Homa Bay, Isiolo, all at 100%. Kajiado, 2 forms are yet to be delivered. Kakamega County, 3 forms are yet to be delivered. And we've got Kericho at 100%. Kiambu, 99.86%. 3 forms have not been delivered. Kilifi County, all have been delivered. Same to Kirinyaga, Kisii County. And in Kisumu County, 1 form is yet to be delivered. 1,169 of 1,170. And 100% delivery in Kitui County. In Kwale County, 3 are yet to be delivered of the 744 forms. Laikipia, 565, 1 yet to be delivered. In Lamu County, 4 are yet to be delivered of the 192. And let's talk about Machakos County. That's where Dan Wendwe is. 1 form is yet to be delivered. Then from Machakos, we move on to makwiny, 100% delivery. In Mandera, 15 forms are yet to be delivered of the 554. Marsabit, we've got 436 of 448. Meru County, 1,641 of 1,643, 2 yet to be delivered. In Migori County, 1 form is yet to be delivered. Mombasa is at 100%, Moranga 100%, and 1 form yet to be delivered in Nairobi. 1 Form 34A yet to be submitted. Let's talk about Nakuru County. 1 form yet to be delivered. In Nandi County, 1 yet to be delivered. In Narok County, 3 yet to be delivered, while there is 100% delivery in Nyamira, Nyandarua, Nyeri, Samburu, Siaya, Taita Taveta. In Tana River County, 8 of the 368 yet to be delivered. In the Rakanidi, 100% delivery. Trans-Nzoia County, 1 is yet to be delivered. In Turkana County, 8 of the 786 are yet to be delivered. Uasin Gishu is at 100% delivery, same as Vihiga County. In Wajir, 512 of the 610. And in Wajir County, we would understand because voting started less than 24 hours ago after the elders scenario. So that is understandable given that there is still about 98 forms yet to be delivered, especially from elders constituency. Well, in West Pokot, 2 of the 858 forms are yet to be delivered. So that is what we have got coming in from the delivery of the Form 34As, which specifically deal with the presidential election. And we would also like to mention 2 more members-elect of the National Assembly. We're talking about Martin Wanyonyi, Webuye East, and Stephen Mugaka, West Mbugirango. So that means the number of the members of the National Assembly whose fate is known so far are 25. 24 from the constituencies, and 1 from who is the Kericho woman member of the National Assembly, Beatrice Kemei, who was elected unopposed. Remember, that is one of those who was there. So already we know 25 of those 337 members of the National Assembly. So remember that there is 312 more whose names we are waiting for, and we've got our teams who are on the ground, and they will be giving us a full update as the results are announced by the constituency returning officers. So, Shiksha, an update more.
All right, thank you very much for that, Wahome. Now remember, as Wahome mentioned earlier on, the residents of Elders constituency were finally able to exercise the democratic rights to vote this morning after IEBC had postponed the elections that was yesterday, citing insecurity in the area. Voting, however, was delayed from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. And this was, a very much anticipated area. That's, of course, in Wajir County. 3 candidates are in this race. Amongst them, we've got the current MP, Aiden Kenan, who is vying on a Jubilee ticket, and Ahmed Bore of ODM. So that was an update that is from Elders constituency. And remember, we are still looking at other irregularities and, of course, occurrences that we've seen in different areas as we continue to tally and look at the different polling stations. The vote counting at the Bonchari constituency tallying center was also temporarily halted this afternoon after 5 ballot boxes from South Mugirango constituency were discovered at the center. And of course, police swiftly secured the ballot boxes and tallying continued as per the norm. So these are a few things that, we've seen today, especially as day 2 of election, the period that we've been waiting for eagerly happens. And as we wait for the final results to be declared by IEBC, remember, these are questions that have popped up in many Kenyans' minds. Stuff like, irregularities, occurrences where there's insecurity in areas. We've also witnessed them in the past elections as well. But this year, there seems to be a reduction, of course, a decrease in the amount of insecurity and, of course, the amount of irregularities that we've witnessed personally. Now, I'd like to bring in Millie Luanga and Gibson Gisore, our analysts in studio. Welcome on board. I know it's been a long evening for the both of you, but here we are as we continue to break down, what's going on in the polling stations and the information that we are dissecting right here at KBC Channel 1. We'll start off with Millie Luanga. Millie, you have seen elections, of course, in the past 2 years as well, and we've continued to observe the differences and compare how the 2 elections have fared to this one. Do you think that this particular year we've seen less insecurity, we've seen less irregularities as compared to 2017 and 2013?
Yes, I think that we have seen an improvement. I'm not sure whether I would say less, but we've seen an improvement nevertheless. We've been able to see a lot more engagement. Not necessarily the one-on-one talks or the discussions, but a lot more constructive engagement in that IEBC has been involving the aspirants, the key stakeholders, has been engaging them and incorporating their concerns at every step of the way. And I think that that's a good thing, because the more they incorporate the concerns of the aspirants or the key stakeholders, the less likelihood there is of, at the time we are going to election, there's so much disgruntlement. Because you can never forget the fact that every aspirant comes with at least a minimum, I normally say, of 10 people who believe in them, a minimum, who believe in them and will follow them, and there's that multiplier effect from these people. So if they're disgruntled and when they say something, we tend to believe that these people who are in public space know some things that we don't know. So if they say something, it's so likely that we may be able to start saying that, there's a problem. And that grows the distrust for it, and that just builds to insecurity.
Right.
Yes.
All right, and as we continue having this conversation on social media, especially today, I've noted that there's been MPs and there's been people who are actually vying this year who've come on to say that, the elections have been rigged. We've seen that in the case of Bahati as well. And, he mentioned that he believes that that the election was rigged. Gibson, you know, when people actually say that and go on to their social media to talk about it in the open, do you think that this could be an issue in terms of the anxiety that Kenyans and the supporters of these particular candidates are facing?
I think these people have a right to actually ventilate their issues out there.
Right.
Because social media is one of the avenues you can be able to demonstrate and be able to express your opinion. But then there is a sense in which you need to communicate this. So as a leader, I will expect that somebody should be able to package his message in a particular manner, that it should not be able to be sensationalizing.
Right.
For example, to agitate your supporters. If you know your supporters do get quickly, you shouldn't give them the batteries, or you shouldn't charge them so that they can be able to cause chaos. I would want to believe that each of the leaders, however annoyed you are, you exercise your right of expression in a manner that you don't make the problem worse. That is the best that you can be able to, given that IEBC also had done a good job and sensitized the leaders who are going to election, as Millie has said, that they even went ahead and signed a code of conduct that, you know, you will have to stick to this, that we don't expect chaos. I think even the police were involved because there was a stakeholder engagement. So it's an wholesome process, and IEBC has really come out and wanted to deliver an election, as opposed to previously, where maybe I think some of the things were catching them unawares, and the leaders are more aware. That's where you're seeing some irresponsible behaviors from them, which we couldn't expect in the previous election, and that should be very commendable.
You know, there's an interesting point that you've actually mentioned there, because IEBC this year has done things very differently, things that we did not ever expect to happen, because back in the day, you know, you don't have access to these results. You know, you are just waiting, and the waiting game continues for a couple of days. All you're seeing is information, and sometimes a lot of misinformation is out there on social media, and you tend to believe what you see because you don't have the numbers. So this time, I feel like we as Kenyans were told, you know what, we're giving you this. Now what you do with these results and the forms is up to you. You can go on and actually tally the results yourself and find out for yourself what you think is going to happen and which direction the results are leaning in. Do you think that this has actually confused Kenyans even more? Because all the information is there at the end of the day, but we don't have the capacity, of course, to go out there and actually do the tallying. The only people I feel who have that capacity, rightfully so, is IEBC. So do you think that this is actually a tactic just to keep people calm in a way, because, you know, they're like, we're being transparent with you, the information is out there for you to access, but if you don't want to access it, it's your fault.
Yes, don't blame us.
Don't blame us.
Yes, I think that is a very nice tactic, if at all it's a tactic or a strategy.
Right.
But I wouldn't think to that particular line is just a way of being transparent and open. There's a sense in which IEBC has decided to actually play a different game as opposed to the election of 2017 annulment. Came with a lot of goodies for Kenyans, and that is why IEBC, in a sense, has tried to comply. I won't say that they have fully complied, but has tried to comply, and some of the benefits which we are seeing right now is because of that particular decision. There's the Mainaki 1 and 2 give very, very interesting recommendations, which of course, as the chairman of IEBC, you wouldn't want to jump into that swimming pool and be mixed with that mud of last time. So he's tried to clean house, he's tried to strategize, he has had enough time of 5 years to put things into perspective, and these are the results we are seeing, and I think I like it. Everybody likes it. We have never seen people concede previously in an election. People could be throwing fists right now saying Kimeibiwa, it's stolen from me, and
Kimeibiwa,
Kimeibiwa. And that's the biggest fear as a government right now.
People are saying the results are not out. Still somebody is saying, I think this thing, I've lost it fair and square. I think whoever is going to win, let him win. But me, I'm done.
We accept the results.
I've accepted the results. I think it's fair and square. Because the results are all there for everybody to
see. It's a beautiful thing when somebody's term of office is coming to an end. Because they want to live with an impact. It's obvious that Chebukati wants to live with a clean slate. He's a lawyer. And not just a young lawyer. He's a senior lawyer
Decades of experience.
With the decades.
Yes.
Decades. I was going to say years, and I remembered what you're saying is more correct.
Yeah.
Decades of experience.
Yeah.
I think it must have iked him that an election under his chairmanship was nullified,
right?
You know, so he must be wanting to live on a high. So he's really living on a. I'm wishing he could live next week, you know, immediately after, so that it would be good for him, because he's a good lawyer. He's a good lawyer, and you don't want his name tarnished and people saying things about him thereafter.
Yes.
Because one of the things within the legal circles that people will talk about all the time, but the election was nullified. You know, somebody's head needs to roll. So he's doing some things that are really proper. I think, like you said, it was you who said it earlier, these servers, we've been talking about servers from 2013.
Yes.
Can we see the servers?
Yes.
What is in the servers? Now we have the servers. Now we have the servers, we are able to access them, and now the conversation has changed. Nobody wants to get into that server. Nobody's questioning what is the server. Now we are questioning other things.
Well, we're questioning what is 34 and what is 34B.
You know?
Things have changed.
Just to add, Chebukati in a sense loves himself, because he has a life to live after. He has a life to live after. You remember the story of the former IEBC commissioners. Their life has not been that rosy, so he doesn't want to fall victim of the same. And then there's a sense that he said, you know, this decision, however way you look at it, I should use this to my advantage, in that I shouldn't overwork myself. Let the results be declared from the ground. I just study. Not wait for these people and then start crunching the numbers all over again. Then kill myself over nothing. Well, the decisions are very clear. People can do their job. Whoever doesn't do their job, you have seen IEBC officials being prosecuted already.
Yes.
That is a very positive thing. Initially, these guys could do just whatever it is they do, they throw it and then they leave.
It will take days sometimes.
It will take days, confusion. Then they say, you know, there is even the courts. If you are not happy, you go to the courts.
This time around,
that's some sense of recklessness.
Absolutely.
Now, there is some discipline. There is, I think, in Mombasa already somebody is in court for refusing to tally, and
actually two people are two people are in court.
And then there's that particular sense which is also very interesting, that IEBC, the chairman, already sees mistakes or anticipates mistakes and corrects them beforehand. So these are very responsible IEBC, and I think we need to have hope that all is going to be well.
Gibson, you mentioned about minor K 1 and 2.
Yes.
It's an odd thing. We haven't seen minor K this year around.
Exactly. I was actually telling somebody that minor has been missing this time round.
He's now in Facebook, isn't he?
Yes. No, he's moderating stuff on Facebook.
Yes.
You mentioned minor K 1 and 2. It would be good to say, about why there was minor K 1 and minor K 2. And the impact it had on the 2017 election, because it changed the way we do our numbers. Just the background of that.
So in the 2017 election, if you could watch the debates in the Supreme Court, which most lawyers were trying to put across, is that what is the spirit of the Constitution in regards to elections? And then some very key aspect came up. This aspect was, how should the presidential elections be done? The Constitution talks of it should be done in the constituencies.
Yes.
What does this exactly mean? That is where minor K now came in to bring a clear decision that what does it mean to talk of a presidential election being done in the constituencies, and actually, so whatever it is that any
let me just interrupt you, because at the moment on our screens we are seeing the presentation of the certificate. That is Form 35C. That is Form 35C, which is the certificate, actually Form 35D, which is presented to an elected, that's 35C, when you elected member of National Assembly, and that is Caleb Mule, who has been elected as a new member of the National Assembly for Machakos Town constituency. Is receiving his form at the moment, his certificate at the moment. Remember, Form 35 A is the one that is used at the polling station level. 35B is used at the constituency level, and that is 35C, the certificate to say you can now go present it to the clerk of the National Assembly, and you can wait for the swearing in as a member of the National Assembly. So there he is with the returning officer for Machakos Town constituency, and he just spoke to us in an interview with Dan Mendwa. So let us now continue with our conversation. Gibson, you can go back to that.
Yes. Now, what I was saying is that the Menachai brought in the aspect of the decision of the court now decided that what does it mean that the presidential election should be done in the constituencies. What is simply said is that the declaration at the constituency level or at the polling station, because the constituency also is a tallying center for the polling stations, should be final. Whatever decision that comes out of it should actually be the one which Chebukati declares. The situation which we had before is one whereby you have been sent to Nyeri, for example. You've come with the results from constituency in Nyeri, let's say Mkuruinya. Then you are you come to the tallying center, you hear Chebukati declare different result. While you know which was the one which was declared there, you tell him, hey, excuse, what are you declaring? I thought we have a different result. He tells you, okay, you wait. We even don't know where you got your results from. We're the final people here. So whatever we call here should be final, which was wrong. So in between here, things could have changed hand. Things could have done, even the mode of communication of what he got could be different from what you had, because there's that scenario of people declaring something else, but they hand over to the high authority something different. So there's that possibility which caused a lot of confusion. So let what has been declared be from the ground. That is why now the forms are actually generated. They remain with carbon copies. So whatever is at the constituency is actually whatever Chebukati has at the head of it. So it's only just to cross-check and confirm. Once everything is there and everything is signed and properly attested to, you should be able to actually be able to call it and say, this is the correct position.
And you know, we've come from a position or a background where our elections were so mystified, and all the time what we came to realize as a country was that we lost the election at the point of moving from stage A to stage B. So that, for example, when people came to vote, they would come, and it is at the point of setting up that you'd find in those opaque boxes, somebody has already put in.
The black ones were famous for strange things.
For strange things already being there. So we've been improving with every election as we go by. We said you have them transparent. It's so clear. Everyone can see if something has already been stuffed in. We have the tags that we tie together, you know. And then there was a point when we lost a lot of votes or a lot of elected leaders at the point of transporting the ballots from the polling station to the tallying center. So we said we now want to tally at the polling station, so you just convert it. It is a studio now, and then as soon as we finish with the studio, we convert it into something else. So you convert it into that tallying center. So Maina K reinforced that, because you know, change doesn't come easy. So much as the law had anticipated that, we were very slow in embracing it. And as my colleague has been saying, it took the court stepping in and reminding us that this is what the law says, for us to remember that once that result has been declared, what change is going to happen as it moves from stage A to the next? It's just a matter of transmitting it to the next stage, but it's final. You've already declared, you've counted, and you've counted when everybody who should be there is there.
If we go to 2017, because I think the appeal was, the Court of Appeal decision was made on a Friday, with the elections being slotted for Tuesday the next week. Given that a lot of, we don't have that much litigation this time around, but how well are IEBC responding to orders that are coming to them, given the harsh lessons that they learned from the Supreme Court decision that was announced on the 1st of September 2017?
Pretty good, I would think. Pretty good, I would think, because remember, like now the courts had been giving decisions or issuing their decisions pretty late in the day. The High Court delivered the decision that there would be no manual voting. And then I think, or there would be manual voting. It was that there would be manual voting. And then IEBC said, very well, we'll prepare, we are going to print out. And they began to communicate the information to all their agents across the country. Then when the Court of Appeal came up with this other decision that was clarified by the Court of Appeal very quickly, because the first information that went out to the media was erroneous. So they clarified and said, we've not said that there'll be no use of manual. We have said primarily it will be the Kings, and should it fail after attempts, then you should be able to use the printed version of the Kings. Again, of course, that is what the law states already. That is clearly what the law states. The Court of Appeal did not make any law there. They just restated what the law says. But just defining it as Kenyans, you know, it is the same way tomato, tomato. You want to read it this way or that way. And it becomes a conversation that will take forever.
All right. Millie Lwanga speaking to us. And now let us listen in to the MP-elect for Machakos Town constituency, Caleb Mule.
Machakos Town constituency. Mubea nondoa kwanza kwa ta MP wenye na ndimuadha kana nengo motokoma adobanda.
Well, he's speaking in a different language, and yeah, he just finished giving his speech, and at times they say the politics is local.
Yes. That is very true.
Local. I mean, if I was to go to Gunjai now, I would have to say Erokaman.
Yes, that should be opening statement.
Well, that was Caleb Mule. He has been, elected as the member of the National Assembly for Machakos Town constituency, and of the 24 now, we are now at 26 members of the National Assembly for the geographic constituencies, because we've got 2 more who've been elected, Robert Boy in Kathiani constituency on a Wiper Party ticket, and Fabian Chule, who's been elected for Kangundo on also on a Wiper Party ticket. So details are all coming through. So coming back to this, and from the kind of processes that the IEBC has had so far, and what I would say is information that has been considered an IEBC, where they admit, for example, that in one case they had the case of there was a case of the Kakamega and Mombasa, where the printer messed up with the photos, and that means 2 weeks from now is when they would be voting. The kind of declarations that they've made, what's going to be in the long haul about this process?
I think we will. It's unexpected. It's actually an IEBC at this particular point, but then we also can't blame them. We can't blame them that much, because the things were being printed in Greece. They sent agents there, and then we were printing millions of things at the same time. So I think the proofreading, there's the aspect of proofreading. I think that's where the mistake happened, where maybe some people went to Greece. Greece is very beautiful, and that's a very nice beaches. So guys might have cross-checked those things, and then ruins sleeping, and then they like, oh, we're leaving this place without checking. I think if the others have been okay, just print everything and then jump to go have fun in the streets just to cool off. And that's what I'm imagining. If I was there, I wouldn't have left without actually checking some of the places. But then we end up in this situation, and then of course they have been fighting these issues of courts to the very end. Songo was in court to the very last minute. Exactly. There was also the other preacher, what is his name, who got orders that he should
Ruben
be
Kigame,
actually in the presidential, and that was very confusing for them. I would have expected that this litigation should have stopped at some point to give them ample time to prepare, because sometimes you can't flog the horse so much, even if you realize that it's actually going to win a race or not to win, you need to throw in the towel and actually be able to let it run its best. So I think IEBC might have suffered because of that, and whatever has happened, the beauty is it's coming from IEBC. It could have been different if actually on the voting day people went and realized this. It could have been chaos. So they are very responsible this time. They've said, we've noticed there's a mistake. Kindly allow us to correct the mistake. We'll come back to you and you vote, so that you vote peacefully.
Right, you know, there's something that you've mentioned, Gibson, that has just caught my attention, because you said that this time round they've been very responsible in the way that they are relaying the results, and of course transparency is something that we are witnessing. You know, back in the day, as Kenyans were very anxious, they didn't have results, they didn't have access to these numbers and figures, they didn't know what to expect. You know, expectations were all over the place, and because of that we would see that Kenyans would not return to normalcy. It would take a long time before someone is actually willing to go back to work. Today, you know, our team was out there just doing spot checks, and we witnessed that Kenyans have actually just gone back to work, and life is getting back to usual, and it's just been day 2. So do you think that this also has something to do with the way IEBC has been really just handling the election this year?
Yes, that is a very huge boost to Kenyans believing that this process is foolproof. At any point, somebody will start raising any question and say, you know, I think this thing is not going right. Right. You will see people, especially in the stronghold areas, you will see people, you will see some movement. Yes. And that is what IEBC does in one. That's why it's taking time to check things and actually ensure that every process, every query is actually answered to immediately. That is really a big plus for them. If they tell you, like today they have said, now we're not going to give any update till tomorrow morning, but keep crunching the numbers. Right. Because you have an assignment. Yes. Keep crunching the numbers, be on your calculators. If you have any doubt, let's meet in the morning, we talk. You know, that's very important and assuring for Kenyans that, you know, even this guy looks very confident of what he's saying, and we shouldn't trouble him, let him do his job.
We shouldn't trouble him, I like that.
And the interesting thing is that they're only looking confident now.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago they were not.
Yes.
2 weeks
all over
ago,
the place.
2 weeks ago Kenyans were up in arms. The leading presidential candidates were complaining. There was that lack of certainty. But the fact that IEBC listened, even at that stage, listened, despite the fact that many Kenyans thought that they were not going to be able to hack it. At one point, I remember the big question was, is IEBC really ready to conduct this election?
That was actually the biggest question, I think 2 weeks ago.
Yes, they were being accused of gross incompetence.
Incompetence, and people had all sorts of names to call them. But they listened and they gave us room to be able to ventilate, and they did not try to answer everything that they could not, but they tried to answer what they could. And then now they allowed us to see what they're able to do. And to participate in what they're able to do. So I think that has been able to bring back some kind of confidence, because had they completely shut out Kenyans at the time when we were so unsure of them, then I think even now it would have not taken that quick step to be able to gain the confidence of Kenyans.
Do you know, he mentioned something earlier on in the press briefing this morning, and he said something which I think I was very curious to know the reaction to that. So he mentioned that, you know, the media figures, the projections that we are doing as media, the tallying we're doing, is much slower than the numbers that they have IEBC, as IEBC. And back in the day, I remember it used to be the opposite, because the media was always playing the blame game, and it was always as if IEBC is the one to blame should anything go wrong. And now it's almost as if he's telling you, I told you the work is not easy. I'm actually way ahead of you in the game. I've been there for years. And now I've done this before. I have experience, and now you know what it feels like. You know, so I think this mentality is also something that's giving a lot of people the confidence in him, because he's actually being very transparent, as I said earlier on, and just in the way that he's addressing the media and citizens of Kenya. I just feel like it's very different this time around. What do you think changed?
I think the fact that, for me,
it's his last term.
But I think the fact that the court, the highest court in the land, annulled an election.
Yes.
It's been an issue of discourse across the continent and even across the globe. You know, it is something that many people, I remember that immediately the former CJ Maraga retired. I attended many different forums where he was being invited internationally as a guest to come and speak about the Supreme Court decision that annulled the elections in Kenya. You know, it was a big issue that lawyers were discussing, and you know, that was the time everything was online because of COVID. So you could attend almost 3 different sessions, and CJ Maraga is in all of them because people want to hear it. So I think it's a bad mark to have on your legacy as the chair of an institution. So I think it was very important for them, and particularly the 3 commissioners who were there from 2017, to try and show that they were able to deliver.
Right, interesting. And what about you, Gibson? What are your thoughts on this? Do you think that this is something that he's been met with a lot of criticism in the past, and not just here in Kenya, but internationally as well, as as Millie has mentioned? Do you think that that could be the case, and do you think there could be other factors as well that led to this sudden change?
I think just to add to what Millie has said is the fact that Chebukati is seasoned now with the IEBC, and he is able, I think for him, he has been able to sit down, look back and count. So and so did this election went this way. This is what happened in 2007. This is what happened in 2012. This is what happened in 2017. Now, I have this sort of literature to deal with, I have this sort of framework to deal with, I have this sort of stakeholders to engage, and he just called his shots, right, and said, for me to succeed, I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. And he actually went for it. Yes. That is where we are seeing him more confident, because he knows, even if they come to me with this, I have the answers. I have the answers for them. And he's looking more of like a father figure. You remember there have been 3. Yes. He has taken these other members all in, and they are all in sync. They are all in sync, and they are speaking in the same language. Right. So that is also very important. The 2017 election, I think I could see some disconnect between the Secretariat and the Chebukati side. And of course, and then it was still new. Yes. So that aspect in itself could have led to some mistakes which happened. And at the end of the day, he realized the buck stops with me. I'm the father figure, and he's decided to play that right. Like, these are all my kids. I need to accommodate them, even if they are annoyed. One is angry, one is jumping up. I need to get the right medicine for them, so that they all, at the end of the day, everybody is like, after all, you're our father. You've taken care of our needs. We're good. So I think that's what he's trying to do, and we really pray that all goes well for him this time.
And if I may, right there lies a very important factor. Yes. The Kriegler report. After the 2007 fiasco that we had as a nation, the Kriegler report suggested or stated that it was important that we do not have commissioners and laws being amended or coming into effect very close to the general election. Yes. Now, I think using Chebukati as an example is a clear indicator as to why Kriegler thought this was an important statement to make. Because look at Chebukati of 2017. He had come in barely a couple of months before the general elections, and look at Chebukati now, after having been there for 5 years and done a number of by-elections.
And he had done, and he just came in around when the Elections Act had been amended in 2016.
Yes.
Just barely months.
Months too.
To the election.
Yes. And now he has done a number of by-elections, he has done a general election, he has done a repeat presidential election.
A couple of cases. A couple of cases.
He has got experience.
Yeah. Do you know, Millie, of course, this is, I feel like, something that has been brought up over and over again. We talk about the cost of this election, right? It is one of the region's costliest polls. Parliament, approved a 40.9 billion shilling budget for the IEBC. We have international observers coming in from the African Union, the European Union, the Commonwealth as well, are some of those that have sent their observers to just come and make sure that, things are going smoothly and as planned. Do you think that could also be a reason as to why, things have been very swift this time around, because of how many eyes are on Kenya this time around?
Yes, but we've had observers every election. We have the AU, we have the East African Community observers, we have the local observers. We've always had observers, and we have them delivering reports before, because they do the pre-election analysis report, and then they do the post-election report. So we've always had observers, and I think that that pressure, though real, of course it is real, knowing that there are these people coming and he has meetings with them. And if you look at the IEBC website, every time this group of observers have called in on IEBC, they have had them pictures lifted up on the website, and they've reported to the world that these people visited us and they wanted to see how prepared we are. So they know that lots of people are watching.
Yes.
But I think that other than that, it is also important for them, and I think they have realized that the stability of the nation depends on them.
We cannot afford a rerun.
Every time we go to a general election,
yes,
we can't be walking on tenterhooks.
Oh, yes.
And it's a simple democratic thing, you know. But we are walking on tenterhooks. We are unsure. For 6 months before that, everything almost comes to a halt.
Stand still.
That let us wait and see how the elections will go. So I bet that being on the hot seat, it takes a toll on you. You begin to realize that maybe you can change something. And I am hoping against hope, because I think I'm a pretty pessimistic person, that Chebukati will do this for us. Let him open up election process to that extent, so that next time we're going to be having the conversation, Kenyans are going to say, but if the server can be opened, why should we spend so much money going to print this or to do this there? Why can't we do it here? He may just make it cheaper for us in the long run.
And one of the things I want to bring in, because you keep mentioning about the server, and this was put out during when the submissions were being made before the Supreme Court. They kept talking about the result transmission system. How has this been ring-fenced by the Supreme Court decision? It was a majority one that was made in 2017. You could go first, Gibson.
Oh, I'm not sure the part of ring-fencing.
I mean, making it safe, because they kept saying, because one of the things that they kept being asked is, you've got these kits that you're using to transmit the results. Where is the location identification? What is the process that was used? Did you send these things? And why is it that whatever is captured here and also available and what is available at Bomas tended to be different? How did they secure that?
Okay, I think, yeah, and I get it. You see, the part, what IEBC this time has done, has done better than what they did last time. This time, as Milia said or alluded to earlier, is the fact that they have been able to be very transparent, that whatever is declared in compliance with the minor KI, whatever is declared at the constituency is actually reflected in the portal. So we don't need the server wherever it is. We don't want to care wherever it is, but provided we know whatever it is, and the Chebukati has insisted that, you know, we are not going to get any other results from anywhere. Go to the server, tally yourself, we will tally. If there is a difference, we will come talk. Me, I'm going to sleep. We meet tomorrow. You do your assignments. It's like students who have been sent home with an assignment. So let's meet tomorrow, we mark. We see who is wrong. So we wouldn't, that is assuaging people that, you know, there's nothing to hide. The last time we were told of several stories. Oh, the server is in Europe. Oh, some people are sleeping. So, what is happening? You know, they can't wake up to put it on. You're wondering, what kind of funny stories are these? The lawyers who actually
servers never go off. That's what people forget. Yes. Servers never go off.
Exactly. If they go off, then they're not working. They're not working. You cannot talk of a server which is dead. So, you know, they were trying to look a fool. They were playing fools of themselves, trying to say all these stories. And I think that's part of the reason why Chebukati has said we can't suffer such public shame. It's enough. Let's just try and do things better this time. So the issue, the question you've asked about how they are ring-fenced is actually to be open. There's nothing to hide. Come check out. This is your stuff. This is what you paid for. Check it out. If you can crunch the numbers, the better.
Yeah, and remember that the court required them to transmit those results and for them to have 4G. If you can remember, one of the questions that the deputy CJ kept asking them was, how are you saying there's no 4G there? You know, to try and clarify that they should be able to get an alternative system of transmission and be able to ensure that that result is transmitted within a closed parameter from the tallying center, if not within it itself, because that was something that the court tried to get them to explain, and there was no explanation forthcoming from them. So once the decision was passed that they must do this, they were required to do this, and that is why even at this time during preparations, IEBC was very clear to tell us that they've ensured there's 4G available in all these places, and in the places where they'll transmit, and where there isn't, they clearly stated what the alternative would be well in advance, so that there's no secret about it.
All right, and we've just got news that's come in right now. We've got news that we have an update when it comes to Taveta, and Taveta constituency returning officer Yusuf Mohammed has declared the Member of National Assembly results for Taveta constituency and has declared John Bwire Okalo as the winner. Remember, just recently, of course, Naomi Shaban conceded defeat in the Taita Taveta MP race, and remember, she was the main rival when it came to this particular party ticket, and of course she was trying to retain her seat on the Jubilee party ticket, and she has considered defeat from her main rival, that was Wiper Party's John Bwire Okalo. So yes, just news that has just come in that John Bwire Okalo has been declared the winner for Taveta constituency, and yes, we will definitely keep giving you more information as we keep getting these figures, and of course the results coming in from different counties, from different constituencies right here on KBC. We also were meant to have our reporter Alvin. He's in Kasarani Tallying Center, and he'll be giving us information and an update from there as well. We also have Jacqueline Masharia. So we do have a team of able reporters on ground at the different polling stations as they continue to give us this information. Wahome.
Well, I'm talking about Taveta constituency. Yeah. Two of those who are there, two of those who lost, one of them, just taking a look at this, is Naomi Shaban.
Yes.
And there is Mwachala Nzilai. Both garnered 7,772 votes each. They are tied. It just doesn't happen that you've got a tie when it comes to the votes cast, but 18,742, and that is from the Form 35B for John Bwire, who's been elected the MP for Taveta. And we're also looking at at an election that is creating a lot of fuss when it comes down to the numbers, because this is an oddity that I've seen where they may not have won 7,772 votes. What would be the implication if the top two ended up with something like that?
It's odd. I'm tongue-tied, as we already said. It's an election of fasts. We have people conceding, we have auditors, the ones you're alluding to.
It's all about the numbers.
It's about numbers. It's about numbers, but I think that right from Jubilee 1, when the story of numbers started emerging as a key issue of discourse in Kenya, and people saying, you know, we have numbers, so the numbers speak for itself, and if you have numbers, there's nothing you can do about it. I think that the fact that now we are clearly seeing what it means to have numbers at the point of voting, when you see the numbers coming out and them being able to show you who is ahead and who is behind and by how much, and for you to see it and not wait for the final tally, is helping us to see some of these odd reactions for us as Kenyans, where now we can actually say that I put in a race, a good race, and he won. Yeah, may the better person has won. That is something that has been pretty rare.
And for the 27 names that we've mentioned, you know, we've spoken about so far, those we've got confirmation of in the National Assembly, they come in with a role that, you know, for all their manifestos, something has been taken away from them. The CDF, the Constituency Development Funds. I mean, it's only this week when it was declared, look, it's unconstitutional, which means that you knew you are going to move in, and as you are going to cast your ballots, people had already identified their CDF committees. Now, what way forward now for them?
I think this is a very interesting discussion, because I think it was being overshadowed by the fact that there was an election, because the decision came in too late in the day, and people, of course, who are preparing, the election fever was already in place. So I think whoever is being elected, they need to think twice whether they really want this thing. Given the amount of money, especially in my home area, if I speak, because I think it's one place where you want to run, it's one of the most expensive places to run. People have really been elected. I think they have a tall order, because that decision in itself is shifts the paradigm against the MPs, because the decision is not the first, because there was a first decision at the High Court which was made.
Yes.
Then they appealed. The appeal, of course, came in with its own decision. They tried to come up and set up something different called the National Government CDF Fund, which again the court said that is null and void. We don't want that. Whatever it is you did does not amend the problem which was already declared by the High Court. So as it stands, the decision of the High Court still stands that actually the members of Parliament's role is basically to legislate. You can't legislate and then audit yourself, because National Assembly is supposed to be for accountability of the national government. But here is a situation where the national government has given you funds, and then now how can it hold you accountable, and yet you are the people checking it? You know, there's that particular aspect of kind of tokenism, and we have seen this in our parliament. We have had people say, or actually seen, that our members of parliament are the weakest chain in the link of democracy, actually in the aspect of democracy in Kenya, where we're talking about the three arms of government, whereby the courts are strong, the national government is trying to do its thing in whichever way, but they're not holding it accountable. And part of the reason is this, that they have the CDF, which they could actually misuse, and then the national government could look the other side, provided they also give favors to the national government. So this is where I think Kenyans should be happy. This is a decision which is really going to change things, that now we're going to see a major fund, a major decision made, that we are going to elect MPs purely for the role they are meant to be, the constitutionally anticipated role of legislation and holding government accountable. And it should start and end there, not giving them money again to start issuing like tokenism. As you have well put it, that most of these guys, they have nothing else to offer, because the only thing they say, I'll distribute the CDF. In their manifesto, they are saying, I'll distribute the CDF. I will ensure that I give school buses, bursaries here and there. I mean, very typical things. Now that has been taken away, and these guys will have to start rethinking the process where they actually need to be in the game. So if somebody went in for the CDF, or with the agenda of using the CDF wisely, he should rethink his priorities again.
Shiksha.
All right, remember, we are getting updates coming in from different constituencies and, of course, different areas. An update just coming in from Kimilili, where Kimilili MP Didmas Baraza has been re-elected. Of course, he garnered 26,000 votes, while his closest challenger, Brian Kayemba of DAPK party, has got 9,000 votes. Now, remember, he is currently wanted, as he allegedly shot dead and aged to his rival, Mr. Brian Kayemba of DAPK party on Tuesday evening, whom he managed to beat by, there's a big gap there of around 17,000 votes. So, does this change the dynamic of everything? Does it feel like it all went to waste?
Okay, from the legal aspect,
yes, as a lawyer.
Yes, as a lawyer, I will want to say that that thing, when I had that communication that somebody had actually been shot.
Yes, allegedly shot dead.
Allegedly shot
Absolutely.
dead. Of course, the photos are there. That was very sad. And whoever it is that we talk to, everybody shares the same sentiment that that shouldn't have happened.
Yes.
That shows that Kenyans have become conscious that we don't want violence.
Yes.
Other than that, there's the aspect, of course, that will be processed in a different way. The DCI will come in and be able to process that. I hear they are looking for him.
Yes, he had 24 hours to surrender.
Yes, to surrender and show up. And now that he has been declared winner, now he needs to show up fast, because
no, it's very easy. It's very easy to arrest him.
Yes, it's very easy to arrest
when he's going to pick his 35C.
Yes. you get hold of him and grab him and put him inside fast. So other than that, the process of that election, there is a high possibility if actually somebody goes to court for it to be annulled because of the election malpractice, where actually somebody was shot. So that is very sad. And I think Chebukati himself alluded to that. He didn't allude to the aspect that it's going to be annulled, but actually said that that is a criminality. It will be processed by the criminal justice system, and we are ready for anything. If somebody comes with an order that we need to redo the election,
there could be a possibility of that as well.
The possibility of that also exists, and if people of that particular place, but however much that they had so much confidence in the guy, but then, you know, you are seeing the kind of person, allegedly. Allegedly, because that has not been confirmed.
But I think the frustration there was also with Chebukati. Because in the eyes of everybody, this was clearly something that happened in the face of an election. And Chebukati comes up and says that this has nothing to do with the election. It is a criminal offense. And let DCI deal with it. Yet we have been constantly saying that we want to see IEBC with teeth that can deal with members. Can you imagine how beautiful it would have been if right now we were saying that actually the votes have come in as one, but he's been kicked out because of having committed an offense, an electoral offense, and therefore, despite his 26,000, we are giving this seat to the next highest person, which is 9,000. Kenyans would have begun to feel,
Olympics.
You know,
if you're caught doping,
we give to the next person.
You know, it would have been a very beautiful discussion. It would have moved us away from the tension of waiting for the presidential results. When we talk about the impact of Didymus having lost this seat. But unfortunately, we missed that opportunity. And electoral offenses will still continue.
I think also the aspect that we shouldn't encourage this. This is very sad. As Kenyans, we shouldn't think this low. Whatever the situation which propelled allegedly to do whatever he did or he didn't do, it shouldn't happen. Nobody should actually get to that level of just pulling a gun. I wonder whether even he's actually a licensed, because there are very strict laws now, especially for licensed gun owners.
Yes, they are.
So I don't know. I think the charges will come in handy.
All right, Wahome, we've got an update.
Yes, we've got an update, and this is from Alvin Kaunda, who is reporting for Kenya Decides from Kasarani constituency.
Thank you very much. The counting of votes is still ongoing in many places around the country, and the situation is the same at the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center, that is the Kasarani Sports Center. And the reason for this delay was that the results were delayed from the polling centers, and who had come there since the voting day, that's on Tuesday 9th, and the results arrived a day earlier, that's Wednesday at 5 a.m. in the morning. And we were earlier informed by the constituency RO, or rather the constituency returning officer, that this exercise will be completed very early this morning. And so that means we're still waiting for the results right now. And at the moment, what we were seeing right now is that some of the presiding officers are working hand in hand with the polling clerks to ensure that this exercise is completed within the expected hours. For now, what we have here is the provisional results for Kasarani constituency, from the presidential to the MPs for 77 polling stations out of the 240 that we have in this constituency, that's Kasarani constituency. Maybe if I could quickly read them out, is that I'll start with the presidential, and we have Deputy President William Ruto leading with 17,723 votes, followed by Honorable Raila Odinga with 10,765, and followed by David Maure with 127 votes, and lastly Professor George Wajakoya with 110 votes. Moving on to the governor, we have Johnson Sakaja leading with 22,742 votes, followed by Polycarp Igathe with 6,948 votes. Moving on to the senator, we have Wanjiru Margaret leading with the 12,884 votes, followed by Edwin Sifuna with 8,010 votes, and lastly David Mwangi with 232 votes. For the women rep, we have Millicent Omanga with 14,279 votes, followed by Esther Passaris with 8,135 votes. And the MP, we have an MP race for this constituency, that's Kasarani constituency, we have Ronald Karauri leading with 10,536 votes, followed by Shege Njoroge with 9,234 votes, and followed by Masi Wanjiku Gakuya with 7,641 votes. And also, when you talk about the security of this center, is that it has been strengthened because the Kasarani Center is not only a tallying center for the constituency, but also a tallying center for the whole of this county, that's Nairobi County. So that's all, and more updates later as time goes by. Back to the studio.
Well, thank you very much, Alvin Kaunda, who is at the Kasarani Tallying Center, which is also serving as the county of the Nairobi City County National Tallying Center. So we shall be getting briefings from the county level coming from Kasarani, and this is on Kenya Decides as it continues. And also, meanwhile, this was a story that we had earlier today where the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission has received 99.8% of results from of Presidential Form 34A, this representing over 46,000 out of the 46,229 polling stations, with a collating an announcement of the results at the constituencies still underway. During a briefing earlier yesterday, IEBC Chair Wafula Chebukati says while the law provides that the Commission announces the results of the President-elect within 7 days, the Commission shall endeavour to conclude the exercise at the earliest time possible.
Different polling centres continue to stream into the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission website as the electoral body awaits for the returning officers to bring the physical forms of 34A and 34B for verifications.
They will physically deliver the National Tallying Centre here at Bomas forms 34As and 34Bs.
The Commission is up to task even as voting in Elders Wajir County continues, a day after the actual voting day due to insecurity concerns in the region.
That voting in that constituency commenced today at 6 a.m.
Chebukati further acknowledged a few areas recorded in Rakware, Rongo, Migori County, as well as Anabkoi and Sabaot.
Result from 34A from Rukwaro Market polling station, Rongo constituency, Migori County, was erroneously transmitted. The Commission will await for the original Form 34A from the returning officer, validate it with the presidential agent, and thereafter replace the said image in the portal.
As of the last briefing, the electoral body says 65.4%, representing 14,164,561 Kenyans, had cast their votes out of the 22 million registered voters. 97.4% of the results of Form 34A have so far been received, representing 45,038 out of the 46,229 polling stations. Meanwhile, to ensure transparency and effective communication, the IEBC has set up a media center within the National Tallying Center. The Bomas of Kenya, where journalists have been converging to disseminate information.
Huduma za hapa ni kwa mtazamo wangu naona ni nzuri kwa sababu kwanza tangu nimekuja kuna briefings zilikuwa zinafanyika hapa.
In terms of the space, it is quite big compared to last time. It was a bit small.
Journalists here have acknowledged the adequate security put in place to ensure the flow of information is smooth.
We have a special access card to access all the way from the gate to the National Tallying Center. I think they've really tried in terms of beefing up security and who can access the National Tallying Center.
A call center with almost 100 personnel receiving information and calls from Kenyans across the country has also been set up. As the tallying continues, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has set up this call center urging Kenyans to use the toll-free number, which is 1543 and 1544, to report any matters to the Commission. Reporting from the National Tallying Center, I'm Serafina Robbie.
Thank you very much, Serafina Robbie, for that report. That was the IEBC briefing that was done yesterday. Remember, the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has said that let our officers do the work. We will not keep you posted with briefings every few minutes. All we shall do is let everyone do their work once as the numbers come through from the constituencies and also from the counties. Then we shall be telling you and giving you updates. For example, everyone later today would like to know how it went down in Eldas, in Wajir County, where elections were delayed by a day, and this was after there was an incident on Monday night. But we continue with our discussion in studio with Gibson Gisore and Mililwanga Shiksha.
Thank you very much for that, Wahom. And I remember the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission has also begun announcing the results for various offices in the 2022 Kenya general elections. We'll definitely be giving you an update on that. There has been more members of parliament that have, of course, been elected. We'll be talking about the recent ones that have been announced by IEBC. There's been a couple that have come to my attention. So we'll take a break in a bit, and after that, we'll give you more information on that. But before that, let's just get back to the conversation that we're having in studio with Gibson and, of course, Millie, as we continue to dissect the general election 2022. Now, Millie, you know, tomorrow, of course, tomorrow morning, we are expecting that press briefing from IEBC where we'll get an update on what next. You know, we have been told that they have 5 more days with which they have to declare the results. And that's something that a lot of Kenyans are waiting and looking forward to. Remember, there's been a lot that's said online. There's a lot of misinformation online, and everybody seems to have declared their own winners on Twitter, especially. That's something that I've been noticing. It is quite confusing being a Kenyan right now.
It is.
Especially a young Kenyan on Twitter who doesn't really watch the news. You should be watching the news. I don't know why they don't. Because we're the ones who will be, you know, giving you the right information, right? And we're verifying all these things that are coming to our attention, and we're really just making sure that we do it in the most righteous way possible. But when you go online, citizen journalism, I believe right now, is one of the biggest factors that's causing anxiety and a lot of you know, misinformation. Fake news is something that we keep talking about, and there's something that has been used time and again. It's a word. It's called sensational journalism, right? And do you think right now on Twitter especially, this is something that's been adopted by leaders as well? People who are public figures who have blue ticks on Twitter are going out there and declaring their own winners.
And you know, it is giving them an opportunity to have the most number of likes they've ever seen
right
in their tweets, because some people have been tweeting and they don't get enough likes because maybe what they've been tweeting is boring, is not catchy. So suddenly you tweet something and, you know, many people will retweet, like it and watch, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to have the limelight for the 2 seconds that you do. So I think that's a thrill that is difficult to deal with.
Right.
Because I think the most we can do is to constantly remind people to educate themselves. That there is value in waiting for verified information. And not relying on certain sites. Because even the courts have been criticized by lawyers. For example, remember during the BBI case, when the courts quoted, I think, Google. They quoted Google as one of their sources of information, and that was a discourse for an entire week. People saying, really? Is that where you'd based, was it Google or Wikipedia?
It's Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. Yeah, it was Wikipedia. Yes, it was Wikipedia. And people said, can you really? Do you know how Wikipedia works? You know, many people don't know that Wikipedia is, you know, how it works, how it generates the information right, that is sourced in there. So when you rely on it, because even with the mainstream media that has got Twitter handles, the information changes.
Yes.
Yeah, it changes with time. Once they clarify, once they get it, it's different once it's been confirmed. So educating Kenyans to be able to sit still and enjoy the fact that you are able to get an inkling of what is likely to be, but don't rely on that and base all your hope in it, is something that I think we can't do enough of.
Right.
I like what I think is a governor. The governor whose Twitters and his video has been circulated so much, the one who said that politics you don't...
Oh, that is Mandago.
Yeah. Mandago. Yes, politics, you know, you place here. It's important to use that, make a meme out of it, and tell people that information in social media you put here.
Yes.
You don't take it and wait for verification. Yeah.
What about you, Gibson? You know, like when you look at, for instance, there are people who are allies of different parties, and of course these are people who are constantly updating the followers, you know, pro-UDA and pro-Azimio and pro-Roots party as well. And every time you're on social media, all you're seeing is them declaring their winners, right? And then people in the comment section go out there and ask questions. But I mean, I like the fact that people are actually asking these questions, like, where are you getting these results from? I haven't seen them. We have other results. Our results are different from yours. So where are you getting these results from? So it's also nice to see that people are actually getting very proactive, and they are also informing themselves that not everything that a leader would say or you know, a politician would say is actually the truth, right? Yes. And the truth from the Bible, because these are not facts sometimes. Because, you know, you just see a lot of people doing the most, as Millie mentioned, just to get those likes and 2 seconds of fame, which can cause an issue in the long run, because people start getting triggered and there's anxiety that's caused in the process.
I think I'm looking at it differently in that, do you imagine from the time elections was declared up to now, you might not be knowing your MCA, you might not be knowing, and then there's nothing you know. You know, these people coming up with these stories is a sensation. It keeps people engaged. It keeps people temperatures talking and trying to so that, yes, the temperatures come down, and you know, you are like, my guy is winning this thing. So then the next minute somebody is saying, no, he's actually not winning it.
There was yesterday at Langata. Yes, we saw it happen. There was Langata.
There's Sakaja. Yes. Sakaja in Nairobi. I mean, I've seen somebody, I think it's really usually somebody was saying, how can Sakaja win this thing? Because he had already won. Who has won Sakaja out of the Nairobi seat? Up to now, I don't know the correct position. Up to now, I don't know the correct position.
Based
because
on social media as to what we
personally, in the morning, I wanted to congratulate one of my good boys. We were with him in school.
Because you saw something on social media.
Yes. But I called him, he didn't pick. But I said, now let me hold it till it's declared. Once I see him with the certificate, then I will be able to congratulate him. Had he picked and told me the situation, then I would be in a better position. So sometimes what you see, you can't carry it. It should be sensationalism. It could be some blogger who has been paid. It could be somebody else who has just seen some figures from one side. So you need to actually verify or wait for IEBC to declare. That is then the only true source. Until somebody is issued, like Mule from Machakos has been issued, then that is the time you can actually say, now we have taken this thing.
And you know, I think that's the thrill of social media, because remember even the number of people, especially celebrities, who've been killed so many times in social media.
Yes.
Someone wakes up in the morning and decides so-and-so is dead. And people are, oh my gosh, and it's circulating and circulating. And then the family is coming out to say,
no, this person is alive.
He's alive.
Yes.
Simply because you want to see how many people are going to like your comment, how many people are going to comment on it, how...
You know, the funny thing is, most of the comments that I actually read under these declarations of their candidates winning are from the youth. And I feel like they're the ones who are the most engrossed, and they're the ones to pick out the mistakes immediately, because they know they're following the election. They want to know who the winner is. They're following the results. They're actually keeping tabs on the different media outlets, and of course checking on the IEBC portal as well. But then when it comes to voting, they're nowhere to be seen.
They become social media returning officers.
I like that. On that note, I think
and they have no agent.
Yes, they just declare and let it be.
Social media returning officers. Yes. I think on that note we should take a break. Right? So we'll be right back in just a short moment. Make sure you stay right here as we continue to, keep tabs on what's happening in the different polling stations and of course tallying stations, as tallying centers, I beg your pardon. We continue to get all the information from our various reporters on ground, and of course in studio as well with our analysts. We've got Millie and Gibson, and not forgetting my co-anchor Wahome. So make sure you come right back. This is KBC Channel 1.
Well, Kenya Decides is going on 24 hours on KBC Channel 1. Thank you for being with us deep into the night. We're in the wee hours of the morning, and it is almost 48 hours since polls were opened, and about just count less than that, 36 hours since they were closed, with the exception of Eldas and Wajir constituencies, and the numbers coming in, including of those who have been elected into the National Assembly. We shall be coming to that with their details much later, but we would like to close this conversation that we've had with our panel of advocates Millie Lwanga and Gibson Gisore. And, you know, it's turning out to be very interesting, social media and the implication of it. And Shiksha, you're the one who's going to social media. The top 5 trends at the moment in Kenya.
Right, so I was actually just having this conversation before we came back. Yeah, it is very interesting, I must say. So the top 5 trends currently on Twitter are Ngirichi, hashtag Sakaja, hashtag Itumbi, hashtag Raila the 5th, and hashtag Nixon Korir, which, by the way, is one of the most trending topics. It's at 6,000 tweets almost. Apart from that, we've also got Sakaja, that's been at around 4,000 tweets. And then we've got Bomas of Kenya as well. So yes, a lot of activity on Twitter. As we do know, a lot of people, I think they prefer to have Twitter as their choice of, you know, information.
Well, actually, and talking about Twitter, you know, last night at around this time, 27 governor positions had been declared. Talking about social media, but on something more serious, 21 incumbencies. 21 non-incumbencies in the gubernatorial seats. What's going to be the test for this? 21 counties electing new governors. People, you know, it's been lost, but there are 21.
It's going to be, you remember that the time we were having the conversation about the BBI, we had a lot of the governors supporting the BBI. And the reason why a lot of them were supporting it was because they had insisted on including the removal clause, because then it would give them a lifeline. If you can remember, when the governors first came in, there was a lot of confusion with the excellency and the entourage and everything, and all that confusion coming in. And I remember the first visit to Nairobi with all the governors, and it was like Nairobi has come to a standstill. All the governors are here for a meeting with the president. I think that now, when we will have again a whole lot of a new set coming in, trying to set their own rules, with the Council of Governors being their convergence point, we are going to see a lot of different changes. They may even effect some changes in the style of management of the Council of Governors, the style in which it delivers its information or relates with the rest of the arms of governance, because they will have the numbers. There will be more than those who have been there. So we expect good things, but of course we also do expect that the counties will be excited, because they'll be having new CEOs, so to speak, and there'll be a lot of expectation. First 100 days in office, there'll be a lot of news to cover in all the different counties.
Well, and Gibson, there is also something else I'd like to bring in. And so far from the announcements that have been made, not an independent, haven't seen the name of an independent candidate, but what's going to be the case of the independents? And just a quick reference to the 12th Parliament, 14 independent candidates had been elected. What's their case here?
I think they still have a chance. We're going to have a couple of independent people, given that some of the nomination processes were not very inclusive, or were not actually reflecting the will of the people, if I might put it that way, especially the big parties. So people ended up going to run as independent. So we are likely to see a couple of independent people coming in, and that will of course bring a very interesting mix. That will bring a very interesting mix in the National Assembly. I'm not sure whether there will be a governor who will be independent. We'll just wait. But in this time we had I think Laikipia.
Yes, Laikipia. We had.
Yes, and we hope there won't be many. But then we know for governor there isn't much. There isn't much because he's in control of his territory. But for National Assembly, it means that the paradigm has got, somebody has be bought or to be actually convinced to side with one of the sides when especially voting happens. So that would be very interesting if these people go beyond the numbers which we have seen. And there are some of those who will actually still their heart remains. You know, you can be, the party can run away from you, but you can fail to run away from the party. So you can still associate with, we have seen that aspect where people, actually they're independent, but they tend to associate with a particular party or their policies or understanding or voting actually is with the other party. So it depends. And then there are those who will be like, me, I'm just here. I'm just here. Let me wait. What the ground tells me is when I will tell you which side I want to vote in. And those are very interesting characters to deal with, especially in the national scene.
And just to add on to that, the difficulty with independence is because of the current structure of the legislature. You find that if you're independent, you have to ally with a side. Otherwise, you may, although they try to change the standing orders now, you may find that you miss committees. Because if the minority decides to put you in one of the, they'll be doing it as a favor. Or if the majority decides to do that. And not being in a committee is a very frustrating thing for an elected leader, because you then cannot do anything.
No, but from what we've seen, there is they are always friends of committees. I'm here.
And then there's the aspect,
as a friend.
There's also the aspect of missing revenue. Especially now that the CDF has been taken away, now that is going to be a problem.
Sitting allowance.
The sitting allowance. Yes. So that is going to be a very interesting thing, because people will have now to switch sides and say, nah, Mia. You guys, you left me, but I'm still with you.
Don't forget me.
Yes. All right, so Shiksha, pick some final words from Millie and Gibson.
Absolutely. You know, like we've been just talking about the different elements of this election, and as we await the final results of the presidential elections, currently we've been seeing that subnational results have actually been, you know, trickling in as we continue to talk about the MPs, and we also spoke about the incumbent MPs and how, you know, a lot of them are actually fresh, and a lot of them are actually so to speak, you know, they don't have that experience. And do you think that that's an issue when you talk about a member of parliament who doesn't really have an experience when it comes to having that particular seat per se? Do you think it would be a bit of a challenge for them and to try and get a grip of things in the beginning?
It is definitely a challenge, and in fact it is one of the things now that will be their key task, yes, which is representation, oversight and legislation, because in order for them to represent the people, they must be able to articulate the people's issues in the House. In order for them to be able to legislate, it means that they must be able to contribute in the discourse during the making of these bills. Yes. Now we know that with the current setup, with 300 and something legislators almost in the National Assembly, it is very, very difficult for any of them to catch the eye of the Speaker, for them to be able to speak. So it will probably be very frustrating. For the most seasoned ones, they normally know the tricks. They know the tricks where you'll find that they know when to press, so that they highlight their name, so that they'll be picked up by the Speaker. They know how to catch the eye of the Speaker or the chair of the session, so that they're able to contribute. Sometimes they're even called twice, and they have to be reminded that you already spoke to this, you may not speak to it, because they had played the tricks to ensure they're caught. These are things that novices may not know. So I think it's a very frustrating, unless you're a quick learner, it may be very frustrating in the first couple of months. And unfortunately or fortunately, I'm not sure which one to use, we've got a very alert Kenyan society who are watching. They want to see whether you're speaking, whether you're contributing, and they're commenting on that. Yeah. And now that the CDF will have been removed, focus, I'm sure, will be more on who is doing what in Bunge. Are they playing their role? Yes. We've had MPs who have even been re-elected, and they never spoke even once. They were never in Bunge. They were at risk of, I will not name them, but I'm sure we know.
All they said is I.
Yes.
But the only time they actually spoke a complete sentence is when they were being sworn. So there's of course that aspect, and we expect that these people are going to have a challenge. And, the standing orders of Parliament are legalistic in nature. So if especially somebody does not come from a legal background, we'll need to do a refresher on maybe legislative drafting and such things, and even the standing orders procedures, because some of them, even pretty late in the day, you will actually see the speaker correcting them that's actually against the order. You cannot be speaking after he has spoken, or is actually on a point of order, you can't interrupt him. So, if that happens for seasoned guys, or actually people who have been in Parliament for the longest, then it means that's going to be a problem. A very big problem, because some of these people will have to be taken to class. And very interesting to notice that once these guys get to Parliament, they become larger than life. You call them for a conference, these guys cannot sit 5 minutes. Once they have signed, especially, there's some allowance they have to take, they just sign. The next minute you see them congregating in a southern corner, discussing some very different things from what is actually supposed to be discussed. And off they leave. And then they show up maybe at the close, and they say, we were here. Well, they're actually not even aware what was discussed. And this is how we end up coming up with poor policies, or these people end up passing legislation which actually they ought to have the input, but then they have a very poor grasp of these things. And we end up, because all they're interested in is in the money, is in what is happening, how we coalescing against a certain particular aspect. And if the aspect of the new members, if it's actually going to be big, we are actually going to have a bigger problem, given that these other new young ones will be like calves, which will be following the old ones, the seasoned ones. So if the seasoned ones are up to mischief, they will be pulling them in, and will end up having serious issues, especially in decision making at the National Assembly.
All right, a quick one from each one of you as a closing remark, because now that the National Assembly numbers have started coming in, we are supposed to have 290 elected from the 290 constituencies, 47 women from the counties. So we are talking about 337. But there is the 1/3 rule about gender representation in Parliament, and that means at least 67 women must be elected from the 290 constituencies. Looking at the last letter that Chief Justice, the last heavy communication that came from Chief Justice Emeritus David Maraga to the President was dissolve Parliament. This body is not supposed to exist. What's going to be the implication if we do not have 113, 114 members of the National Assembly who are women this time round?
We start the conversation again. Unfortunately, the way the law is structured, this will be a new parliament, so they have to be given an opportunity to also pass the legislation. So we'll start the conversation again, and chances are that it will be a never-ending saga.
Gibson.
From my end, I think, as of course, I would want to add to that and say that, of course, that will be given, and then even if the discussion flops in the first stage, then they have again another 6 months to bring it up, the way the other parliaments have been doing. Like, you find that there was Duale tried to do this, another person tried to do this after some time, and then we are like, now let's just get back to court and decide whether this thing is workable. But then there's also a very interesting perspective, which has come up. There's a very interesting perspective which has come up in that the party lists for nominations. I think I saw quite a number of women featuring highly. I think parties are anticipating a situation where they might be in such a situation where we might not be able to have elected women under the parties or under the coming to Parliament through elections. So that is going to be another avenue where we're going to get nominations. I hope we're going to get enough. So that we don't have to actually restart this conversation again.
Yeah, definitely at the county level we should, but at the national level the law does not allow them. So then it becomes very tricky again, because they have only 12 nominations.
Exactly.
And that's it.
All right. Thank you very much, Millie Luanga and Gibson Gisore, for being with us. Well, time for us to take a little break, and we shall come back and update you more on what's happening all around the world as the numbers start coming in from the constituency tallying centers. The B series of forms is now in effect. now that all the A series of forms has been dispensed with until Chebukati checks them at Bomas before he makes the announcement by the 16th. Now he's got to do it by the 16th of August, and then after he makes that announcement, 1 week later, he's got some other elections to take care of. Let's take a short break. Everyone needs a cup of coffee at the moment in the studio. Everyone. Let's give them that chance.
Good morning. It is still a tight race between Raila Odinga and William Ruto, too close to call, and we will be informing you about the numbers as they continue to download the forms, because clearly the job is on our end to download and tally these results. We shall be informing you every single minute as this happens. Welcome to Kenya Decides on KBC Channel 1. We continue to inform you and giving you a 360 degrees a look into the elections in Kenya. Who has fallen, who is rising, that we will be telling you in a bit. But let me also welcome Victor Olo and Jane Wamboy, who are with us on set as we do this. Victor Olo, good morning.
Good morning. It's another cold morning here in Nairobi, but we can be so sure that we are going to give you the best of our coverage this particular day. First of all, we have to say thank you for staying with us, and even the night team, the night runners, we call them the night runners. We're taking over, but that is just all in a day's work. Until around 1 p.m., we'll be giving you all the updates that you need to know on this particular day. Where are you watching us from? From which part of the country or even our borders you're watching us from? Talk to us on social media. My name is Victor Olo. Welcome to the program.
All right, Jen Wambo is also with us. Jen, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. 11th day of August, the post-mortem after the election. We still keep up with the numbers to let you know what the latest is in regards to the numbers. And of course, keeping up with the conversation on social media to let you know what is valid and what is not valid, as well as welcoming your thoughts. And especially so in line with this conversation that we are having right here on Kenya Decides. Officially on Twitter, our station handle is at KBC Channel 1. The hashtag that you need to get on is Kenya Decides 2022, and you can always talk to us individually at Victor Olo, at J Curia, and at Jane Wamboy. We keep you updated with all that we know. And as far as the numbers go, remember once again, these are provisional results, and especially so for the presidential candidates. At the end of the day, at the end of this tallying exercise, IEBC will be giving the final results, and that will be the final figure that everyone will have to deal with. But as far as our tally goes, as you can see on your screens, the Deputy President William Ruto is still leading with 51.14%, which is 2,875,416 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 2,708,126 votes, which is equivalent to 48.1%. We also have Professor George Wajakoya coming in third with 0.42% of the vote, which translates to 23,798 votes. And finally, we have David Mwaure, who has a 0.27% of the vote, which translates to 15,126 votes. And again, this just goes on to show you the numbers keep changing, the numbers keep going up until we get the final results, as will be announced by the IEBC. And again, we caution you from taking to heart the numbers and the figures that are being thrown on social media to just avoid disinformation and misinformation. As far as our count goes, we are taking our time to ensure that we're keying in the right information. But then again, they still remain to be the provisional results. So that is where we stand so far. We keep you updated as the numbers keep checking in. For now, let me throw it back to you, Victor and Curia. We continue with the other live coverages that we have with our reporters across the country.
All right, quite a caution there. Don't take the results you're seeing on social media to heart. But that is, the factual thing is the tallying, probably the end of this tallying will happen tomorrow. If you wish to take what you see on social media to heart, it's your trouble.
Absolutely.
Right. Let's head over to the Nairobi Tallying Center. We have Jacqueline Masharia on standby at the Nairobi Tallying Center. Jacqueline Masharia, good morning. Good to see you up and early. Tell us what is happening there, and of course the contestations in there. Over to you, Jacqueline.
Good morning to you, John Jacob Curia, in studio. We are live at the Kasarani Constituency Tallying Center, where tallying of voting is still ongoing here. We can see more activities happening here. If my camera person can pan to give you a full picture of what is happening here. Voting or tallying of votes is still ongoing here. We had earlier on spoken to the returning officer, who is Mr. Wafula, who assured us that he has received all the 240 ballot papers from the 240 polling stations, and he has they're still tallying, and the reason as to why the tallying is still ongoing is to make sure they are sure of the results and to avoid any legal processes that may follow next. He also made it clear for the member of Parliament candidates to remain calm and be patient for the results, as he will be announcing them. He also noted that he told us that the results probably will be announced at around 9 a.m. after activities of the whole night, counting and tallying the votes, just to make sure they have the correct numbers. He also told us, or rather he also assured us, that the votes are correct, and the exercise is also transparent and fair. We will be bringing you much more on what is happening here at this Kasarani Tallying Center. We will make sure we keep our viewers up to speed. But for now, that's all we have for you. Back to you, John Jacob Curia, Victor Lowe, and Jane in studio.
Right, that's Jacqueline Masharia from the Nairobi Tallying Center. That's how it looks in Nairobi, and obviously if they have received all results from the 240 polling stations, we'll be expecting a quite number of results from Nairobi County.
Absolutely. This is where now, and the way you correctly put it, counting will still continue. It's not yet done, and that is exactly how it's happening across the country, with several constituencies, tallying centers still presenting their final results. It's a tedious job. People thought that it was going to be a one-day affair, but it doesn't work like that, because there's some places which had high number of polling stations running into hundreds of them, and the returning officers in those particular constituencies had to reconcile all the forms from the polling stations and give a final tally. So it's a tedious job which calls for some sort of patience.
It actually got me thinking that sometimes, and I think over the last 2 elections, we butter the IEBC so much, particularly when we don't get the numbers in good time. But this time, I think they have left it to us. It is your responsibility, whether as a political party, a media house, or even a supporter of any political party, just go to their portal, download those forms, and calculate for yourselves. And
that's the level of democracy we are in.
It's a job that we have not fared very well, and so the members of the public too have not fared very well. And I believe the IEBC will bail us out at some point, because by tomorrow probably we expect the results.
But you see, one funny thing is that most Kenyans are not going to the portal. They are depending on the mainstream media for the information. Perhaps because of the translation on how to translate the figures into real facts for them could be a bit of a challenge. Only for those people who can understand the flow and the real interpretation of those figures can go to the portal and see the real figures. But as it stands, mainstream media is still taking the lead in the process of disseminating the information to the public there.
Absolutely. I realized how difficult it is, for example. Let's take Starehe constituency, for example.
Yes.
If you want to see the results in Starehe, and you have Nairobi Central Ward that carries the entire CBD, and you want to see the results in Starehe. So once you click on the Nairobi Central Ward, you have now to click on Moi Avenue Primary School, for example. Moi Avenue Primary School had about 20 or 25 polling stations.
Right.
So you have now to start downloading from polling station 1 to polling station 25.
Then do the tabulation.
Then you do the tabulation there. All right. Then you're done with Moi Avenue Primary School. You go to St. Peter's Clavers, for example.
Exactly.
Also.
Yes.
It has like about 30 polling stations. You open them and you start downloading one by one, 30 forms 34A. You do a tabulation. So it tells you it's not a very easy job.
And that is why I think IEBC is taking their good time. Because they know the magic, they know the science on how to do the tabulation.
They're not just even taking their time. They're even throwing jibes at us.
Exactly.
You had the IEBC chairperson say yesterday that the media is lagging behind when it comes to
so
the tallying
there is something
of
that
results.
Wafula Chebukati, the team, are aware of that as media we don't know. But it's true that the IEBC and Chebukati gave that platitude to everyone and anyone who was in a position to have their parallel tallying center. We have got ELOG, the observers, we have got the media, whoever can, and even the political players. If you can have your tallying center, well and good. But you know what? We have the magic touch. Absolutely. So we are waiting for Chebukati. I'm so sure wherever he is waiting for us, like
he's having fun.
Yeah.
He's having fun.
2 million, 3 million.
I'll tell you what, even political parties,
right,
the ones that are jesting out here about how they have the results, trust me, they're not done. They're not done with their tallies.
Not yet.
They're not done with their tallies. And irrespective of how many people they engage in terms of counting, I can assure you, no party sits pretty and nobody can claim that they have the results. They have finished with the tallying of these results, because I understand still there's quite a number again of polling stations that are yet to submit their results. Remember also yesterday, Eldas constituency in Wajir was also voting from MCA all the way up to the presidential election. They were voting yesterday, and there was also in Mandera that had not submitted all of its polling stations, and we expect that to be complete by today. But it was a critical point raised yesterday by one journalist as they were posing a question to Chebukati. Because you know how Northeastern is, there is a possibility then of somebody who had voted on Tuesday to come out in Eldas yesterday and vote. But the IEBC chairperson said, instead of the left, because everybody who voted on Tuesday, the indelible ink was being put on the left hand. In Eldas, everybody would have been, the indelible ink was being put on the right. That is to ensure nobody comes out again.
Because of the delay there. Yeah, there's a delay there. All right, remember we also have our newspapers today, and we'll be taking you through the local dailies and to give you what that you need to know. It's full of numbers today. We have got big losers and big winners, the fallen giants, pictures of, everybody else. It's a trying moment. I don't know whether we should start. Let me start with the Star newspaper here.
Go ahead.
And just take you through the front page of the Star. And this how it looks like. That's the front page of the Star newspaper. Too close to call as nation awaits. The front page. Too close to call as nation awaits. We have got DP Ruto there and Right Honorable Raila Odinga. And down here we have got pictures of the fallen giants as well, of that of the big winners. Okay. Here, the two candidates swept their backyards at tallying counties, continues rather, and it says that too close to call as nation awaits. Who are some of the fallen giants? One, we have got Amos Kimunya, who is the outgoing majority leader in the parliament. We have got Jeremiah Kioni, who was the chairman of the Jubilee Party. Naomi Shaban, Kanini Kega of Kieni. We have got Moses Kura, who was vying for the gubernatorial seat in Kiambu County. We have got Kabando wa Kabando, Priscilla Nyokabi, and Sospita Ojamong. Remember, Sospita Ojamong was
he is the governor, right?
Yes. He's the governor. He's now outgoing, Sospito Jamong. Who are the big winners according to the Star newspaper? We have got Felix Odiwuor, aka Jalango. We have got Mark Mwenje, Martin Wanyonyi, Alice Wahome of Kandara is back. Dennis Waweru is also back in Parliament. Samuel Chepkonga, all right. We have got Sam Atandi of Alego Songa and Mpuru Aburi.
All right.
That's as per the Star newspaper. What do you have on the front page?
Okay, let's look at this. The Daily Nation. Cliffhanger. This is how the Daily Nation looks like this morning. A cliffhanger. And you have the picture of the Deputy President as well as Raila Odinga. That's how the front page looks like. And it says, too close to call. Raila Odinga and William Ruto were last evening neck and neck in various tallies for the presidential elections. But of course, the Daily Nation this morning puts William Ruto at 50.12%, while Raila Odinga is at 49.21%. That's very, very, very close. Being named sent parking, as you correctly talked about, Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Naomi Shaban, Moses Kuria, the party leader of Chama Chakazi, Alfred Keter of Nandi Hills, Kanini Kega of Kieni Nyeri, Richard Tongi of Nyeri Barichache, Nixon Koril in Langata, Cliff Ombeta, he's a criminal lawyer. His bid for Bonchari flopped, and so is a former LSK chairperson, Nelson Harvey, whose bid flopped in Westlands. A bit of looking at it, page 2 covers the upsets in Rift Valley as newbies beat veterans, and some of the veterans who've been beaten, the likes of Alfred Keter, William Chepkut, who, you know, Chepkut was the former PA to Nicholas Biwott. Samuel Chepkonga recaptured that seat in Ainabkoi. Corneli Serem, the Eldai MP, also lost to Marianne Keitani, that is in Nandi County, as well as Mishra Prop, the Keses Member of Parliament, or outgoing Keses Member of Parliament. Good showing for ODM in Po as its candidates clinch majority of seats, particularly in Kisumu, Siaya, Migori, Homa Bay. ODM put up quite a very good show, and in Kisumu particularly, they scooped everything. You're talking about the governor, Anyang' Nyong'o, the woman representative, that is Ruth Odinga. Senator is Professor Tom Ojienda, and Rosa Boyu, I think, to Kisumu West. Kisumu West constituency. Concessions galore as political bigwigs bite the dust in heated battles for seats, and we expect more concessions today and victory speeches because they will fall, they will bite dust one by one, and they will win one by one, depending on which one will be found on the side of winning and the other on the side of losing. That's how the Daily Nation looks like. It talks about the map. You will see the pictures of officers and IEBC officials yesterday as they went out to ensure that ballot papers are in the right places. Turnout of 64% says Chebukati. We were talking about 56 yesterday. After the collation of data from the IEBC, the turnout was 64%. But lastly, on page 10, yellow fever. UDA wave sweeps Mount Kenya region. You're looking at Speaker John Kagushia of the Nyeri County Assembly, who is the Speaker, scooping Mokoroine constituency in Nyeri County. Ex-Laikipia Governor Joshua Irungu is back, beating the chairperson of Raila Odinga Presidential Secretariat, that is Governor Derito Mureithi in Laikipia. You have Geoffrey Wandeto also winning, I think, in Teto constituency, and you also have the MP Tonga Morogara also recapturing his seat. If you look at Moranga, for example, and Nyeri, you will discover that indeed it's yellow fever, because I think from top to bottom, they voted for the UDA party.
Okay, let me give you this an interesting cartoon here, and I think this is quite something that most Kenyans are going through. Perhaps my camera may just zoom in. It's an interesting cartoon, and curious, let's just talk about this cartoon here. Here we have got IEBC delivery room, and we have got Professor Jakoya taking his good time in some waiting outside there. Then that must be Chebukati inside the delivery room. There is UDA, Deputy President William Ruto, also waiting to get the good news. What's happening inside there? Rao also waiting, that's Raila Odinga, also waiting to see. And Wahiga, Maure as well, on the other side of corner. This exactly is what's happening across the country right now, more so to the candidates as well as their supporters to understand what is going on and what will be the final tally. Okay, that is a bit of the start, but before we continue with the standard here, perhaps get to Lady J.
All right, so now in regards to the Form 34A submission, the process is still ongoing. So far, when you look at the IEBC portal, submission of Form 34As is at 99.69%. A total of 46,085 have been submitted out of 46,229. So a little over 100 more Form 34As to be submitted. And when you go through the list of the counties, about 25 of them have 100% submission. A few of them collectively contribute to the 100 plus Form 34A forms that are remaining to be submitted by these particular counties. So this is meant to inform the information that IEBC puts out. And remember, Form 34As come from the polling stations, which are transmitted to the constituencies and collected into and consequently put in a collation to Form 34B, and this is transmitted to the National Tallying Center, where we'll have the final results announced by the IEBC in Form 34C. But now going back to this particular figure here in regards to the presidential results, you had mentioned some bit about strongholds, Kyria and Victor, and looking at Central Kenya, some of the Mount Kenya counties right here at the center. We have Kiambu right there. We have Kirinyaga right there. We have Murang'a right there. And these are the counties that constitute Central Kenya, and Nyeri right there. These are the counties, rather, that when you look at this image, you can actually see that a huge majority of the vote so far in this particular counties has actually gone to Deputy President William Ruto. And when we narrow in further to just understand the figures in this particular counties, let's start off with Nyeri County. Again, not every constituency has finalized the submission of the Form 34As with the final results, but as you can see, in Tetu constituency, Deputy President is leading with 31,828 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 5,990. And you can see the huge difference, about 25,000 votes between Raila Odinga and William Ruto. Thirdly, we have Professor George Wajakoya, who has 172 votes, and David Maure with 130 votes. Now, when we move to another county still in the Mount Kenya region, let's have a look at Kiambu. Kiambu County, there we go. All the constituencies have submitted their results, and we can just have a quick look at Thika. Thika Town, Deputy President William Ruto leading with 60,726 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 29,951 votes. Professor George Wajakoya has garnered 438 votes, and David Maure with 424 votes. Again, a different constituency, just one more before we get to move to a different area. Let's have a look at Gatondo North. There we go. William Ruto leading with 40,688 votes, followed by Raila Odinga with 8,811 votes, and Professor George Wajakoya with 204 votes, and finally David Maure with 136 votes. And when you just look at the overall image of Kiambu County, Deputy President William Ruto has dominated, or rather has garnered the biggest chunk of the vote in this particular county, which cumulatively translates to 606,628 votes. That is about 73.57%. Raila comes in second with 25.44% of the Kiambu vote, which is an equivalent of 209,784. Professor George Wajakoya managed to get 4,353 votes, which is 0.53% of the cumulative vote in Kiambu County. And finally, David Maure garnered 3,813 votes, an equivalent of 0.46 votes. And you remember, Kiambu County has a registered population of 1,275,008 voters. Now, let us quickly take a step back and look at the areas that are perceived to be Raila Odinga's strongholds. And when we zoom to areas in Western Kenya, right there, in this circle right here, these are the counties that are considered to be the strongholds for Raila Odinga. And when we just narrow in and look at one of these counties, we could start off with Kisumu County. There we go. That is Kisumu County. And from just that image that you can see right there, only one constituency is yet to submit their results. And of course, that will give us the whole picture of how the population in Kisumu has voted. But from this image, you can see that Raila Odinga has dominated in terms of the vote percentage in all the almost all the constituencies in Kisumu County, except one, which we are still awaiting results for, and that is Nyakach. But in an area like Kisumu West, Raila Odinga leading with 57,514. William Ruto coming in second with 1,156. And when you look at that, the difference between these two figures, 55,000 plus votes are the difference between Raila Odinga and William Ruto in Kisumu West. Thirdly, Professor George Wajakoya garnered 141 votes, and David Maure garnered only 39 votes. When we look at another constituency, we can go to Muhoroni. There we have it. Raila Odinga, again, a huge gap between him and all the other candidates, 59,966. And David Maure, who is the one who has received the least number of votes, only garnering 36 votes from the Kisumu Muhoroni constituency in Kisumu. Now, when you have a look at a final county, is still in West in Nyanza, Kenya, another county that is considered to be one of his strongholds. We can have a look at Kakamega County. Here we go. Again, as you can see, quite a number of constituencies haven't fully submitted their results. But as you can see so far, Raila Odinga still is leading in the constituencies that have managed to submit their results. Looking at Lugari, Raila Odinga with 36,604 votes against David Maure, who has the least number of votes at 133 votes. So, as you can see, these are just the figures as per what we have so far, and especially so looking at areas that are considered to be the strongholds for these particular candidates. And later on, we're going to be looking at, continuing with looking at some of the counties that were considered to be battlegrounds prior to these elections, and that was based on the pollsters looking at the popularity of these candidates. Raila Odinga was leading in 18 counties. Deputy President William Ruto was leading in 17 counties, but right at the center were 12 counties that were termed as battlegrounds for these two particular candidates that could either make or break either of their presidential votes at the end of the tallying process. So this, as and when it keeps updating, we'll be sure to let you know. But then again, when we come back, we'll be looking at those battlegrounds right here on this smartboard. Carrier.
All right, that is how the map looks in terms of how every candidate is faring, and we'll be picking up conversations around the country, obviously also linking up with our reporters, telling you what is ongoing. In about 20 minutes ago, Gilgil, the contest has been announced, and Martha Wangari of UDA is the new Gilgil MP. Not really new, because she has been the MP for Gilgil the last 5 years. She has gotten her second term in Gilgil. Martha Wangari has been announced winner. Just a reminder, and we will be having those graphics up for you. The losers in this election so far, the big names that are out: Amos Kimunya, the Kipipiri Member of Parliament, or the outgoing MP Kipipiri. And the outgoing majority leader lost yesterday to Wanjiku Moher. Naomi Shaban of Taita Taveta or Taveta constituency lost that election after 20 years. Kanini Kega, who has served 10 years as MP for Kieni, has also lost his position. So has Jeremiah Kioni, who has served as Daragwa MP, had a 5-year stint, then lost between 2013 to 17, came back 2017 to 2022, but lost the seat in the election on Tuesday. Moses Kuria, who was running for governor in Kiambu after serving for the last 8 years as Gatundu South Member of Parliament, also lost his position. Victor Munyaka, the MP for Machakos Town, has also lost his position to Wiper. He was vying on a UDA ticket. Nixon Korir also lost his position to Felix Odiwar, alias Jalango of ODM. Nixon Korir was running on an ODM. Nixon Korir was running on a UDA ticket. George Deuri of UDA and the Member of Parliament for Embakasi West, who was served for 10 years, lost to Mwenje of Jubilee Party. Alfred Keter lost to a UDA candidate. Obviously, after losing the UDA nominations, he decided to run as an independent candidate in Nandi Hills constituency. He lost that position yesterday after serving the constituency for 10 years. Silas Tiren, the Member of Parliament for Moi Ben, also lost his position to a professor actually, who is a don at Moi University, and you can see now the pictures on your screen, the fallen giant. You also have the likes of Kiprop Mishra, who is the Member of Parliament for KSS, was vying on an independent ticket, was floored by a UDA aspirant or candidate. Richard Tongi of Nyaribari Chache also lost his position. So did William Chepkut of Ainab Koi after Samuel Chepkonga recaptured his seat in Ainab Koi of Western Gishu County. Cornelis Serem, the Aldai Member of Parliament, losing to Marianne Keitani of UDA, and that's just about it. There are several others who've lost, and we'll be bringing you details, obviously, as we continue to receive them. There is quite a possibility that KJ, John Kerry, has lost to Dennis Waweru of Jubilee Party in Dagoretti South, and we'll be looking at it and also looking at the newcomers who have also captured seats in their respective places. I will have that data collated for you and inform you about your next leadership in the next 5 years. Which governors lost and which ones are regaining their seats, we'll also be telling you about it in a few. But for now, let me throw it to Victor Olo to start our conversation this morning. I also have guests from my end, but for now, Victor Olo.
Very well, JJ, and it's quite interesting to see that some of the big names have fallen by the wayside, something that we are going to be discussing in the program on what are some of the dynamics in our Kenyan politics. With me, I have got Jen Muthiga, who is the Secretary General of Digital Broadcast Association, as well as the Secretary General of Agano Party. I have her in studio. I will be engaging her shortly. But let me take you through the front page of the Standard newspaper. Talk about the fallen heroes and all the big names. Shock upsets as Raila, Ruto wait continues. The tallying of votes for all elective seats continued at a snail's pace yesterday, even as political heavyweights in parliamentary and gubernatorial elections were dealt a mortal blow by newcomers in Tuesday's election. Just what you've said and what you've lined out there on the Standard as well, I have people who have fallen by the wayside. I have got Amos Kimunya, Jeremiah Kioni, Ngunjiri Wambogo, Nyeri Town MP. I have got George Theuri of Embakasi West, and as well as Moses Kuria, Gatundu South Member of Parliament, who are out as well. I have Wafula Munyinyi Kandoi, Kanini Kega of Kieni, Masiga Kuya of Kasarani constituency, Victor Munyaka Machakos Town Member of Parliament, as well as Nixon Korea. So it's pretty much the same as what you have outlined there. And as at last evening, Raila Odinga had 3,779,900 75. That is as at last evening, and William Ruto had 3,794,778. That translated to 49.78%, with Raila Odinga doing at 49.59%. Of course, those figures have so far changed since yesterday because of the time factor. Hope and anxiety in Nyanza on presidential poll. Independent in Ruto's backyard fall by the wayside. And finally, IEBC confident of beating result transmission deadline. They have got 7 days to do so. On the second and third page, we have got full pictorial. You can take a look at that. Interesting bits of what is happening. Heading into the inner pages here, Azimio and UD are confident of a win as nation awaits IEBC declaration. Of course, already we have got the analysis and the figures there for you to take a look at. It's a full page of Matters election. Continuing on page 6 and 7, UD wave in Rift sweeps away big names. What are some of the indicators and the contributors to this? Some of MPs who had lost in their nominations had promised to give Ruto's party a hard time. Top Jubilee party leaders Kimunya and Kioni concede defeat, but Lesuda leading. Early results show Ruto allies in Mount Kenya ahead as rival concede. We have Uranga Senator Irungu Kangata there, Governors Kiraitu and Mureithi among candidates who were trailing by last evening. And UDA aspirants in Muranga and Nyeri led, while Kiunjuri was set to recapture his seat. You can take a look at that. It's a full page back-to-back on what we have on the Standard here. Winners, losers in Nairobi and Eastern contest. We have got Nixon Correa of UDA loses to media personality Felix Oduor. Of course, that has been said. In Dagoretti South, John Kiare of UDA was leading Jubilee's Dennis Waweru. But from what we have, it's Dennis Waweru who has since taken the mantle home. Kiare.
All right, that's the latest from the attrition rate, because in any election, though, the attrition rate in any election is always very high, and that was bound to happen, that we're going to have losers and winners in this election. But Parliament obviously tells you things are thick for some of his candidates, probably, who stood on the wrong end of what the electorate wanted. In studio, I have Alex Mola, an advocate of the High Court. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. Looking at the parliamentary results in this election, tells you that, one, Parliament is poorer because it appears like people who've got experiences in legislative issues, most of them have been sent packing.
Well, I don't know if I should say that the parliament is poorer. I think, first of all, being elected is a democratic right of the people, and the people can choose to have new representatives. Secondly, the representation of the people, I mean, whoever gets elected to parliament, there are rules and standing orders of how parliament is run. So it's not like they have to be taught. They don't need mentors to legislate. And so I think I wouldn't call it poorer. I think there'll be a lot of fresh blood, and with fresh blood it means whoever once is coming to be an MP for the first time, in most cases they want to bring change, and those changes are normally through the laws. And so I think to me, it's a good thing, because we have seen some of the laws that have stalled. I mean, some of the bills that have stalled in Parliament. We have seen some of the things that we wanted to be changed, including things like two-thirds gender rule that have stalled. And because most of those old guard had refused to do it. So we hope that with fresh blood, most of the things we've been thinking that should be done will be done. And so I think it's a good thing to have more fresh blood in Parliament. Yeah.
Now that you talk about the two-thirds gender principle, looking at some of the results coming in, do you think we are anywhere closer to achieving that, probably even before we talk about legislation or implementation of that clause of a constitution? Looking at this election, are we anywhere close to implementing it?
I do not think so. And it all started with nominations. Because once you see that most of the contestants were going to be male, then it was obvious that the people who are going to be elected, most of them were going to be male. And perhaps that the parties are going to balance that out through the people they are going to fill in through the other slots that are non-elective. Yeah, but for the elective posts, I do not think that we could easily match that, because up to now Kenya is still more patriarchal, and people still vote more. Female candidates still have disadvantage in campaigns and in many things, as we've already said. And many people still haven't embraced female leadership in this country, at least most parts of the country. And so that is reflected in what you're saying. Yeah.
All right, reflection and looking at the 2000 gender principle, whether that is a possibility in this election, even without having to think about legislation to implement that clause of a constitution. Victor, over to you to introduce your team as you take it up.
Absolutely. All right, so on this other side today, I have got Jen Muthiga, as I said, who is the Secretary General of Digital Broadcast Association, as well as she's also the Secretary of Agano Party. As well, I have Mark Okuru Echakara, who is a pastor, transformational leadership expert, and political analyst. Welcome to the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
Let me start with you. Now there's ladies first. Let's start accused of gender bias.
Yeah.
Everywhere they lead.
Yes.
I have no idea. But let me start with you. Where are we at this particular point? This is the 11th day of August.
Yes, this is a very important moment in our country, where we are looking at ushering in leaders. They may be new, they may be, you know, just the old leaders or people that we are quite familiar with.
Yes.
But it's a very important moment in Kenya today, because it's a time that we are looking at, you know, ushering in a leadership that will see Kenya, you know, moving to the next level. And moving to the next level in terms of economic gains, in terms of, you know, transformation of the nation. Kenyans are having a lot of expectation at this particular time. And we're looking at a time where also we are moving from the corona season, the economic challenges, the problems, you know, all that. And we are looking at these leaders, the leaders that you're going to have, the moment that you are, you know, anticipating that you'll be able to move the nation forward to economic development, forward to social development, and all that. We have a lot of expectations, and we are anxious as Kenyans. Kenyans are very, very anxious to see within the next 7 days what kind of leaders that you're going to have. But I'm happy that you've already started receiving a number of them. I'm sure most of us now know who is our MCA. We are getting now the results towards the MPs in different places, and the senators, the women rep, and soon the governors, and the big name that you are all waiting for, who will be the fifth president.
The fifth president.
Yes, and all these expectations, and all this we are looking at it with anxiety, with a lot of hope for this nation. Yes.
All right, Mark, as you give me your opening remarks, she's talked about the anxiety, but the good book says that they'll be anxious.
Well, thank you so very much for having me here today. I totally agree with that. You know, elections being what they are. Today, we find ourselves in a very strategic position as a nation. First, because we are going through a transition, in the sense that we are going to have, automatically going to have another president. And so there is an element of transition, and the expectations on the part of the supporters of the various candidates is very high. But looking back, looking back at the benefit of hindsight, when we look at the history of our elections, what we're experiencing today, we can say is better. It's a good sign that our democracy is maturing and growing, unlike in the past where the anxieties would boil over by the time the results are announced, it's like, just the spark that triggers everything. Yeah. Right now, the country is absolutely calm, and it's a good sign.
It's a complete departure from what we've gone through in past elections.
Exactly. Considering the stakes, it's a good place.
And the fact that it's a transitional election period, people would have expected something completely contrary.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
And just to come back to Jen, as a Secretary General of a party, perhaps Kenyans had a lot of anxiety and expectations.
Yeah.
You would imagine what is going through the minds of the 4 presidential candidates, all of them.
Yeah.
What do you think is in their minds, as you speak?
Actually, in their mind, and I'm happy that the IEBC actually presented to us a very good process of, of the tallying process. I really congratulate them for this, that all of us have an opportunity really to look through the portal to see what is there and what is not happening. The presidential candidates and their team, or the political party, they also have got tallying centers. They have got opportunities to look through what is happening in various places where they think they are strong, where they think, they have done some homework, good homework, and what is happening in various places. So that is managing a lot of our anxiety, because the portal gives us the opportunity, when you have a question and you want to look at what is happening on that particular space, you're able to go to the portal quickly, get to see the data, and be able to answer some of the questions. However, looking at especially the top 2, the margins are very, what you're seeing on the screens.
Yes.
The margins are very close, very, very close. And we are all hoping that, just as somebody said, that nobody has completed the tallying. As of now. Even the political parties have not completed. And anyway, we've not received all the forms. So none of the presidential candidates would be able to say, I've won, or I'll win, or something like that. So all of them are there. They're just praying and hoping that, that particular number, that particular tick will tick for themselves.
And perhaps that's why Chebukati and his team are sitting pretty. That's what we were talking about earlier on, Kioria, that, Chebukati has got the magic stick at the end of the day, because of the legal timelines of 7 days to announce the ultimate winner.
Actually,
yes.
It's like we are under his mercy. And like I told you earlier, I think we're used to battering the IEBC so much. It's at this election when we realize that actually we need them to just tally the results. Like, seriously. Yeah, because that's what we pay them for. This election has exposed the underbelly. First of all, it appears like, media houses need to invest in data journalism as well as political parties, because I don't think every political party was really prepared about counting. And actually, I would want to hear probably from Agano Party how prepared they were to collect this data, and we'll talk about that in a bit when we return to you. But coming back to you, Wakili, the credibility of this election, do you think it has, gotten to the level where we can say that this election is not easy for anybody to go to court and challenge the outcome?
One, I think first of all, going to court, people go to court for different reasons, and people even who don't have a proper claim can go to court. And for me, this election, I think perhaps for the past, since the promulgation of the Constitution, this has been the most free election, because one, we have witnessed very few incidences out of the ordinary. The issues like violence that we used to see, we haven't seen them. The transmission of things like from 34A that were being delayed previously, right now, when you could see Chebukati addressing the public yesterday, about 98-point-something% had already been presented. And so there is nothing to hide. And the IEBC is telling you whatever has been declared at the polling station through the Form 34A, that's what you have. Those are the results. So I think this election has been, IEBC has tried. We have to give it to them. as much as I think there'll be no reason for people going to court, I think every candidate reserves the right to go to court within 7 days after the declaration of this result.
Without the court in mind, because even as I framed the question, I didn't have the court in mind, but I'm talking about challenging the results. If you were to put up a case against this election and the relaying of results, do you think there would be any credible challenge?
I think up to now, from what we are seeing, because parties are collecting their own data from wherever they are. What most of us are relying on is what you are seeing on TV and social media and things like that. But parties are collecting their own information from different places. So if parties have something different from what you're seeing, perhaps they'll be justified. But from what we have been seeing up to now, I do not think there is anything that someone can rely on to overturn the results, or can even rely on to challenge these results.
Okay, quite an interesting one, Victor. Before you take it up, and probably to the Agano Party official, how prepared were you to collect this data, seeing that even big boys or big players still are struggling with the collection of data?
Yes, thank you so much for that particular question. As a party, we are quite prepared to collect that data. What we did train our ICT team. We have got a team that is already looking into the portal, analyzing the data and all that. We are a very interested party because despite being very, maybe this is our first time that we are really getting it that close to the presidency and fielding a candidate. And we want to see what is our strength, what are Kenyans saying. Every other data that comes back, every vote that has been given to us is a very important vote because it is communicating to us. It is communicating to our manifesto. It is communicating to our values and all that. So we are very interested. We have got our team that is doing the tally, that is looking with a very keen eye of everyone who has voted for us, the various constituencies, the various wards, the various counties that have voted for Agano Party presidential candidate, that is David Maure, and we are looking at it with a keen eye and to understand, because that is giving feedback to us about our manifestos, our beliefs, our principles, our campaign, how we did our campaign, and it's also going to inform to us about the way forward and the future of our political aspiration of being, taking up the presidency of this nation.
I don't know what you think about the level of preparedness, Mark, on the level or the parts of political players. They, the way she said, as a Agano Party, they were ready, and so as other, 3 other parties. We have got UDA, we have got Azimio, as well as Ruto's party. But it seems like, Chebukati had, or at this particular point, legally, the final word. So even the political players are also under the mercy of Chebukati himself.
Well, I don't think that the political players are at the mercy of Chebukati. What we have here is an arrangement that is an improvement on the previous way we managed the election. And it came largely from the ruling of the Supreme Court. Really did influence the manner in which our elections are managed today.
Right.
And in a sense, I feel that the decision to upload the Form 34As on the portal was, to me, the magic stroke, as it were, in the sense that now the issue of trust is no longer an issue. And that was actually one of the biggest problem that led to a lot of tension previously.
Yes.
That's why currently, as I said earlier, we are witnessing very low levels of tension and anxiety, because if anyone had a question, you can go to the portal and access it. You don't have to be a political party.
Yes.
Even a private citizen can access the portal and see the information.
It's public.
Exactly.
Yes.
So the issue of trust is already sorted in a way. So that's why you see the focus is no longer at Bomas. The focus is no longer at Bomas. So as you said earlier, Chebukati and his colleagues are sitting pretty, and I can assure you right now, at least in this election, they can afford some sleep. Yeah.
Very true.
Right.
I think if I would comment on the question of Chebukati, just as he has said, the setup of uploading the forms on the portal was actually is the magic that has actually enabled us to have a lot of peace, a lot of, you know, because it's open and all that. I think what Chebukati has done is that he has given all of us an exam. We are all busy doing the exam. The political parties are doing the exam. The media houses are doing the exam.
It's a busy moment.
Yeah, it's a busy moment for everyone. And all he's waiting for is for us to finish the exam.
Yes.
He give us the answer. If you are, the answer that he'll give, because it's actually Chebukati has the answer. After telling everything, they are also going, I think they have started, I don't know whether they have started today, telling at the Bomas of Kenya. That is the magic answer that you're all waiting for. That KBC will have done your tallying,
now,
the other media house will have done it, the political parties will have done it. By the end of the day, the answer is with Chebukati. So that is the marking scheme we are all waiting for. So we'd rather do our jobs well and see to it that you know, we pass the exam. The advantage of that is that by the end of the day, IEBC has got other people to confirm with.
Yes.
That they can confirm their answer with so many others. If, for example, all the political parties have got different answers to the question, then they look at the media houses. What is the final answers for all the media houses? And even the observers who are doing the tallying as well. So he has got a lot of, you know, a lot of areas to compare his answer from. And I think it will be received. So
then it means that there's a lot happening at the back room that probably, you know, just normally we can't see.
Yes, there's so much happening in the backyard. You know, as I say that, as we say that everybody is tallying. Every media house is tallying. Political parties are tallying. You know, observers are tallying. Interested parties. There's so many people who are tallying these results. And by the end of the day, the final word stands with IEBC. So just as the past, whereby we waited for IEBC to give us the final tally. IEBC, right now, they have got the backup support that, you know, what is it in KBC, what is this in this house, what is this, we'll all present our results. But by the, even if we went to court or somebody went to court, you have got so many other people to compare the results with.
Yes.
So they are quite safe.
Okay.
Very safe.
What do you make of that, Mark? Because as we speak, it seems that, you know, Chebukati and the entire commission wanted to redeem themselves from the past, you know, mishaps that we had in the past. They were a big player in 2017 court petition. And perhaps Chebukati has decided and said, you know what, I'm going to rule this time around.
No. I don't think it's Chebukati's decision, but the legal requirement. And also to answer the issues that caused a lot of mistrust. Previously, just like she said right now, everybody's busy. Every political party, every politician is monitoring their IT team as they collect the results. So we don't have idle politicians around town addressing press conferences and creating tension in town. Everybody is busy working with their IT teams. So we have very few idlers, so to speak, in our political space. Everybody is in their little room somewhere with their IT teams, busy, no time to address press conferences and create tension. So it's a very interesting arrangement, but it's a good one.
It's a good one. The way you said, Jen, is like all of us are in an exam room, because even us as media, believe you me, we are on the spotlight. I will come back to the digital aspect and the media aspect later on, because we have been given that freeway as well to do our bit. But digitally speaking, we have got IEBC online all over the country. Everybody coming up with their own numbers. We have got commissioners, quote unquote, you know, people coming with their own versions of the results here and there. And as at yesterday, we had different, you know, we call them bloggers, so to speak, or media houses reporting a different number, only for us later on in the evening to see, for example, a particular candidate, which was reported by an individual somewhere that, you know, so-and-so has won, only later in the evening to find a different person that, kumbe it was not what we were thinking. So we'll talk about that one later on. Perhaps, JJ, what you have there with Wakili to get into the discussion as well. Wakili, what do you think?
Absolutely. Thinking about firsts, because this election is an election of firsts in so many ways, like you're saying. It has tested our capability as media. And of course, you can see, for example, the Daily Nation has tried to explain why media houses are displaying varying tallies of election results in so many ways. And we'll look at that. But an election of firsts in the sense that even the IEBC chairperson looks like he's in charge. I will be introducing Lydia Mathieu in a bit to ventilate on this conversation. But Wakili, very quickly, do you see an in-charge chairman as compared to the chairman we saw in 2017? Because he's the same person leading the IEBC.
I think we have a very in-charge this time around. And for the very simple reason of the things you've said, because previously, for instance, people are looking for Forms 34A. People are looking for the server to be open, for things to, because there was no transparency really in the last general election. This election there is transparency. You could see that. And if there is transparency, then the chairman has nothing to fear. Whenever chairman is asked questions, he can actually answer from what is there, not from what he's thinking of or what someone else has told him, what he has already seen. And so I think the chairman right now is very, very, very much in charge. And I think, as one of the guests has already said, he can even afford some sleep at night. Yes,
he can.
He can.
But when it comes to the prediction of his election and how it has shaped up, because we had pollsters and even analysts trying to predict how this would end up, nobody really saw the neck-to-neck kind of contest between these two candidates, and actually the huge number of people again who would not come out to vote.
That's right. I think sometimes, the way the polls are being conducted, and some teams, they were even saying that the opinion polls we are having perhaps are not proper. There's something that's happening. Because at the end of the day, towards the end, they were projecting some candidates having more support than perhaps what they had been projecting a week before. And as you know, a human being, because people it had been presumed that people are going to vote in a certain way. It had also been presumed, following the previous elections, that the turnout of the voters will be this, which hasn't been the case, because you've seen this year the turnout has been a little bit low. And secondly, it appears that perhaps many people had not made up their minds of who they are going to vote. Perhaps some people are making their minds on the voting day. And so perhaps that's where the posters a little bit got it off. Yes.
Posters got a little bit off. And we continue to look at the results as they appear. Quite a number of big names falling off in this election. And the tallying continues, the wait continues to see how the IEBC will end up in this exercise. Lydia Mathieu is also in studio. Lydia, take up a question on the election of first. The Chebukati we saw in 2017 was a bit timid. This time he looks like he's in charge. Do you get that feeling?
I do get that feeling, that he feels very comfortable in the space that he's in. I guess it would come with the years of experience, the kind of scrutiny that he had to endure after the election of 2017. So, of course, over time he has built a sense of resilience, a sense of familiarity with the role that he's playing. And so he is very much comfortable in his shoes. He's very confident. The fact that he can very comfortably be able to admit to certain errors, certain transgressions by his own staff, and take action and speak about that with confidence and with boldness and say, there is this problem, I've taken this action, moving on swiftly. You get a sense of very comfortable energy and a lot more, confidence that is being exuded from him. Yeah.
At the point when he postpones the election in Kakamega and Mombasa in terms of a gubernatorial election, in Kachaliba and Pokot South for the parliamentary elections, he almost casts doubt on the preparedness of the IEBC then to see what he's delivering. You would say he has upset a public perception that was created that day.
It is true. Actually, that day, a lot of people, because everybody had given IEBC kind of like the benefit of the doubt. Remember, there was a lot of propaganda on the internet about what could be happening, I don't know, with Venezuelans, a lot of questions around the DCI and the allegations they were making, and allegations were flying back and forth. But at some point, just after, there was a sense of, okay, let's give this commission a chance to prove itself. And then just when Kenyans were settling into that perception, or that sort of like, okay, he comes and says, oh, we botched the ballot papers for Mombasa and Kakamega. But I think what the good thing is that he did is when he came out very, very quickly, took decisive action and gave direction in terms of what the way forward was going to be, owned up, fielded questions from the media, provided extensive explanations, and I think that gave people comfort. And then, of course, the following day, there was the taking off of the elections. A lot of the polling stations opened on time. Majority of places, the Kim's kits worked, and I think that sort of reinforced and increased the confidence of Kenyans in the commission and in Chebukati. And then, of course, there is this Form 34A, which has been posted on the internet, and I think it turned around fairly quickly. By the end of day one, the first 24 hours, I think the IEBC had already uploaded over 90% of the IEBC Form 34A, and I think that created a perception of, okay, there is a high sense of transparency. And so, in fact, the weakness now we are beginning to see is with the media, because they don't seem to have understood their assignment. They slept on the job. Oh yeah, you guys slept on the job proper. And here we are. When you should be telling us who the president is, you're trailing behind IEBC. Mpaka Chebukati is saying,
even
what's happening?
Throwing shade at us.
Yeah, so you should be at 97%.
Preparedness, but just think about it. Even political parties are allies. The very same, you would say, are major stakeholders in this entire process. Don't even quite seem to agree who has won and who hasn't.
I think political parties know who has won. Because if these forms are out there, they have already done their marks. I mean, Chebukati has said, you guys can access these forms. You can tell it. Political parties have known who has won, only that they cannot declare who has won. And if you see, I mean, everyone is calm because they know that we have looked at the numbers that have been brought to us, and we know what is really happening. So I don't think that the political parties do not know who has won. They actually know. Okay. They just don't want to bring anxiety to Kenyans because they want Chebukati to do his job. Okay. Yeah.
We're waiting for Chebukati to do exactly that job. Victor, we have slept on the job according to Lady Amathia. But let me pose a direct question again to the Agano Party official. How do you think you're faring as Agano Party? Now, clearly, because you're saying you have collected your data, how do you think you're faring?
That is to you, Jen.
Yes, thank you so much. I think I would want to say that as Agano Party, we have fared very, very well. We are very happy about our performance, given the fact that we were working with a very, very small budget. Our investment was quite small compared to all the others. Number two, given the fact that we were newcomers, we were very new in the space of the presidency. And I would say that we are happy that Kenyans, we still had a lot of Kenyans who saw a lot of hope, a lot of ability in our presidential candidate. And this far, we've, I think some of the data I've seen is that we're at about 20,000 votes and something like that. And I would say that thank you so much, Kenyans who trusted us, who believed in us, and we still are going to be there in the next season.
So you are conceding?
No, I'm not doing that. But you've asked me how are we faring? Yeah. I would say that yeah, we are happy what is happening so far. We are looking at all the counties. You have seen that we had people who voted for us in almost all the counties, and that was good because it shows that nationally we have got a space on the national space. And compared to our budgets, in comparison to all the other parties who are using maybe billions of shillings, our budgets were very limited, and so we are not maybe able to do the kind of campaigns that everybody did. we are saying that, thank you, Kenyans, for actually giving us that opportunity and believing in us. Yeah.
Competition. And,
it is a competition.
At the end of the day, it was an open field for everyone. But let me come to you, Mark, and big names falling by the wayside. Did any of them, for example, look at the member of Parliament, Jeremiah Kioni, who was a key role player in the Azimio Party, that is Jubilee chairperson. We have got Ngujiri Wambogo, Nyeri MP. We have people like Moses Kuria. What does this tell, the electorate? Have we become of age, or even to the politicians?
I think it's pretty shocking, especially for the next presidential. These are seasoned politicians. As it does happen in every election, there's always a wave that happens. In every, for example, 2013 we had a wave. In 2017 we had the Accord, then we have the NASA.
The NASA.
2017.
Yes.
And now there was this Kenya Kwanza wave on this side and the Azimio on the other side. And all those parties had their strongholds. So anybody in a certain stronghold who stood in a different political party, regardless of their reputation as a political bigwigs, would not stand. And you have seen even Gideon Moi has fallen in Baringo. So actually these people refused to read the mood on the ground. That is the honest truth. Because there was a wave that was sweeping through their region, and they decided to be loyal to the head of their coalition.
Right,
and they fell off.
Allow me to cut you short briefly, and let's go through the graphics on number of MPs who so far won this particular election. Director, if you have them, maybe you can run them pretty fast. There you have it. We have got... and welcome back. Now, those are the graphics and the figures of who are some of the winners in this general election. We'll continue to give you the latest as we get them. We have got winners in different jurisdictions, different constituencies. Who are the winners in those particular places? We are preparing that for you, so be sure to get them as and when we get them in our studios here. So coming back to you, Mark, you are making your submission before we took a break. You may continue.
Yes, as I was saying, as it does happen in every election, we always have this element of a wave. When a party becomes popular in a region, anybody who vies in that region on a different party or coalition always becomes a casualty, regardless of how good they are or how popular they are with the people. So those who became victims, the bigwigs that became victims, failed to read the mood on the ground, or they knew the truth. As for those whom you mentioned earlier, I think they decided to remain loyal to their party leader and to stand with him. I'm sure they knew the potential consequences of their decisions, and as you can rightfully say, they have become victims of the wave.
Yes.
Yeah. Not because that they are bad leaders, but the victims of the wave. And that has happened everywhere, even in Nyanza, even in Lower Eastern. So that's not a new phenomenon. They just fail to align.
Perhaps somebody could say that they don't see what the ground is saying. Our ground in Asemani.
Exactly. They refuse to listen to the ground. Yeah, they refuse to put their ears on the ground.
And that really informs the dynamic effect of our Kenyan politics. It's never stagnant, right,
Exactly.
Jen?
Yes. It is, as he said, actually, we've had a lot of influence on issues of political parties. Which is the political party that is speaking on your ground, on your constituency or on your county? It's very important to understand that. However, I think we are also growing to a very important space in our politics, whereby people are more informed on political issues, people are informed on political processes, and you see that most of the victims that have been, who are victims, they have been quite on the forefront on the issues of politics, the processes of politics for the last 5 years. And as they were playing their games, their presentation, maybe representing or aligning themselves to the party leadership and being loyal to the party leadership, there is also the other aspect of what is right, what is truthful, what is, what are our aspirations as a people, and as people who actually made you the leader. We made you the leader for us as a people, and we expect you to push forth our aspirations, our issues more, and more importantly, speak to us, represent us, understand us. That is very important, and I think that's what the voters are telling the leaders, that I think before you even go beyond the party leadership, the party issues, first of all, the voter. Why did we vote you in? We vote you to go and represent us, to go and address our issues, to come back to us and listen to us, what is the way forward and where do we want to go. And thereafter be able to, if you don't do that, then we still have the next time and we'll actually communicate to us effectively or communicate to you effectively by making sure that you don't go back.
All right. All right. Yes.
Yeah. I think she's mentioned something that is very important. It's also a good sign for us as a democracy. I think it's a sign that the electorate are becoming mature, more informed. They know the power of the ballot, and they are not shy to exercise that power. That is also an element that is at play right now.
All right. Matthew, what's the take on that? We've seen big names falling by the wayside. Is this surprising?
I think for majority of the ones in Mount Kenya, it is not as surprising, because there was a sense in which you expected UDA to have quite a significant following within Mount Kenya, because even though we were saying, you could expect 30% for Azimio, 30% for Azimio still means 70% for UDA. And downstream, what that means is that you're likely to have all these other positions going to UDA. What is surprising is that the independent candidates and Jubilee candidates, you don't see that kind of a bit of. We expected some of them to make it through. We expected in certain counties, for instance in Kiambu, perhaps Jubilee to win 1 or 2 seats. We expected some seats perhaps in Murang'a, in Nyeri. I think the surprising thing is that there isn't that mix at all, and it's a clean sweep for UDA. I think in other counties the elections have gone as expected, although there could be a few surprises. I think in Nyamira, I think in Kisii, there are a few surprises there. I think UDA has taken a seat there that I don't think anybody expected them to win.
The governorship in Nyamira.
Yeah, and I think there's an MP. Is it Kitu, the one for Jimmy?
Yeah, there are about 2 MPs in Kisii County.
Yes, there are a bit. How did that happen? So a few upsets here and there, but pretty much the rest of the country has stayed consistent. Mount Kenya, we expected some independent candidates to win, but somehow nobody made it.
I'll take you up on that in a bit, but Mark talks about the maturity and voters understanding their power through the ballot. But when about 10 million people, or say 8 million people, don't come out to vote, do they really understand the power of a ballot?
Of course, it's quite disheartening that about 10 million people could either abstain from voting or just fail to vote for whatever reason. It's really bad for democracy, because if you fail to elect, you have also made a decision. Someone is going to be elected who is going to represent you, and perhaps they are going to further something you don't like. The electorate, I think they also have a right. It's not a must that they vote. So again, people have a right to sit home and vote. What we do not know is what happened that 10 million people just stayed away from voting. Was there voter apathy? Was there something happening? Because it's not normal that that is about almost 35% of the voters did not turn up to vote. So perhaps at that stage, going forward, the relevant institutions, including the IEBC, people will have to be sensitized. I think perhaps there was no proper civic education to people, why it is very important to go out and vote. There was civic education on how you're going to vote, but perhaps people are never told how important it is to vote. Because if people know how important it is to elect their own leaders, to make that choice, then people are going to turn out in big numbers.
36% doesn't turn out to vote, because Chebukati says it's a 64% turnout. 36% do not turn out to vote. The pollsters were telling us only 6% is undecided. Looks like they missed it way off mark. This is a very unique election in the sense that nobody would predict the outcome so far.
I think they were decided. They were just decided not to vote.
Okay.
So that you realize, and I've encountered quite a few people, and some of the reasons that you pick up as to why people did not vote, there are a few. The dominant ones are, one, some Kenyans just felt like, what are we choosing? What's the choice? These people are the same lot that have been there time and time again. They are back again telling us the same things, promising us the same things that don't make a difference when we vote. So really, there is not that much hope that these manifestos, whatever agenda that they are advocating, will be implemented. And so there's that sense of, you know what, it doesn't make sense for me to go and line up and do this. The second thing is the economy. The economic situation for a lot of Kenyans is very difficult. And so you will find a lot of people, for example, who vote in upcountry but work in Nairobi did not travel, because the choice is between putting that fuel in your car or taking some 600 shillings out of your meager earnings and traveling, say, to Nyeri, or taking 1,000 shillings and traveling to Western to go and vote. And when you think about it, you're like, you know what, I don't think I can manage. So let me just wait it out. I cannot afford to travel to go and vote. So there's another group that did not vote also felt that life has been too difficult, you know, in the last few years, perhaps especially after COVID, and they just don't feel like they feel there's some anger, you know, there's some anger, and that frustration is what they are trying to show, that we are frustrated, we don't feel like we're thriving, we don't feel like we're part and parcel of this country, and so there is no, we will not vote, and that's the group that is a bit upset. So there's apathy based on there is no hope. Then there is, we don't have resources to travel, so those ones, they could have wanted to vote, but they couldn't afford to go and vote. And then there's this other group that...
And I promised I would take you up on it. Is there a sense of underestimation of the voter? So much so that the Jubilee expected to scoop, even if not all seats, about 3-2 somewhere. Looking at Murang'a is a clean sweep. Looking at Nyeri is a clean sweep. I think only Nyandarua, Jubilee is likely to get 1 seat. But looking at the entire Mount Kenya region, it appears like UDA is almost taking everything away. Is there a sense of underestimation of the voter?
I think there was a sense in which Jubilee was extremely impervious to feedback. Extremely. That it was very difficult to have a conversation with people running, matters, and trying to explain them that we have a problem here, because there was that sense of confidence that we just need to go to the ground and remind them the kind of work that Jubilee has done for the last period of time, and they should be able to consider us favorably. And they did not realize that the grievances that were being highlighted were real. And one of them, for instance, was the issue of this dispute between the president and the deputy president. And the question, and for the longest time in the mountain, was, what is it that happened that we need to betray this gentleman? Can you tell us, so that we are able to follow with you why it is that we need to not keep our promise? Because remember, Mount Kenya people are business people, and they thrive on being able to gain trust with their clients. So it is important to them to be a people who can be believed, because that's how they do business wherever they go, in Mombasa, in Kisumu. They should be able to say, give me your fish, I'll pay you tomorrow. So now coming back and telling them, betray this person, and you're not giving a legitimate reason. And I think you must have had over the course of the last 5 years, some of them saying, it's okay if the president can come and explain to us what exactly happened, then we would be able to follow through with this agenda that he has. The other thing is, there was this agenda of unity vis-a-vis the issue of the economy. And what Kenyans were saying, and I remember when the Kiambaa by-election happened, I went back and I wondered what happened. Why is it that we did not win that seat? And what you had is, you've built for me a road, fine. It's fine, the road literally is at my doorstep, so I'm very happy. But I walk on that I walk on that tarmac, but when I enter my house, I cannot afford gas, okay? I cannot afford the kind of food that I want to feed my family, and just life is just too difficult. And so this talk of development and delivery was disconnected, because people just felt that much poorer with the economic times. And I think you cannot blame really so much the Jubilee government, because they had a very difficult time in this second term because of COVID. But people feel the way they feel, and they have to blame somebody, and so Jubilee was blamed for the difficulties that came with the economic depression that happened because of COVID. So I think what I would have urged Jubilee, if it was me to decide, I would have changed my messaging from national unity and delivery to try and project a sense of understanding of the people's economic situation, try to respond to that, and show that I am hearing what you're saying and I'm working on it. But you saw that happened very late in the day with the subsidy on unga. It happened just a few weeks to elections, and still it didn't even work. Fuel was still going up and up and up and up until we were at 160. Gas again started going down just, I think, 2 weeks to elections. So if some of these things had been deployed a lot earlier, then maybe Mount Kenya would have felt like, okay, I think we are being heard, there's a response, and these people are feeling our pain. But that didn't happen, so I think they decided to punish the administration with a defiant resounding vote saying we are going to UDA.
All right, the Jubilee Party took the 4. Looking at the turnout past the mark, Yes. It appears like the job for the next administration is clearly cut because you have quite a huge population that feels disenfranchised in the sense that they don't even want to participate in elections.
Well, as my sister has highlighted some of the issues, you know, the economic situation is really hard on the people. If someone were to make a choice between traveling from Nairobi to Western or Nyanza to go and cast their vote and save that money to buy some maize meal for their families, they would obviously choose the latter. And that is the case because, as we all know, the food prices are at all-time high, and the fuel prices are also at all-time high. So all those things, and also considering the messaging of the two main coalitions, I think it is left people, this one is saying these ones are like this, these ones are saying these ones are like this. Now people are saying, okay, like Madam has said, these people have been around for a long time. We know all of them. All of them have just, you know, it's just the case of a different forest, but the same monkeys. And so that one also contributed a lot. But earlier you mentioned something about what happened to how that Jubilee has not been able to get even a single vote on the mountain. It's something that is, to me, the outcome has really left the party leader with a lot of egg on the face. If we look back about 2 years ago, the governor-elect of Murang'a wrote a letter to the president. And the response was from the president's handlers and those who are close in Jubilee was, who gave you the authority? This is not true. And that is a long time. They would have run their own research to confirm whether this is true and made some amends. But they ignored it, they branded him names, and now what has happened in Murang'a has actually left the president with egg on his face and vindicated the man, the AKA Mr. Barua. So those are some of the things that that have... Exactly, Gerongo Kangata.
Right. Okay, because... yeah, if just can come in, Jane. But then there's that aspect you're talking about, Jubilee has not performed. Let's talk about, there's that aspect of delivery, development. We have got reality and politics.
Yes.
All these four combined will either make or break a candidate. But let's just be realistic here. On a scale of 1 to 10, has the Jubilee not performed in the country? Because the way Lydia has put it, when you talk about delivery and infrastructure, you can drive right now from here to Turkana, not experiencing a Maram road. That is the reality. But the politicians will have to con it to look so gross that what is important, first of all, is food.
Yes.
The other side will also come and say, okay, sir, you have food, but how are you going to access the road? How are you going to access the market? So the aspect of reality, delivery, development, and politics at play. How do you distinguish all these four?
Okay, thank you so much. I think before I pick that, I'd also want to contribute towards the aspect of, performance of Jubilee in Mount Kenya.
Yes.
And I think I'm looking at it from the perspective of Kenyans really having had embraced the agenda of 20 years. Because that is what Jubilee presented to us. That, 10 years Uhuru, 10 years Ruto. That's what they sold. And they really sold that. And the people from the mountain bought that, and they were settled with that. So, and then Uhuru did not prepare them. There was not much preparation because it was just a jump, and there was the handshake, which the people on the ground were not well prepared. It was actually, it just emerged like it is him alone, him alone. That was actually an undoing on him, because before he went for if he would have prepared the ground such that by the time he went for the handshake, he would have moved with the people. This time around, it was like, oh, what is happening? Nobody is informed what is happening, this is what is happening, this is the direction we are going. And he took the lead and tried to get some people behind him to sell the concept of handshake. And these are the losers, or the people who have actually, all of them has lost. Because they did not carry the people along with them to move to the handshake. That's their undoing. And then when you come now to the question of development agenda, yes, they may have done a lot of development, but these developments are, you know, they are not sensitive to the priorities of the people. The infrastructure is good, we need it. The country looks beautiful, but at what cost? You know, it has costed us a lot of money. We've borrowed so heavily, and the pockets, people's pockets are actually zero. Businesses are dying. People are, you know, getting poorer every day. And the purpose of living becomes a frustration. So the government, I think, they needed to look at the priorities.
But it's safe to say that this is just a global issue. I mean, before you even say that my pocket, your pocket are dry, but
we had a global issue. For example, the corona aspect is a global issue.
Yes.
But even within the perspective of global, we need to look at, within this challenge, what are the challenges, or, you know, how do we respond to it? How do we come back to the ground and ensure that our people are recovering from this global challenge and being able to make the baby steps towards economic delivery. So when we did not go back to that and supported the business person, supported the economy, supported the ground to be able to arise, and we went into big projects, you know, big projects that are consuming a lot of money, borrowing and all that, and we forgot the real person. Then because of those big projects, people are being taxed heavily. There's heavy taxation, there's heavy push of, you know, all this. The business people are frustrated. There's this person knocking, the other person knocking, the taxpayer is coming, and that alone, so that we can pay the debt, so that we can meet the economic needs of the nation. So there is, the business is not performing, the government is not supporting the process of economic development, you know, growth, and yet it's coming back to you to be able to pay the tax, to be able to meet the needs of the nation. So all these were a frustration.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I think when you come to the issue of Jubilee performance, I remember a few months ago, I think 2 to 3 months ago, I was somewhere with Brother Kioria was there with me, and with another brother. And we were discussing what was happening on the ground that day. And the other brother said, when I look at what is going on here, I see what makes sense and what makes, I can clearly see what makes sense and what makes political sense. And so there is a difference between what makes sense and what makes political sense. And so there are some decisions that were made to continue with the important development or legacy projects, as it were, in total disregard of the situation that was happening on the ground. I think it would have been good if the government would have gone back and looked at its priorities and considered the people, because all those projects were facilitated with the money that was borrowed. And that money still needed to be paid. We still needed to service our debts, which was very high. And all that was going to be paid by the same people who are being pushed down and weighed down by the effects of the pandemic. So when you look at it, there is one thing that you want to live and live something that is visible, but at the same time, the people who are going to carry the weight have been bogged down by a pandemic and might take quite a while to recover. So those are some of the things that are going on that really did not sit well with the majority of the people.
Yes, 1 second, Jane, before you carry on.
Yeah, I would also say that the aspect of the president coming to launch the projects, especially the development agenda projects, towards the very last days of the campaign, was also not very positive, because these projects are expected, if they were going through the natural process, they were supposed to mature and to get ready to be launched at their own time, you know, even far much ahead before the campaign. But when they are launched and they are maturing, they're getting ready at that particular time, it looked cosmetic.
Perhaps we can just give it to the president's diary, Jane. It was a tight diary, right?
It was a tight diary, but I think he had all the years. Those projects are supposed to mature naturally.
All these reactions coming from Lydia's statements that, you know, Mount Kenya, Jen, You will have a time to respond to that, Kyria.
All right, and we'll talk about the Jubilee Party in terms of how it has fared, because when you look at UDA and ODM have fairly done well in this election, actually exceptionally well, both parties, but Jubilee Party as a national party appears to have dimmed its fortunes somehow, and we'll talk about it. But let's head over to Bungoma County. Alan Oko is on standby. Let's get to hear what is happening in Bungoma. Alan Oko, good morning. What's the latest?
Good morning to you, John Jacob Kyria and Victor Lo in studio. Here in Bungoma County, we are coming to you live from Bungoma High School, which is the constituency tallying center of Kandui constituency. Here we still have the announcements to be made because of the huge amounts of ballot boxes in this constituency. Would you believe right now they have not yet announced any winner yet, but they're just about to announce the winner in this constituency. Bungoma County has 9 constituencies, and Kandui is the other. Since we are covering Bungoma County, we did have Martin Wanyonyi taking Webuye East of the Ford Kenya Party, and we did also have John Waluke taking Sirisia constituency. He's from Jubilee Party, and we have final Kabuchai constituency MP results as well, where Majimbo Kalasinga of Ford Kenya took the seat with 37,627 votes. And then we had Evans Kaikai, who was now the closest with 2,651 votes. We also have Kimilili going to UDA through Dismas Baraza, who, as you know, is still not available because of the issues and the incidents that happened, where he's a person of interest, where we saw yesterday the Office of the Director of Prosecutions just issuing that alert that they are actually still looking for him. But overall, we are still here, and actually, just besides me, you cannot see, but there's a huge wall of physical seats beside me here, separating us and candidates on the other side, where we have also the former Senator of Bungoma, Moses Watangula, and other candidates as well, just waiting for the announcements that will be made just behind me here. They're just doing final tallying, and then we'll have that done so that we'll be able now to go to the county tallying center. So then we'll be able now to get the gubernatorial and senatorial tallies and votes. This is because when we talked to Grace Rono, who is the county returning officer, she told us that they want to be perfect in this job, so they cannot be rushed, and they will do it meticulously. That is why this has taken quite a bit of time. We've been here the whole night just waiting for this exercise to complete, and it seems we'll be here for a bit more time. Then we transfer to the county tallying center just to get a feel of getting who is going to win these high-level leadership roles in this county, notably also get something on former Senate Speaker Ken Lusaka, who is also contesting for the Senate seat here in Bungoma County. But as for now, that is what is happening. We're here waiting, and of course we'll patch you in once we start getting the announcements, where we expect a winner to be announced very, very soon. And people are expecting the front runner here, John Makali, to take this particular constituency, Kandui constituency, as we wait. But for now, back to you in studio, Victor and JJ.
Interesting, very interesting things there, because he talks about the candidate for Ford Kenya. That means Wafula Wamunyinyi, who is a party leader of a DAP Kenya party, a new party in Western Kenya. Then it appears like his ambitions are headed for headwinds, and clearly looks like Moses Watangula has claimed Bungoma for himself in Bungoma. Let's come back in studio, Wakili Alex, and talk about Jubilee and its structural weaknesses, because we saw a near fight for leadership in there until the president came in to rein in and put new leadership. But it still appears like it didn't, function. The question is, because looking at Jubilee, the Secretary General is fallen, the Director of Elections is fallen. Do you think the structural weaknesses in the party could have contributed to the fall?
Most definitely. The structural weaknesses contributed, but as other speakers have already said, there was a major problem with Jubilee that perhaps Jubilee was not very receptive to listen to and to address. And that has contributed to the fall of Jubilee. And most of the areas where Jubilee had its strongholds, those areas were captured by the Deputy President. And the Deputy President did an excellent job in marketing his agenda to the people. He first of all started by dissociating himself from Jubilee. That's what he did. That was the first thing he did. He dissociated himself from the major project that Jubilee was conducting, roads and other things, and then went down to the common man's struggle. He said, well, there are people who do not have jobs. How can we create them? There are people who do not have food. How can they get it? There are people who are being harassed by the government and its policies. How can we help? Like border borders and mama bogas. So this is what the Deputy President did. And then he managed to get a good team to sell his agenda in those areas. When the President was, I think, continuing to do his work, I think the Deputy President and his lieutenants were busy marketing in these areas. And so in Mount Kenya, it was very easy to lock out these people, because when the President finally came to address the issues, it was already late. The people are saying, well, our business has been affected. We are being harassed by KRA, courtesy of the government. Our businesses are closing down. Our people do not have food. Our hospital do not have medicine. Our kids cannot go to school. So there are many things. And so even if you are to build a road, a highway at the middle of our towns, that doesn't count for us. And so when this agenda had already been sold to the people, and the people understood it, and together with the fact that the Mount Kenya people had been sold the Raila phobia agenda for decades. And the President only had about 2 or 3 try to go down. It was already too late. And I think the people were interested in other things, things like employment, things like food. President, and now he wasn't supporting him without a clear reason, at least as some speaker has said. Right. The people didn't feel that there was a clear reason for it.
Okay, when you think about Mount Kenya, posters had predicted, though it appears like now views by posters have been made nonsense by this election, but pollsters had predicted that Mount Kenya would be the ultimate determinant of who wins this election, particularly in the presidential poll, seeing that there were 2 running mates, actually almost 4 running mates coming from Mount Kenya. But when you look at the 2 major coalitions, Rigathi Gachagua and Martha Karua, do you still think that holds?
It would have held if there had been high voter turnout. If the voter turnout had escalated as had been anticipated, then Raila would be in the clear lead. If there is apathy in Mount Kenya, but there is high turnout in Kisumu, and the opposite holds true for Ruto. So definitely the enemy of progress in this election has been the people who did not come out to vote. That is going to become ultimately the determinant of this election, is that the people who did not show up likely to be the ones who decide the person who becomes president, which is a strange, paradox. Then, if you think about the kind of expectation that we had for Mount Kenya, the running mates were not expected 24% of the vote in Mount Kenya, which is of whatever vote has been cast, Raila has managed to get, within the threshold of about 20%. Of course, the numbers are a little lower in places like Kirinyaga, in places like Embu, Tharaka-Nithi. The percentage is a little lower. It's a little high in places like Kiambu, but it is averagely is going to hold at around 20%. So they were not completely wrong. But also remember, polling in this country has stopped being a science. It is now what you call a tool for political narrative building. So politicians, and I believe pollsters as well, have gotten now into it as a business for, how do we construct which narrative, and therefore which numbers do we project, and how do we do it so that a particular narrative can be driven forward. One thing I'd tell you about the fortunes of Jubilee, is that there is a certain posture that was at the center of government at some point, where anybody who began to question this agenda of betrayal, you know, much earlier on, like, but what is this that we are doing? Why are we suddenly turning our backs on the deputy president? We are not even just hesitating. Even the people who just hesitatedly and just asked, but what is happening? What's going on? And then they would maybe continue to keep the company of Ruto. The government came at them so hard, and that you know, sort of like a very strong man approach to this situation also cemented a certain feeling within the people of the mountain. People like Dindinyoro were created by that posture. People like Gachagua were created by that posture. People like Imani Ichung'wah were created by that posturing. And so I think if really we are a people who can sit down and reflect, that is one of the things that occasioned the situation. Because remember, the people of the mountain don't like to kulala chini kama bahasha. If you're not explaining to them something in a way that it makes sense, they're not going to bow down to whatever you're trying to do. And the more you push, the more defiant they get. And then we started to instrumentalize the institutions of state to begin to say, oh, this one is this, this one is that, you're arresting this person, you're arresting the other person. If we had been a little gentle, a little more persuasive, a little more interactive to explain to each other what was going on, and also if we had maintained the family, you know, within a family, if you're the parent, maybe your children don't always see eye to eye, but they're both your children. So if it had been me who was asked, I would have said, okay, this is a government of Jubilee. The ones who feel like we shouldn't betray Ruto, and the ones who feel like, you know, we should find a different path, all of them are our children. Let's work with both of them to continue to advance the agenda of the Jubilee Party, and then at the end there we will figure out how to work out the politics. But what you saw is a complete shunning of this lot that was continuing to associate with the deputy president, and then you are left with a very small group of people now who are trying to, you know, to hold on to this other agenda. So I think there's some mistakes that were made there. Unfortunately, there will not be any reckoning because the president is also going home, so he's not going to hold anybody to account, you know, for anything. But if we are a people, he had an opportunity, maybe he still has, because remember he has said he's not going anywhere. It is his wish, according to his last address to the people of the mountain, to continue serving in some way, helping the community to address its challenges. And so my belief is that the president will look at how this voting has happened, perhaps take a minute to reflect, see in a certain sway with the people of the mountain.
All right, holding sway to the people of the mountain. By the way, Victor, it will interest you to know that the longest serving member of parliament in the Republic of Kenya, Jimmy Ngwenyi, has also fallen. In Kitutu Church and North, he's out, I think beaten by a UDA candidate. That means the longest serving members, including Naomi Shaban, have left the chambers of the National Assembly. And I'll pose this question to both Pastor Mark and our dear lady there. Question being, this attrition rate, and I had asked that to Wakili, this attrition rate, does it risk taking away institutional memory of Parliament, in the sense that we remove experienced people and then have quote-unquote greenhorns that you obviously have to induct before they catch up? Pastor?
Well, it's true, but unfortunately for the vote on the ground, who cares about institutional memory? For them, as long as you are not on the right side of history, you go back to your village. If you want to be a farmer, go be a farmer. If you want to go and hustle in the city, go hustle in the city. So for the voter on the ground, for us professionals, we can look at it and feel there is need for institutional memory. But the voter on the ground, if your message does not resonate with them, if your message does not capture their need at the moment, and appreciate the context that you are in that particular election, nobody is indispensable. And as I said earlier, I think the days, there are days when some politicians would barely go to campaign and they would be elected. But now, it doesn't matter who you are. You have to be on the ground. And your message has to resonate with the people. If it doesn't, they will send you packing. And I think the electorate are becoming more emboldened to the point that nobody is absolutely indispensable. And that is good for democracy. And it is also a lesson to a political class not to take the electorate for granted. Going forward, I see in the next 2 electoral cycles, things are not going to be the same. As Victor said earlier, things are becoming very dynamic. Very dynamic in the sense that the electorate are unpredictable. You don't take them for granted. So I think going forward, the political class are really going to be walking on eggshells because they know these people are empowered and they know the power of their vote.
What do you make of that, Jen?
Actually,
and even if you respond to that, because it's connected to the issue of the crowds that we usually, what we saw on political rallies.
Yes.
It was either yellow or blue to the end.
Yeah.
But then right now we're talking about voter apathy. Surely, mtu atasema kwani kuliendaje? Take it away.
Okay. I think the question of experience and
where was Reverend?
Yes. And I would say that we are getting into a new political dispensation whereby people are very informed, and we are getting to understand more and more the purpose of leaders and their role. What are their role and all that. So with that understanding, I think we need to get new leaders who are going to be able to move with the people to be able to take Kenya where we are supposed to go. Because as you're saying, we are having a population or a people that is more informed, more exposed, and they're politically willing to engage on the positive aspect of it. So we need to get leaders that are really going to be now to move with the expectation of the day. You see that, for example, the leaders who have been there for all the years, they may not know that, they may not be able to come to the point of change whereby it's not about how much school fees you pay for my children, it's not about how much, all those, the takeaways that people have associated with politicians. But it's about how do you go and make it possible for development.
Yes.
That I can be able as a business person, as a farmer, as whatever I'm doing, as be able to gain from from the politics of the day,
right,
and be able to develop me, my family, my community, and us as a nation together.
So essentially what we're talking about is that the packaging right now should be completely different. Because
it's completely
from
different.
2002 to 97, almost all these politicians, if you looked, including your party leader, perhaps picked a few things from one manifesto and said, okay, it's about economy, this is what I'm going to talk about, economy. But now how that message was packaged is the difference.
It's very different.
That's precisely the point. You see, one of the responsibilities of a leader is to cast the vision.
Yes.
And once they've cast the vision, the people interrogate that vision. And over time, I think there's also an element of managing change. Our political dynamics have changed. And especially for the veterans, as Brother Kioria has said, there's a sense in which a politician, you get used to doing things in a certain way.
Yeah.
And
you get comfortable with it.
Exactly, you get comfortable with it. And when change comes, change sometimes can come in a very subtle way. Because politics is always noisy and messy. And so that's normal for a politician. So that in such an environment, it's difficult for a politician to notice, especially one who is used to winning elections, to notice that the dynamics have changed. And so one of the responsibilities of a leader is to cast the vision and to appreciate the context, to appreciate what is happening in the now, and to align their current vision to what is happening in the now and sell that vision to the people. So that if you do not change, or if you don't cast the vision well, the level of buy-in to your vision will be low. And that is what the people will use as a basis for deciding either to vote for you or to vote for the next the next alternative.
And perhaps that's why most the Kenya electorate, they vote their leaders out, because perhaps it's on the table of the leaders not to be in tandem with the changing times. Because as you correctly put it, a leader who's been elected today should have a focus on the 2027. What are the demographics, the economic situation, or probably the country, where we will be in 2027, and you can take that home. Kyoria, it's an interesting debate here. I don't know what you are talking about in terms of your future. Are you focused on 2027 as well?
Absolutely, it's something every politician needs to have a look at and probably take stock. But now we head over to Bomas of Kenya. Sarafina Robi is in Bomas of Kenya. We expect a press conference from Wafula Chebukati, the chairperson of the IEBC. Sarafina, good morning. What's the latest from Bomas?
Indeed, a very good morning, JJ. We are coming to you live from the Bomas of Kenya, which is the National Tallying Center. And as of now, what we can report is that we're able to see different representatives of the leading parties in the ongoing election process, whereby we have been able to spot a couple of representatives, such as, if my cameraman can show you, we've been able to spot Gladys Boscholei, as well as who is a representative of Kenya Kwanza. We've also been able to spot Caroline Karogo and other representatives of the main parties that are currently leading according to the results that continue to stream in into the IEBC portal. And also this being the second day after the main election day, which was on the 9th of August, is that we continue to expect an update from the chair of the IEBC, who is Wafula Chebukati, given that last night, he was expected to address members of the media to just tell us how far the numbers are, but that was postponed. So we are expecting him any moment from now, given that we're told that update will come in here at the auditorium at around 10 a.m. And as of the update that we got yesterday from the chair was that about 65% of Kenyans had already cast their votes, which is a representative of about 14 million out of the expected 22 million who were registered and expected to vote in this general election. And also, as of yesterday, also one of the constituencies that had been elections had been adjourned at that particular area, which is Elders in Wajir County. The chair was able to tell us that elections kicked off bright and early from that particular place at around 6 a.m. So we are expecting to also get an update on how that's faring on, given that he had also mentioned that there were insecurities in that part of the country. He was also able to tell us of a few errors that they had experienced as a commission in particular places, such as Rakwaro in Rongo, Migori County, as well as Anabkoi and Sabaot, whereby he said that in some of the places they erroneously uploaded Form 34B, Form 35A instead of the expected Form 34A, and that had been corrected, and they will be expecting, or they were expecting, to get now the physical forms of Forms 34A and 34B here at the National Tallying Center. And right now here at the auditorium, we can't really say that we've been able to see some of the returning officers from the county tallying centers who were expected to come at this particular place, who are being waited for here so that they can present the physical forms to the IEBC officials, who, as you can see, are already on standby here at the auditorium, ready to receive the forms 34A and 34B from the county returning offices, so that they can be able to verify them against those that were sent via the digital platforms, and thereafter they'll be able to record them and hand them over to the chair, Wafula Chebukati, who will then be able to do the collation and thereafter declare the results. And also this auditorium, as he had updated us yesterday, is that they will be doing the tallying of the presidential votes, and also he is the only person who is expected to declare results. Also, he was just able to tell Kenyans if they're doing any other parallel tallying, they can do that, given that the results continue to stream in through the IEBC portal, but they are not allowed to do the declaration. He's the only person who is allowed by the Constitution to do the declaration of the results. Also, JJ, if I can tell you on what we are seeing here, the auditorium from the screens that have been put up here, is that as of now, there are about the Form 34As that have been streaming in are about 99.73%, which is a representation of 46,105 from 105 polling stations out of the expected 46,220, I believe, because the screens are so far. And if my cameraman can show you, that's what we are able to see right now from the screens here at the auditorium Bomas of Kenya, as we continue to wait for the chair and the other commissioners to come and continue giving us an update if they've been able to receive any forms from the returning officers from different places, which you've been able to see. Some have already have already declared who is leading in different counties for the gubernatorial seats. So they are expected here any time from now to bring the physical forms, which will be verified, and the chair will now declare the official results of who has won. To you, JJ.
All right, Serafina, before I let you go, very quick one. You talk about tabulation, but there's a status update we expect from the IEBC. Are you aware what time it's supposed to come, Serafina?
Yes, please. Come again.
You're talking about tabulation and what Wafula Chebukati expects, obviously, so he can declare results. But there's a status update we expected from the IEBC. What time is it?
I can't get too clearly, but according to the telling that is expected, that's what they're going to update us. But from what we are getting from the tabulations that we can see from the screens that have been put here at the auditorium, is that we are able to see that the Form 34As that have already arrived or have already been updated into the portal are about 99.73%, which represent 46,100, represent forms received from 46,105 polling station out of the expected 46,229 Curia.
Thank you very much, Serafina Robi. Some breakdown of communication there. We're still on standby for the IEBC and obviously deal with the question of how far they are in terms of receiving the physical forms so they can be able to tell us who is the eventual winner of this election. Because media houses can tally, that's true, though it appears like we really slumping a bit on the job, but IEBC is the official institution that declares the results. We go to Mombasa now. We link up with Anboru. Anboru, good morning. What's the latest from Mombasa?
Good morning to you, to John Jacob Curie at Broadcasting House. And once again, Mombasa is a bit cold this morning, but we're braving the weather. So we've been here for the last 2-3 days, ensuring that Mombasa residents get to know what Nyali constituents have decided to get the MP, and also as they practice their constitutional rights of voting on the 9th of August this year. This is Nyali constituency, and you're coming live to you from the National Industrial Training Authority, which is Nyali County, Nyali Sub-County Tallying Center. So we've been here ensuring that residents and Kenyans also understand what is happening here in Nyali constituency. Nyali constituency is among the counties in Mombasa, sub-counties in Mombasa County, since we have 6 sub-counties in this area, Nyali being one of them. We have Jomvu sub-county, we have Changamwe sub-county, we have Kisauni, we have Likoni, and Mvita sub-county. So Nyali constituency so far has 124,253 registered voters, and it has 5 wards so far, and these wards include Kazandani, Ziwalangombe, Mkomani, Kongowea, and freer town. So far right now, what I can say is that we have 134 polling centers that have been verified. The results have been verified. We have 195 polling centers in this area. So far, as you can see right behind me, business is almost going to end because we're remaining with a bit of three polling centers so that we can go to the next stage, which is verification, and then maybe we shall be able to know who has won in this constituency so that they can be handed their certificate. This sub-county has been able to attract 9 aspirants of the MP position, and we have 76 of the MCAs. So initially
do you have any provisional results so far in regards to how the candidates in Nyali are doing?
So far, what you can say is that the incumbent is still in the lead, and the others are following it closely.
Okay. Fantastic. Thank you. And we'll be coming back to you later to probably also update us on the results of the other positions available in Mombasa, of course, except the gubernatorial position. That was not, or rather the election was not being held on Tuesday up until the 23rd. On this end, would I want us to discuss about, and Lydia, you alluded a bit to it, but Alex, the question of running mates discharging the burden of expectation, because there was what each deputy presidential candidate was supposed to present to the ticket. Do you think the 4 discharged that duty?
To some extent, but perhaps they didn't meet the expectations. For instance, I can say, for instance, the reason why Mr. Raila chose Martha. One, she wanted to have a sway on the women, and secondly, on the people of the mountain. I do not think that he really managed to get a significant shift, because if that was true, then perhaps we'll be seeing the people of the mountain voting, at least getting a 25 to 30%, which we haven't seen. What I can say is, I think the candidates themselves had done proper groundwork, and the voting as it has been done, people are voting because of the principle of the main candidate. So most people who have voted for Dr. William Ruto, they have voted for him because he did his groundwork, not necessarily because he chose Mr. Gachagua to be his running mate. And most people who have voted for Mr. Odinga, they have voted for him because he's Odinga, and not because he chose Martha Karua as a running mate. Yeah, but at least for Martha, I can say it had a little sway on the women of this country, especially the educated women. Yes. Yeah.
Quite an interesting one there, especially the educated ones.
Yeah, all of them, but
absolutely discharging the burden of expectation.
I don't think that Martha Karua it's easy to assess how she's delivered, but I think one of the ways that we can begin to look is perhaps look at her hometown and see how Kirinyaga has voted, her constituency, and her polling station. And I think if you look at it that way, then you begin to see that there could be issues, because if you cannot deliver your own polling station, leave alone the ward or the constituency, her own polling station, I think Ruto surpassed, had a lot more votes than Raila. And so that means then that she was not able to persuade even just a small community around where she comes from that this is the right way to go. And I don't think, if you look at the kind of numbers that you see, that even all of the women in that particular station went with her. So if I assess it from that angle, I don't think Martha Karua was able to deliver, even though it's difficult to analyze per se, because you can't see the women. So the only data we can really use is maybe the polling station, the constituency, and the...
Hold on, we'll come back to you to look at Martha Karua and Rigathi Gachagua. So Victor takes us to Kirinyaga.
Absolutely, and Gladys Mungai is on standby. Just exactly what leader is talking about, and let's get to understand what's happening right from the ground in Kirinyaga. Gladys Mungai, good morning. We spoke yesterday. What is the latest development as at now?
Good morning to you, Victor Olo, at our broadcasting house. We are live at Kirinyaga County, and this is Kirugoya Boys, where the final tally of the Kirinyaga Central Constituency vote cast on 9th are currently underway. I would say that the tallying is 99% complete, and in about an hour, because after the finalization of the vote announcing as well as matters verification and confirmation, the returning officer in charge of this particular constituency tallying center goes ahead to announce the final tally. This particular exercise went on for the better part of last night and even today morning, getting to the completion stage around 30 minutes ago. And so what we are witnessing at the back is just final preparation before that particular vote is announced finally at this particular stage. You remember that this particular county has over 400 registered voters, and Kirinyaga Central has 76,021 registered voters. And in this particular Kirinyaga Central constituency, there are about 4 wards. And in Kirinyaga County in general, we have Mwea, Kirinyaga Central, Ndia, and Gishugu. So far, we have results or the final tally from Ndia constituency, where we have in the position of governor the independent candidate, that is Purity Wangui Girishi, has flood area governor Anne Waiguru in that particular race. And for clarity and to just give the exact number, I currently don't seem to have it in my notes, but the status is that Anne Wangui Girishi got the vote or has a win in that particular Ndia constituency, followed by Anne Mumbi Waiguru. In that order, there are about 7 candidates seeking to unseat or succeed county governor, that is Anne Waiguru. In the MP seat in Ndia constituency, the final result is that George Karaoke Macharia, who happens to be the MP elect, and it is also the incumbent, recaptured that particular seat with 25,031 votes. At Kirinyaga Central, with a total of 148 polling stations, that particular exercise is already complete, and we await to hear the final tally. When you speak about the senatorial seat in this particular county, the senator or the senator candidate for United Democratic Alliance, that is Murango, is leading in Ndia constituency. He won with 35,900 votes, followed closely by, out a distant second, by the very first senator of this particular county, that is Daniel Karaba of the Jubilee Party, with 5,968. Anthony Karimi Gitari is at a distant third with 1,582. And by the tallying that is ongoing in various constituencies, although we await for the final tally, the senator candidate for UDA is seemingly on the lead. But that we await for the final confirmation as it stands, because the aspect of Gishugu constituency and Mwea has a lot of votes. Those particular constituencies are huge, so to speak. And so at any given time, with the voting, with the tallying of the votes currently underway, anything could change. From here, Victor Olo and John Jacob Kuria will be heading to the county returning tallying center that is just adjacent to Kirugoya Boys, where the final tally of Kirinyaga County will be taking place. In this Kirinyaga Central, the MP John Munene Wambugu of the Jubilee Party is the incumbent member of parliament in this particular constituency, and the battle is between the incumbent and Joseph Gashoki of UDA. The other candidates are Dennis Gishangi of DP Party, as well as Fini Wangombe, an independent candidate. So the aspect of, again, a battle to unseat and also to succeed and also to recapture a particular seat is also witnessed in Kirinyaga Central, with the Jubilee candidate and UDA being neck and neck in terms of gaining the MP candidate, the MP position in this particular region. We are waiting. Yesterday when we visited Kianyaga, which happens to be in Gishugu constituency, one of the strongholds of the area Governor Anne Mumbi Waiguru, bearing in mind that she comes from that particular region, we witnessed security beef up in that particular region owing to the sensitivity of the vote and attempts to probably make final attempts to bring in ballot boxes to either swing the vote to whatever side, but that particular exercise was thwarted by members of the police force, and as we speak the counting is underway, and we expect that probably by around midday today that particular exercise should also be complete in that particular region. In Moya constituency, with over 200,000 registered voters, the situation is similar. Security beefing up because of the aspect of the number of registered voters that could swing these particular results to any side. So what we are waiting is a final announcement of the voting, the vote cast in this Kirinyaga Central, and we'll be giving you more updates from this particular region. And just as you can see, I'm all in scarves, a very chilly morning, but that does not, so to speak, disrupt us from following up on the live proceedings as we get them from this particular region and bringing that information to our viewers as it emerges. Back to you, Victor.
All right, Gladys, before I let you go, just to clear the air and to, to allay some of the rumors that have been going around social media since yesterday, what is the race like between Purity Ngirishi and Anne Waiguru? Let's just narrow it down to those two.
It is, allow me if I could use the word bumper to bumper or neck to neck or neck and neck. There is a very small difference between the vote announced in Kirinyaga Central as well as India. But in India, Purity Wangui Ngirishi is ahead with around 1,000 votes. And in this particular region, because in Kirinyaga Central, you'd hear an announcement from a particular polling station, and the difference is around 50 to 100 votes. So it's really a battle. And when you speak about Mwea and Kirinyaga and Gishugu, Anne Mumbi Waiguru comes from Gishugu constituency, and so somehow we expect that probably she might get a huge number of votes from that particular region. And also Mwea is also one of home turf of battlegrounds or a stronghold for the independent candidates. So it's really a thin line between who is going to carry the day, and we have to wait for the final tally, because as it stands, one goes ahead with 1,000 votes, and after an hour or two the other one takes the lead. So it's really bumper to bumper, Victor. But that notwithstanding, there's also the issue of security, and when we spoke to the returning officer in charge of this particular county, she says that members of the public ought to ignore fake reports going on social media, because at some point you'd find members of the public celebrating whatever political wing they're aligned to, and she says that would really not somehow reflect on the total turnout or total tally of the votes, and members of the public and Kenyans at large should indeed wait for the final announcement from this particular region to indeed understand who has carried the day in that particular seat.
Jacob Kioria has a question for you, but before then, there were some allegations yesterday again on social media, and for the sake of clarity, I think it came from Governor Anne Waiguru that was some ballot boxes which were allegedly being taken somewhere. Clarity on that, as well as the question that is going to be asked by Kioria. Kioria?
I actually wanted Gladys for a minute paint for us the picture, because you talk about Kianyaga and the incident there. Paint for us the picture of what transpired at Kianyaga.
Sure. Let me first take Victor's question first. And Victor, you are asking about, kindly?
Yeah. On social media yesterday, there were some pictures and allegation of a statement which was put out there by Governor Uhuru of some ballot boxes which were allegedly being sneaked into a polling station through some back door, quote unquote. Would you please clarify about those two or those ballot boxes?
Yeah, sure. There was actually some bitter exchange on social media between the governor and the independent candidate seeking to get this particular gubernatorial seat. And at Kianyaga in Gishugu, there were allegations that actually 2 ballot boxes were trying to, there was some attempt to sneak them into the constituency tallying center, and that particular issue was intercepted at some point. But from the information from the police and the sub-county police commander in the region is that there was some mishap, and indeed that was not an attempt to somehow to get to maybe rig the election, but there was misclarification on where those particular boxes were coming from. And from after consultation and verification, they really indeed got to understand that those particular boxes were coming from a particular polling station, but it is the manner in which the ballots were being brought at the constituency tallying center that raised the alarm. But on the issue of Curia and the aspect of mood and what transpired, we really witnessed a couple of issues. Security was heightened. We had deployment of the security personnel at Gishugu constituency at Kianyaga. And that particular exercise happened at around 8 p.m. in the night. And we had members of the public from different political side. We can't really ascertain whether they were for Ann Mombi Waiguru or for independent candidate, that's Purity Ngirishi, but members of the public were outside the gate, and the members of the police force were deployed around to ensure that there are no premature celebrations into this particular voter turnout. But so to speak, on matters, Governor Mombi Waiguru alleging that there was an attempt to rig, the returning officer in this particular constituency tallying center says that is quite almost impossible, owing to the fact that the final tally is being done at the police station. And so any attempt to try and probably swing the vote on the constituency returning officer is almost impossible. Victor, you can hear at the back, is the returning officer for Kirinyaga County communicating that he will be announcing the final tally of Kirinyaga constituency, and he is asking members of the agents of various candidates to just remain calm as he'll be making that particular final announcement of how the voter turnout and indeed the voter tally was carried out.
Gladys Mugai, thank you so much. That is a good clarification on matters that we've been seeing on social media. And that is why we tell you... Right.
Mugai, but of course a bit of correction there, because she talked about police station, which I think it was just a missing of, so that it appears clearly that it was a polling station. The polling station where this vote tallying is happening. Quite an update there, and I think we'll have results in the next 20 minutes, going by the announcement there by the returning officer in that area. Probably before we come to you, let's allow Lydia to finish up on the point of dispensing with the expectation burden.
Yes, so I was saying that how our voter analysis is done, we don't go very deep, and until IEBC perhaps comes out with the numbers of how people voted, the demographics, we are not able to really tell how many women maybe that Karua delivered. So right now we can only rely on how her polling station, her ward, her constituency, her county voted. And to that extent, if we are assessing on that particular parameter, then Martha Karua left quite a bit to be desired. Then there is Gachagua. Gachagua, I believe, delivered wholesomely, because all of Nyeri is UDA, from governor to MCA. In fact, I think MCA only 3, and I think they are either independent or something. From top to bottom, everybody in Nyeri is pushing a wheelbarrow. And then and then you realize that he is the one who brought down the 2 very strong proponents of the Jubilee Party. In yet a lot of resources have been expended through these 2 individuals to try and really at least have those 2 positions to affirm Jubilee's kind of like flex within the Mount Kenya region. And you saw that both Ngunjiri Wambugu and Kanini Kega were flat on the ground, and so Gachagua has delivered to the expectation of William Ruto. I think, in fact, his people were telling us that William Ruto might need to throw a special party for the people of the mountain, because they have heeded his call, and so therefore also credit goes to Gachagua for holding on to that ground for William Ruto.
Oh, quite interesting. I don't know, for the Agano party, what was your expectation about Ruth Musheru? Did she dispense with that burden of expectation?
Yeah, I think we had a very good candidate for our running mate, Ruth Musheru. And if you look at our appointment of Ruth Musheru, our candidate did not choose her because she's from Mount Kenya, but because she's a professional, because we're looking at delivering a government which is very professional government. And as we went by our agenda of a clean government, clean people, new people, this is what she presented to us. She did very well in her campaign. She related very well with women and also the youth. So those are the aspects that we are looking at in terms of her deliverables and her relationships with women and the youth. However, as you're saying, we are still to complete on the results and be able to see how much we have wholesomely delivered. We did not necessarily look into her home area or where she's coming from. By the way, our running mate is a Nairobian. She's born and brought up in Nairobi. So she was presenting that, that she was in that space of the youthful and the woman. And I think that part she delivered.
All right.
Yeah.
On the screen, those are live pictures from the Bomas of Kenya, the ground zero, so to speak, or the nerve center, if you like it, of everything that will be taking place today. All focus will be on Wafula Chebukati to give us at least the first press conference or an update on what is happening there. We've seen different agents from political parties. That is Senior Counsel Paul Mwangi having a conversation with the different people there. So a lot is expected today at the Bomas of Kenya, now that Serafina Robi said that almost quite a number of Form 34As have been submitted or at the Bomas of Kenya. So the next step should take place today. Yes, coming to Mark, you have something to speak about what Jenna said.
Yes.
Yes.
Just on dispensing the running mate burden. I think as a sister there did say that Gachagua did a good work, but council said earlier that actually for the presidential candidates who they are. If you did your job well, the running mate will just give you like consolidate the ground, but it's actually down to the flag bearers. Looking at the contribution of Martha Karua to the Raila ticket, it really, in the outside, it was made to be a big thing, But unfortunately, the people in the village don't respond to billboards. It's us in the city here, we see so many billboards and we are, wow, this. And it was really projected. And what Azimio really did is that they tried to create perception that Martha Karua was going to have a very big impact on the ticket. That was the narrative that was driven and the perception that was being created. But the reality on the ground is not perception. Perception can only carry you so far. But where the rubber meets the road, that's when sometimes the folly of relying on perception can be exposed.
All right, Curia. Those are live pictures from Bomas of Kenya.
All right, you can see Gladys Boschole. She is the woman rep-elect in Western Gishu County. And you also have Veronica Maina of UDA party, the Secretary General of the UDA party, live on your screens. Earlier we saw Paul Mwangi of Azimio. So that means then agents and what you would call political parties' top honchos are at the Bomas of Kenya, obviously ahead of the announcement. But of course they will stay there for some time because Chebukati doesn't appear like he's in a hurry. He says he still has 7 days, so tomorrow probably is when we get the presidential results. And they are there obviously because if there's any disputed Form 34A, they will take up with the commission and probably sort it out amongst themselves and finally have the results. So it has been a long night for members of the media at Bomas. From Saturday, it is going to be a long night for the agents and political party honchos who have arrived at the Bomas because the results most likely will come out tomorrow. But let's head over to Kwale County, Lunga Lunga specifically. Zainab Said is in Lunga Lunga. Zainab, what is the latest from Lunga Lunga?
A very good morning to you, Victor Olo, back there in studio. We are coming live from Lunga Lunga constituency in Kwale County, where up to now 110 ballot papers from 110 polling stations has been tallied. But for now, as those are the ballot papers from behind, and for now there's nothing that is going on here. The IEBC officials have taken a break for 30 minutes. That is to allow to rearrange the room. According to the RO, Raymond Mamkazi says they didn't anticipate that the ballot papers will be so many, so it has raised an issue with the agents because as it is now, the results cannot be projected on the screen, so that one has raised an issue with some of the agents here. So they've given them a 30 minutes break. That is to allow them to go and have breakfast if they can. Then they come back after 30 minutes. But that also is to allow the IEBC officials to rearrange the group to allow them to just to move the ballot papers behind me to a place where now the results that are being tallied can be projected on the screen. Earlier on in the morning, we also had issues where the agents want to know the total number of votes up to now, because 110 ballot papers from 110 stations has been tallied, but so far the IEBC officials have not been able to just give us the numbers, just to break down the numbers for the governors, members of parliament, and also women from this region. So that one raised an issue, them wanting, the agents now wanting IEBC to go ahead and break down the numbers before they continue to tally the remaining about 38 polling stations, because in this area of Lunga Lunga constituency we have 148 polling stations out of 744 total in Kwale County. So those are some of the issues that have just been raised here. Remember yesterday also in the evening the officials wanted to take a break, but that one did go down well with the agents, chief agents here, who wanted just the process to continue up to the time they finish, and then now they take a break. But the RO saying that his colleagues are fatigued, they're tired, so they needed to take a break, but the chief agents felt like that was not so good. Also, we've had some technical and logistic challenges here and there. some final results, especially for Senate missing, or sometimes they have been swapped. They are in different stations. For this station, the final results for a Senate in one station is being found in another station. So that one also just raising temperature in here yesterday evening. But as at now, that's where we are. They've taken a break of 30 minutes. They're hoping that when they come back, they'll be able to tally the remaining 38 stations and just get down with the process. Of course, remember the whole thing started the previous night at 10 in the morning when they started tallying at around 4 a.m. in the morning. But up to now, out of the 148, only 110 has been tallied, and they've taken a break. They're going to take a healthy break, they say, but also that is also to allow the IEBC officials to move the ballot papers behind me to a place where now they'll be able to project the results they're tallying to a screen, because since yesterday when they started putting the ballot papers behind me, that has not been able.
All right, a technical hitch there with a link from Zainab Said, who is in Lunga Lunga, Kwale County, obviously giving us an update on what is transpiring there in Kwale County. We'll be linking up with her a little bit later. But for now, let's head over to Jen. Let's look at the latest numbers.
All right, now let's just pick up from that particular point where she is in Kwale County. So far from our screens, we have two constituencies whose results have been transmitted. Right there we have Kinango constituency and Matuga. Lunga Lunga, as she rightfully puts it, we are yet to get the numbers, as well as Msambweni. But looking at Kinango rather, hey, my Kikuyu is showing. The results have already come in, and as you can see right there, Raila Odinga with 36,637 votes. William Ruto comes in second with 17,268. Professor George Wajakoya with 264 votes, and David Mwaure with 149 votes. Going to Matuga, again, Raila Odinga is leading with 88,296. Then comes in the Deputy President William Ruto, a difference of over 40,000 votes between these two particular candidates, as Deputy William Ruto has 34,178 votes. Professor George Wajakoya comes in third with 831 votes. And finally, David Mwaure with 266 votes from that particular constituency. But now going back to the presidential votes. But before we actually go back to the presidential votes, Kyria, when you look at the previous general elections and looking at Kwale County specifically, as you can see, the green color in this particular year represents Raila Odinga, and he did emerge the candidate who had the biggest chunk of the vote in Kwale County back in 2017. Then they had 281,041 registered voters, and Raila Odinga garnered 138,664, making that 75% of the entire Kwale vote. So he did dominate in all the constituencies, and that was the same story in 2013. All the constituencies with a population of 100, registered population of 175,000. Then he garnered the votes of 101,000 voters in Kwale County. But let's look at the latest in regards to the presidential votes. As of now, Deputy President William Ruto is still in the lead with 3,263,386 votes. That is 51.13% of the entire votes casted and tallied so far. Raila Odinga comes in second with 48.18%, which translates to 3,074,708. Professor George Wajakoya with 0.43% of the votes tallied this far, and that is 27,203 votes, and David Mwaure 0.26% of the votes, which translates to 16,881. Again, these are provisional results as per our tally as the national broadcaster. Over to you, Kyria.
All right, thank you very much, Jane. Those are the numbers as they appear. They're quite an interesting one. And at 10 a.m., the IEBC has just released an alert. They will be having a status update at exactly 10 a.m. and we'll be heading over to Bomas at exactly 10 to get to understand what they will be saying. I'm just looking at some of the comic relief on social media, particularly from Tanzanians and Ugandans. They just can't believe that Kenya is conducting an election where you download results. Wakenya mnaigisha wa Afrika. Quite an interesting one. Victor?
Right. Okay. I'd like to ask Lydia one question. Now, we've seen a number of candidates who've been defeated actually conceding defeat without any contention. What do you think are the contributors? Somebody made a funny comment that just few days on election, that was on Monday, there was a court ruling nullifying the CDF. So somebody made, an allegation like, so they're trying to concede because they know that CDF is not going to be in action come next Parliament. I don't know what's your thought about this. We've seen a majority of them conceding defeat since yesterday. Lydia?
I think it's the tone that has been set for this election. If you listen, for instance, to the Kenya Kwanza leader, he was very clear that they are not going to be creating tensions, and if it is called upon them, and I suspect then he would say the same to his troops, it's called upon them to step up so that the country can stay safe and can stay without much pulling and pushing,
yes,
then they're going to do that. And I suspect he must have called them to order. So if your numbers do not reflect that you have won, there's no reason for jostling and causing disruptions. Just concede. And I think that's a tone from the top kind of a thing. And then once the UDA, and if you noticed, it started with the UDA candidates. Once their tallying centers told them that they have lost, they conceded. And I think immediately you began to see also this other side, people like Kanini Kega and Wanjiko Kibe, conceding defeat. And so that tone from the top was already set to be done. Let me also say that I do not believe that the ruling on the CDF will have much effect for two reasons. One, you cannot just wrap up a government agency, with a snap of a finger. There is, of course, going to be some kind of a transitional period, and that transitional period can last quite a bit of time, 3 to 5 years while you're wrapping things up. So even if we were to go the direction of really wrapping up CDF, that's not happening immediately. The second thing I know, I am thinking will likely happen is that the MPs are going to marshal a 2/3 majority. They are going to amend the constitution. They will insert the CDF in the constitution so that there is no this back and forth with the courts. It is secured in the constitution, and that is something they will do within the first 10 days once they are sworn in. So I don't think that is something that should worry anybody. I think CDF will be reinstated for sure.
The first business in the house is CDF. You did it bad.
Watarudisha immediately without further ado. Na watakubaliana wote. Itakuwa complete majority. Itakuwa 2/3.
Wakili, what do you think? The legal battle awaiting us come next Parliament?
You're posing the question to Wakili?
Yes.
Yeah, I think I agree fully with my sister here for a very simple reason. First of all, on the questions you've asked, one, I think there is a level of maturity right now in Kenya that you can win, I can lose honorably, and I accept defeat. And I think that tone was set by the principles for both parties during their final submission. I think that is what we saw. On the issue of CDF, I think the MPs cannot afford to lose CDF. And for the very simple reason that this is where they call the shots. And this is where basically CDF helps them to control the constituency. They control the resources. They can say we are giving bursaries here and there and things like that. So the first thing, because amending the provision of amending the constitution to include the issue of CDF does not really require going back to the public. And I think I agree with my sister that they are going to agree unanimously to amend the necessary laws or to create the necessary laws to have the CDF in a proper way. Yeah.
Okay. And Jen, I mean, if you look at the executive and the legislative arm of the government, they've been using CDF for their own political expedience. But then, the way she's putting it, Lady is saying that the first business in the House once they open come next Parliament is we need this CDF back. But it's a legal battle, so to speak, right?
Yeah. It's a legal battle, so to speak, but the MPs definitely they look at it from a political angle, and they look at it from the perspective that this is the package that they've been using to address most of the needs of of the people on the ground.
Yes.
For example, the issues of education, the issues of projects within the communities where they come from. And you look at an MP along the structure, the devolution structure, whereby the county government kind of overshadowed them, and a lot of projects are now being done by the county government. Then you look at them that like they don't have a package except the CDF. So it's a very important package for them.
Yes.
However, it also calls for these MPs to really look out of the box, because development agenda is also calls for them to look at other possible sources of resources and development agenda, and also trying to look at it from the perspective that they can empower their people differently. It's not necessarily by providing money. They can empower, build their capacity very, very differently and still remain very relevant to the people. So it's as you're saying that the democracy, the political aspect of this nation is changing dynamics.
Yes.
And as we continue to get leaders who would think out of the box, who would think, if you think about your people, you'll definitely get solutions going forward.
Okay.
But, so we are looking at leaders that are going to be dynamic and source for solution in the government and also out of the government.
Okay.
Yeah.
Talk about the issue of concession, because a majority of them, nobody has contested, a loss as we speak.
Yes.
What do you think of that?
Personally, I think it's because of the process, the whole process of time, voting, the time of tallying and all that. IEBC has done a very good job, right? From the whole process is very open, it's very clear, it's very peaceful, and I think as candidates, they are also following up that process and seeing that the voting was good. There was no time for bringing the youth that would come and cause chaos and cause problems. There was no that space. Number two, they are looking at the tallying process and they can follow it very clearly and see that where do I come in, how do I argue my case. So the process is so clean, it's so smooth, they don't see possibility even if they went to court or otherwise of winning the case.
Mark.
Yeah, first of all, before I come to the issue of conceding, I want to say something about the CDF. With all honesty, the CDF has really been helpful, especially for constituencies in regions and areas that were marginalized previously, at least in terms of bursaries and all that, and putting in place some few infrastructure facilities. It's been helpful. The problem with CDF has been the legal framework upon which it's grounded, and that is what the Supreme Court used as a basis to declare it unconstitutional. But as a sister said earlier, it is, of course, it's a fact that members of Parliament have been using the CDF for the longest time possible as a political tool to exact control over the constituency. And because of that, I can assure you it's going to be the first order of business after they've been sworn in. And some of them have made their inaugural speeches on the floor of the August House. It's going to be the first order of business. I can assure you, make no mistake about that. Now, going to the issue of concession, it is true from the closing remarks of the flag bearers, you could hear that there's a new there's a new dimension to it, and something that they were willing to take that was different from a departure from the past. And I remember the former Prime Minister making it clear, saying that he will continue with the doctrine of the handshake. So, which means he is not committed to an antagonistic approach to politics. I guess partly because of age, he might not really have the energy to run around town and engage in running battles. And you know, wisdom also comes with age. And I think the principals having made that kind of you know, pitch, their followers would be foolish, if I may use that word, to go against it. And as Madame has said here, the process was so clear. So anybody who will want, there must be really some very serious, you know, disruption of the process to justify anyone, you know, denying the results and contesting. So if there was a clear-cut winner, you just concede and you go. I think it's a good way. Our politics is becoming cleaner, I believe, by the day, and it's a good thing for our democracy.
It's a positive precedent that has been sent by the political class, which means, you know, wananchi always follow what politicians say. So at this particular point, I think we have to give it up to the political class, because when we have no contention as we speak, everybody is conceding defeat and congratulating the winner and moving on. Perhaps that is a good point to pick it up. But then, Kyoria, we have been accused as media of not doing, you know, of taking sides. And this is where now Jen will sail through pretty well in terms of how we are relaying this, the results. I don't know how you're going to handle from that side.
Accused of bias? That's an interesting one. And I think sometimes when I look at the commentators, maybe they have a point. Or maybe they don't. So probably it depends on which side you sit. And probably one can defend themselves individually, or a media house can defend themselves individually. It depends on which side one sits on. But that's just it. Focusing on this map, because it's an interesting one. At some point, the contestations narrows down to who eats into whose base.
Yes.
Looking at this election, who has eaten into whose base?
I think it's a little obvious that the deputy president has eaten into some of Raila Odinga's base. Remember, Ruto is an untested presidential contestant, because when he contested earlier, he didn't get to the ballot. He joined up with Uhuru Kenyatta and a joint ticket. So this is the first time he's really truly running for president and leading the front. So you cannot quite tell where he's lost, except maybe to use Uhuru Kenyatta's numbers to look at whether he's been able to hold on to the following that Uhuru Kenyatta has. And if you were to use that as a parameter, what you see is that he's been able to hold to the Mount Kenya region, meaning he has retained Uhuru Kenyatta's base there, and he has been able to keep up with a certain a trend that Uhuru used to have, where he's able to pick pockets in say places like Kajiado and Narok. He would be able to pick numbers in Kisii and Nyamira, and he would be able to pick quite a bit in the north. Where you see a bit of a discrepancy that is noticeable is I think in northeastern, there are certain counties where the deputy president completely did not have a lot of sway, and then there are counties where he has a strong sway. So I think in the northeastern they were quite a bit split. They didn't stay on trend as you'd expect, as they used to support Uhuru Kenyatta. And I suspect that has to do perhaps with clans, because northeastern is such that once that one clan has supported a particular candidate, the other clan has to go in the other direction. That's just how they play their politics. So you can see a bit of Uhuru Kenyatta's traditional support base in northeastern did not carry along to William Ruto's side. On the flip side, you can see that Raila Odinga has lost a huge chunk of his base in western, because I think they voted to him, to their man, I believe, in the last election. And now you can see Bungoma has gone UDA almost 70%, and credit, I think, to people like Wetangula, who have really pushed that front. People like Ababu Namwamba, they have really helped Ruto on that side. Although Ruto himself has been a very astute politician in making sure that he's able to connect also with the people in Western Kenya. So Raila there has lost quite a bit of a vote. Two other regions where you can feel there's a little bit of a slip up is Ukambani. The numbers to Ruto are a little higher than was expected, because we had imagined that Wiper would be doing a complete block vote with the eastern counties, but you can see that Ruto has eaten a little bit. He's kept what Uhuru Kenyatta used to get and gotten a little more, especially in Ukambani, and the same applies in the coast. He's gotten what Uhuru Kenyatta used to get and added on to it just a little bit. So if you were to give sort of like a score, I'd say Ruto has been able to perform fairly well, and I think in fact it's CNN through Larry Madowo who were saying that Ruto has performed a lot better than was expected.
I mean, there are those who would argue, assuming then Mount Kenya was William Ruto's base, owing to the 2013 and 2017 general election that had them and Uhuru Kenyatta. There are those who would argue 20% for Raila Odinga in Mount Kenya is also a big deal.
Well, I think 20% for Mr. Odinga in Mount Kenya is huge. Only that it will have been huge, I mean, it will have been more significant if the turnout would have been high. But the mere fact that Mr. Odinga can raise even beyond 5% in Mount Kenya, that's huge. I mean, he has never gotten any numbers close to 10% in Mount Kenya. But as my sister has said, the deputy president had made a lot of inroads in what was traditionally Mr. Odinga's strongholds. He made strong inroads in Western Kenya. He did that at the coast, and I think that is attributed to the fact that he recruited a good team to market him in those areas. And some of them you'll see that they didn't even contest. Their work was only to campaign for William Ruto, including people like Ababu Namwamba. Secondly, he had a good message. You know, he had a message for the people. He was talking about things that the ordinary mwananchi can relate to. He's not talking about building a road. He's talking about putting food on your table. He's not talking about building an airport and things like that. He's talking about these ordinary people who have borders and, I mean, mama bogas. How can we help you to grow your business from a border to a tuk-tuk, and then from a tuk-tuk to an Uber and things like that? Yeah, that's what he was talking about. And I think his packaging of his message was excellent. And so he ate a lot. When you look at the cost, for instance, Mr. Ruto has made a gain in every county of at least 10% in every county. Uhuru didn't manage that when he was running. When you look at Western, for instance, in Busia was Baba's bedroom. Right now, Ruto has gotten quite some votes in Busia. For instance, a place like Budalangi, where Budalangi borders the Luya and the Luo. So in fact, at least quarter of the vote in Budalangi comes from the Luo land. But Ruto will get perhaps even 40% in this general election in those areas. So he made a lot of inroads. He also traveled. I think he was prepared from the word go that he wanted to be the president. He didn't like the previous vice presidents who are waiting to be perhaps endorsed. Ruto knew exactly what he wanted. And so he went out there from the word go. He started selling himself, and he didn't shy off. He told people, I want to be the president. So when this thing comes, please consider me. And I think people listen to his message, people related to it, and people have considered him.
All right. Before we throw it to Victor, because you were the one who was talking about Martha Karua, and if you look at the delivery of the vote, that probably she came below par. And there's been, argument on social media that probably Kalonzo Musyoka was still the best bet for Raila Odinga in terms of running mate.
So, in terms of running mate with getting Kalonzo, if you look at 20% of Mount Kenya, it's a lot more than keeping the entirety, like whatever percentage of vote Raila has lost in Ukambani is completely neutralized by a marginal gain in Mount Kenya, just because of the scale of the numbers, the sheer scale of numbers in Mount Kenya. So when you look at it in terms of absolute numbers, the losses in Ukambani are easily absorbed by the gains in Mount Kenya. And I think that's the rationale that was made. The other thing it did, it put momentum into Raila Odinga's campaign. If Martha Karua was not on the ticket, Raila was almost not in contention. That Ruto would have won with an overwhelming majority, I believe, across all regions. What the Martha Karua effect did, it gave that campaign impetus. And in fact, I think for a whole month, UDA was struggling. In around May, if you look at even in their own internal polls, they will tell you around May things were thick for UDA because of the injection of Martha Karua into the ticket. In fact, I was telling somebody, if Martha Karua or our laws allowed, if Martha Karua had been announced, let's say, in mid-July, and our elections were first week of August, Raila Odinga would have taken it hands down. So there was that.
The optics were quite good.
The optics were very, very good, and it had this novelty. It was a novel idea. Before people got time to interrogate it, and before certain other mistakes were made after, in the campaign, there was that appeal that the ticket suddenly immediately got. And I think even if you look at Martha Karua's, if you look at Martha Karua's delivery, perhaps that's another parameter to look at as opposed to just numbers. You can look at that effect that she created on the ticket and put some energy into Raila Odinga's candidature.
All right. Victor, you're going to take us to Lamu?
Of course, before we go to Lamu, let me just also give Jen and Mark here time to respond to the same question that you've asked. Perhaps, Jen, you can take it away.
Okay, the question about, the inroads of the DP and the Azimio team, inroads. Yes, I think coming from Central Kenya myself, actually, I would say that this is a big win for Raila to have had a lot of votes coming from the Central Kenya. And I would say that the campaign that the president has really done for him, for that particular region, has really worked well for him. So basically, the other thing is about the timing, because the DP has been on campaign, actually, almost the last 5 years. So he's been there throughout and being able to meet the people, and has been able to go to each and every part of this country, and even gone to even deeper to the communities and having related with them. And then the other aspect was the aspect of getting the agendas of their manifesto from the people. I think that's, again, enabled them to really get in touch with their local people, and people felt like they were going to address their own issues and be able to address them, and address them even better. That relationship. And I think Ruto has that passion of, when he addresses people, there's that passion of addressing people's issues and getting to the hearts of people. So that has really given him the ability to get more votes, even in areas that you'd not have necessarily expected to win votes. The other aspect of it is that the UDA team, or I would say, their nomination process was very clear. It was very clear. They did not push leaders to people, but they allowed people to really nominate people that they would want to have to bear the candidature of UDA. So that particular aspect actually was very good, because people felt like, yeah, this is the person we want for our MP, our senator, our governor, unlike Azimio team, whereby they really pushed individuals. Look at, for example, the governorship of Nairobi. Their candidate was pushed to people, and people requested, please get away, get away. It's like he was being pushed to the people. So that aspect, again, really made people feel like, well, I think we need to get a leader that is from the people, by the people, rather than being pushed by a party. Yeah.
All right, Mark, before I give you time to respond to that as well, let's go to Lamu shortly. Yeah. Now, the history of leadership has been recorded in the Wabajuni community of Lamu County. after the former county woman representative Ruwaida Mohammed was elected as an MP in Lamu East constituency. Now, according to the returning officer Lamu East, Stephen Karani, the new legislator garnered a total of 5,498 votes against his opponent Sharif Ahmed, who garnered 4,633. Sharif was the area MP and was defending the seat for the third time. Now, while expressing her gratitude to the people of Lamu East, Ruwaida cited that she is ready to work with her competitors for the benefits of the people. A total of 4 candidates were eyeing for the parliamentary seat.
Obo Ruwaida Mohammed, 5,400.
Naona ni majukumu, responsibilities kubwa nilizopewa, na inshallah Mwenyezi Mungu aniwezeshe nipate mimi na timu yetu yote tupate uwezo inshallah na nguvu za kuwakilisha Lamu Mashariki inshallah. Naahidi kwa watu wangu inshallah zile ahadi zote nilizozitukua Mungu akipenda nitazitekeleza inshallah. Kuna ahadi za ambazo within 100 days lazima nizifanye, kuna ahadi within 1 year nimezifanya. Mwenyezi Mungu naomba unisaidie niweze kuzitekeleza.
All right. That is, it's called Wabajuni Community. Wabajuni Community. A good moment for them there. All right. Before I come to you, Kyria, Mark, your take on the issue of running mates that Jen also talked about, as well as Lydia over there.
Well, I think every running mate had their own effect on their coalition's campaign. First of all, remember there was a pull and tug, and there was a lot of tension around the Kenya Kwanza nomination. From what we heard, it was between Kindiki and Rigathi.
Yes.
And when finally Rigathi was announced, you could see the response from the other side. It's like they were celebrating that it was not Kindiki. But the truth of the matter is, they did not. They were happy if it was Kindiki.
Yes,
they would have been happy. Rigathi was a different ball game altogether. So he's been a thorn in the flesh for Azimio on the mountain. And as for Martha really, as my sister said, added a lot of momentum to Azimio. Not necessarily the numbers directly on the mountain, but she brought in a very great impetus to the Azimio campaign and the Raila campaign, and she added a lot of value. The oomph that she brought in, and the push that she brought, I don't think, with all due respect, our former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka would have done well as far as creating momentum and adding momentum to the Azimio campaign as Martha did. So comparing those two, Martha was, for me, the better choice compared to Kalonzo Musyoka.
Okay. Jen, are you trying to... Right. Go ahead.
I think the other question that we would also want to ask ourselves is about the timing when the principals name their learning mates.
And that's exactly what leaders are talking about.
Yes,
right? Yes,
the
exactly.
timing is actually another question, because by the time they come in to join the principal, maybe we are almost very close to the end of the day. And like Mother, for example, there was still a lot of debates who Azimio would pick. You know, you saw all the drama, all the the processes of picking the learning mate. So even maybe they were not even sure that they would be the learning mate. So the preparation and all that is also a question of for the learning mate and the role they would play to make sure that they deliver.
So do you think it would have been done a bit earlier?
Yeah, personally, I feel that maybe it is better if these people pick their running mate earlier. Because if they are expecting that this running mate will be able to support them in terms of mobilizing votes or changing the dynamics of in terms of political voting, then they should do it earlier so that even the voters have time to relate with these running mates, be able to see the benefits and all that, and turn some votes that may
that's quite contrary to what leader said, because leader said it would have been done slightly closer to the election, because now their opponents had time to interrogate who the person is, their flaws, and counter each and every person. But I don't think that's your opinion anyway. I don't know what you think, Mark.
By the way, actually, I think it was more tricky for Azimio than it was for Kenya Kwanza. Because, you see, Baba was targeting the mountain. And because the mountain did not have a candidate on the ticket, it was foolhardy for anyone not to pick a running mate from the mountain. So, at the same time, Senior Counsel Steve Kalonzo Musyoka was saying, I mean, who else could it be? Yes. If not me. I mean, Baba's running mate 2013, 2017. I mean, what do I go to tell my people? So it put Baba in a very difficult position. And I believe even the idea of getting the task force to pick the running mate was Baba's way of running away from actually the responsibility of picking one. Because if he would have done it personally, it would, the implication would have been different. Actually, if Baba would have picked Martha, the same Martha, personally, the response from Ukambani would have been different. The fact that he used that committee, for me, was also a very wise decision, really.
No, picking of a running mate was a big issue, even to the to the contenders. It was. Including a Agano party leader. I'm so sure you also had your fair share of who your running mate was going to be. So it's a tricky affair. It is. Curious.
All right, we want to head now to Kilifi County, Rabai constituency specifically. Junei Karisa is in Rabai, Kilifi County. Junei, good morning. The latest from Rabai?
Good morning, JJ. Yes, I'm in Rabai constituency today morning. This is day 4. We are just hovering around to get perspective of who's winning and who's coming second place. But what I can confirm from picking up from yesterday's conversation is that ODM gubernatorial candidate Gideon Ngaro is leading in most constituencies here in Kilifi County. He is followed, of course, by Aisha Jumwa. She's coming in second, but in most polling stations that have finished submitting their reports in their various constituency tallying centers, Gideon Ngaro is leading in most of these polling stations. There are 7 constituencies in Kilifi area, and in Magarini, Kilifi South, Ganze and Kaloleni, they are through with their submitting, and what is going on right now, they are tallying, the constituency tallying, returning officers are tallying the results, and from 11-12 p.m. most of these constituencies will be relaying the results as to who has won. But when it comes to the presidential, of course, Raila Odinga, as I said yesterday, he is leading in most of these constituencies. There is no constituencies that we have had Deputy President William Ruto leading. This means that the ODM party in Kilifi County has managed to pick most of the seats. Just to give you a breakdown, in Malindi constituency, where Aisha Jumwa is the sitting member of parliament, there are 5 wards: Shela, Ganda, Malindi Town and Kakuyuni. All 4 of these seats have been won by MCAs of ODM party, and one where she's coming from in Kakuyuni is where that we see an MCA under the UDA party has won the seat. When it comes to the member of parliament, we understand that the ODM party has taken the day, followed by the former former member of Parliament William Tengo coming in second under the PA party. So in Malindi, we are seeing that Raila Odinga's presidency has taken the lead, followed by William Ruto, that is in Malindi constituency. In Magarini, we understand that Harry Kombe has taken the lead under the ODM party. He has managed to replace the sitting member of parliament, who is Michael Kingi, who was contesting with the PA party. When it comes to the demographics of who has won under the county level, PA has managed to clinch 2 seats. The ODM party has managed to clinch 1, independent 2, and 1 under the UDA party. We head to Ganze, where the current member of parliament, Teddy Mwambire, has been able to be ousted by Kennedy Tungule under the PA party, who has taken the lead. There are 4 wards in that area. These wards, we are yet to get the demographic, but we understand that PA is dominating in Ganze constituency. The member of parliament is also under the PA party. However, Raila Odinga is leading in this constituency, followed by William Ruto. I am currently, after here the Rabai, Kioria, I'll be heading to Kaloleni. Let me just give you a brief. Paul Katana has managed to fight for his seat under the ODM party. There are 4 wards in Kaloleni, Mariakani, Kayafungo, Mwandamwinga, and Kaloleni. 2 of these seats have been clinched by the ODM party, and 2 have been managed by the independent candidates. They have taken a lead in that. What we are trying to paint a picture is, as I have mentioned as I began, that the ODM party has managed to clinch a majority of the seats in Kilifi County, and Gideon Ngaro is coming in first, top in most of the polling stations. We understand 5 of 7 of this constituency will be relaying their results as from 12 p.m. We will get the definite results, but from our investigations as a desk, because I am joined by my fellow colleagues in various constituencies, it is that ODM party has taken the day in Kilifi County. So I am still transversing. I'll be headed to Kaloleni right now. I am in Rabai. As you can see behind me is that the tallying is yet to the returning officers, the presiding officers of the different polling centers are still giving their feedback, their report as to how they have performed in each and every ward, and they will be, of course, submitting these reports to the constituency returning officer. The announcement is still continuing, and we understand that at 2 p.m., probably after they have taken a rest, they will be relaying the results of this constituency in Rabai.
Janae, just a moment. A very quick one. This election comes just a few weeks after the death of William Kamote, who was the Rabai Member of Parliament. Is there a relative to William Kamote who was contesting in this election?
Let me join by my colleague Nisi, who has held a fort in this constituency, just to give us a perspective. Good morning, Nisi, and how has it been so far for the past 4 days? Kiri, allow me.
All right, thank you so much. Janae Karisa, good morning to you. John Jacob Kuria and Victor Olo back at the Broadcasting House. We are live here at the Rabai Constituency Tallying Center here in Kilifi County, where we have been pitching tent for the last close to 4 days now. And at this particular constituency tallying center, on the first day of election, that is on Tuesday night, the first ballot boxes from the polling centers arrived here at around 1:48 a.m. in the morning. And that's because it's been raining. I know you cannot see, but the weather is really chilly. It's been raining. The roads have not been passable. So the ballot boxes arrived here a little bit later in the night at 1:48 a.m. on Tuesday night or Wednesday morning, if you like. But since then, we have been able to go through different polling station results. We're still waiting for others. We have around 30 polling station results that we are waiting to go through. Eventually, the returning officer here, Nuru Faraj, has told us that probably by 2 p.m. we might be able to finish this process. But so far, so good. Security is tight in this particular constituency tallying center. There's a lot of security personnel here, and you're not able to access it without a badge or some form of identification, and that's of course to ensure that the electoral process is smooth. So in the 111 constituencies in this area, 111 polling centers in this constituency, we have been able to go through around 80 results from polling centers, and the rest will be bringing probably by 2 p.m. would have finished that process. So we are still pitching our tent here. We'll be bringing you more updates as time allows.
Just from your analysis, is it possible to know who is on the lead and which party has taken what? We understand there's a relative of William Kamoti who was also contesting. From your on the ground, who exactly is leading?
No, we cannot be able to say at the moment because the returning officer here is very careful not to bring any sorts of disruption in the process. So probably by 2 p.m. we will know. But the party agents are here, the different party agents are here, the observers are here, and we are also here to ensure that we bring the accurate results for that particular winner of the different positions. But I cannot be able to say for sure.
Curia, it's the same across other constituencies like we did yesterday. It is premature right now to say who's on the lead, but I'm sure at 2 p.m. Nisi is on that bit, and she will be telling us more. Any other query, Curia?
Junaid, thank you. A fantastic job you're doing there alongside Nisi Imanu in Rabai, and of course as you make rounds across Kilifi County to give us up to date, or rather to keep us up to date with the results there. Of course, you're telling us Gideon Mungaro is on the lead in the gubernatorial position, followed closely by Aisha Jumwa, and we'll be coming back to you later. Thank you, Junaid and Nisi. Bringing it back to studio, some news here. It appears like Gideon Moi is going home. Among the big names falling, and fallen by the sword of William Cheptumo, the immediate former Baringo North Member of Parliament, because I understand Cheptumo has gotten 123,088 votes against Gideon's 57,202. That's about 67.63% for William Cheptumo against Gideon Moi's 31.43%. Lydia Mathia, looks like the Deputy President was on a mission to vanquish his detractors in the rift.
It is his supporters who have chosen to vanquish the people who are opposed to William Ruto in Rift Valley and in Mount Kenya. They are saying, we support this man. If you're not with him, then you are not with us. And I think that is the message that is being that is resonating, that is now being sent out by these people, that this is our person, this is the person that we love, this is the person that we support, and if you want us to be with you, then you be with this man. So you might see some realigning going forward, perhaps towards 2027, where people will try now, not to lose their own positions as they navigate politics. Because Gideon, remember, already had gone again in a different direction with Kanu in 2017, and the people gave him a chance, and they said, okay, it's okay, we understand, you're our son, we'll give you our votes, okay, go to Senate. But I guess a second time round, him going against Ruto, now running for the actual seat of president, was too much for the people of Baringo. And I think this time they said, it's okay, just give us a minute, we need to make this clear to you that our person is William Ruto. Yeah, and that's what you're seeing, that the people are saying, this is our person. It's the same message that has been sent to the president, that this is the person that we love. So if you love us, then come along with us. Otherwise, please stay out of our way. Yeah.
For a Moi to flop in Baringo is such a big thing.
It's a big deal.
It's such a big deal. And thinking about it, because you allude to 2017, the deputy president, in a way, tried to topple Gideon Moi in Baringo through the current CS for Labour in 2017. But still, Gideon Moi put up quite a good show. What do you think is different this time that he has been flawed?
I think they have been, even though Ruto has always been ahead, there has always been supremacy battles between Ruto and the Mois. And now this confirms that right now Ruto is the undisputed kingpin now of Rift Valley. Ruto has made his groundwork, and I think Gideon didn't read the signs of the time, because the people of Rift Valley right now, their only hope for the presidency was William. And having been out of, lost that opportunity after Moi left power, they really wanted to have their own son, to be the president. And so any person who was opposed to William was likely to go home. And as some speaker had already said, there was a wave in Rift Valley that anything that went against William was going to be vanquished, as you say. Any person was going to go home. And I do not think that if there is any single person in the Rift Valley I'm talking about is generally Kalenjin, who was opposed to William, was going to make it. Yes.
All right. And I understand it appears like Anne Waiguru will lose the race in Kirinyaga County. We'll be heading there in a bit. But right about now, let's head over to Nyeri County. Gishoke Wachira is in Nyeri. Wachira, I believe you can hear me. What's the latest from Nyeri County?
Thank you very much, John Jacob Kioria. We are coming to you live from Mathira constituency. A very cold morning here in Mathira constituency. And as you can see behind me, the whole process of verifying the results that are being received from all the 201 polling stations is still going on. IEBC officials here have really sacrificed and giving it their all to make sure that the process is transparent. So it's a time-consuming process, and this is because they have to verify each and every ballot box and also each and every detail that have been sent from the polling station. The ballots that you are seeing are the pending ballots that are yet to be verified, and so that the results can be collated together. And so far, it's like 30 hours of giving service, and now joining me is returning officer, Mathira Tallying Center. Madam, how far is the process?
Well, we are doing well. We are happy. We are doing well. We are almost like at 90%, because we only have less than 15 more to go. Like you can see, we've really almost cleared. Yes.
And when should the people of Mathira expect to hear the results of their parliamentary, their new member of parliament, and also how they voted in the presidential race?
Wow, that's a tough one, because I wouldn't really know, because like you've seen, it's not just receiving. So I'm talking about the receiving, that I'm almost done with receiving all of them. But then there is the collation. I have the Form B to compare with the Form A series, that what I have entered in the Form B series is exactly what was brought to me by the PO. So that one might take another good time. So it's not that easy to really determine when we are going to be done. Yes.
Thank you very much, madam. You're doing a good job.
Thank you so much too.
That is the returning officer, Mathira Tallying Center here in Mathira constituency, explaining to us why the process is taking a lot of time. And it is because there is need to verify each and every result that is being received from the polling station to make sure that it matches the result that was fed into the system. Now, John Jacob Kioria, unless you have a question.
Because you've been covering the entire of Nyeri County, how would you tell us about the parliamentary results in the constituencies inside Nyeri County? What would you tell us about the outcome?
Well, looking at the provisional results, because it's only one constituency in Nyeri, two constituencies in Nyeri County that have already declared the final results. But looking at the provisional results, there is a common pattern here in Nyeri and also the surrounding counties within the Mount Kenya region. And United Democratic Alliance is really taking most of the seats, if not all of the seats in this region. And that is a statement that they are making, a political statement that this Mount Kenya region is with is supporting the Deputy President William Ruto.
All right. Quite an incisive answer there. There's a political statement being made there, as Kevin Wachira avers, and we'll be also getting back to him once those results from Madeira are out, the official results, because Kevin appears to have the provisional results from Nyeri County, but he is stationed in Madeira right about now. We'll take a breather and then leave you with about graphics of who won, who has lost, and then come back after 10 minutes. Take up this conversation about who is leading where. For example, in Kilifi, we have not really quite covered Kilifi as regards Gideon Mungaro, Aisha Jumwa, and the new entrant into the party, Pa, appears to be making quite a statement in Kilifi, and the party leader is Amason Jeffa Kingi. So we take a breather. When you come back, Victor Olo, you will pick it up with your guest, and then we come to this end.
Right. election of 2022. On this 11th day of August 2022, it has been an eventful week, but we are still here to give you wall-to-wall coverage of what you should expect. We have our reporters across the country, and back here in studio we also have analysts, at least to give us a different insight on what is happening on the ground. But right now, let's cross over to the Bomas of Kenya. Sarafina Robi is on standby. Sarafina, hujambo? What should we expect at the Bomas of Kenya? It's now 10 a.m.
Na shukran sana Victor pamoja na wenzangu Jacob Kioria na Jane ambao wapo kwenye Broadcasting House ambapo ni makao makuu ya utangazaji ya KBC. Mtazamaji, sasa tunakujia kwa njia moja kwa moja mbashara kabisa kutoka kwenye kituo ama kitovu cha Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC, ambapo kipo katika ukumbi wa Bomas hapa Nairobi nchini Kenya, ambapo tunaendelea kufuatilia tuweze kujua jinsi ambavyo matokeo yanaendelea kupeperushwa kutoka sehemu mbalimbali za nchi. Kufikia hivi sasa ni kuwa tunamsubiri mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati pamoja na naibu wake Juliana Cherera pamoja na makamishna wengine waweze kuwasili kwenye ukumbi huo wa Bomas, waweze kutujuza kama walivyokuwa wametuambia hapo awali kuwa ifikia hapo mida ya saa 4 wataweza kufika, waweze kutuambia kufikia sasa hivi Wakenya ni wangapi ambao wameweza kupiga kura, na vile vile wale wasimamizi ambao wanatoka kwenye polling centers na vile vile kwenye constituency tallying centers na county tallying centers wameweza kufikia wapi, ambao wanatarajiwa waweze kufika hapa ili waweze kuleta hizo fomu za 34A na vile vile zile fomu za 34B ambazo zinatarajiwa, zinasubiriwa sana. Na sisi tupo ange kabisa hapa kuhakikisha kwa tunaweza kukujuza iwapo fomu hizo zimeweza kuwasili hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas, na zitakapowasili zinasubiriwa, mtazamaji, na maafisa wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka IEBC ili waweze kudhibitisha pamoja na zile ambazo zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye, zimeweza kutumwa na ule mfumo wa KIMS, na hapo baadaye ripoti itaweza kupewa mwenyekiti wa Tume Huru ya Uchaguzi na Mipaka Wafula Chebukati, ambaye sasa ataweza kutangaza kirasmi kabisa ni nani ameweza kushinda kwenye ugavana, ni nani ameweza kushinda kwenye kiti cha urais. Hapa kwenye studio zetu kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas ni naye mchanganuzi wa masuala ya kisiasa ambaye ni Churchill Saoke. Karibu sana Churchill.
Asante sana.
Hali ni vipi unavyoiona hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas?
Tunaona matokeo yanaendelea kuingia na wengine already wameanza kujisalimisha, wanasema tumekubaliana na matokeo, na hivyo ndo tunataka iendelee mpaka mwisho. Naam.
Na makamishna kwa wale walikuwa wametujuza jana kuwa matokeo hayo ambayo watu wanaendelea kutangaza sio rasmi kabisa. Unaona hii inazua hali gani nchini?
Wajua kuna expectations mingi kwa watu wengi kule, na ni kawaida, manake kila mtu wanaangalia, wanataka hii season ya kura kupigwa ishe na matokeo ijulikane. So hiyo expectations iko mingi kila mahali, na kule makamishna pia lazima wahakikisha ya kwamba matokeo ambao wanapeana ni zile zinakubaliana na kikatiba. So ingawaje watu wanataka matokeo zitolewe haraka, pia kuna ile kitu tunaita process. Unajua kuna process ambayo lazima ifuatwe ndiposa kikatiba ifikiwe. Manake unajua unaweza tangaza huyu ameshinda, mtu fulani ameshinda, alafu baadaye petition ile iende court na process yote inalifaiwe, watu warudi kwa election. So commissioners ni mzuri wachukue fursa yao kuhakikisha wameverify hizo results zote zimefuatana na hizo sheria zote ambazo zinahitajika na katiba.
Ni mambo yapi ambayo unaona yameweza kuchangia kuchelewa kwa kufika kwa fomu hizi? Manake zimekuwa zikitarajiwa tangu jana hadi sasa hivi hatujawaona.
Wajua kuna hiyo kitaratibu yenye inahitajika ya kwamba forms zikitoka kule polling stations lazima zipelekwe katika constituency tallying center. Huko pia wanaenda kufanya hizo tallying, ndio wa declare wale wabunge zitoke hapo ziende kwa county, alafu ndiposa zifike hapa. So kuna tallying kila mahali, na hiyo ndo sababu zinachelewa. Wajua kuna wale ambao wanafikiria ya kwamba hizo forms zilishafiliwa juzi, so zilifiliwa kwa polling station, na zikishafiliwa hapo zinarushwa haraka mara hiyo kwa National Tallying Center, lakini sio hivyo, lazima ziende constituency na county ndipo zifike huko. No.
Kwa yule Mkenya ambaye anatazama, tunaweza kuona watu wana maswali mengi sana. Manake ukiangalia kwa kila televisheni, hii inasema hivi, nyingine inasema hivi.
Watulie. Watulie, mimi naweza waambia watulie, wengine waanze kazi. Wajua kuna huku ukiona hapa Bomas pia kila watu wako na maagenti wao, na so kuhakikisha ya kwamba zile results ambazo zinaletwa ni zile ambazo zilikuwa zile ambazo zilihesabika. So watu watulie, wakuwe watulivu. Kuna watu ambao wanahakikisha ya kwamba interest zao zimetimizwa, so wasikuwe na ile msukosuko ya kwamba kuna mtu anataka kuiba kura. Kuna mtu so wakae na utulivu, na pia wahakikisha ya kwamba zile wachunguze sana zile vitu ambazo wanasoma sana kwa zile mitandao za kijamii. Manake sasa wajua kuna wale ambao wameanguka na wenye wanapita ambao wanaweka information mingi sana kwa mitandao, na hizo zinachanganyisha watu. Unakumbuka juzi kura imeisha na wengine already wameshajitokeza wanajitangaza ya kwamba wameshinda, na wengine walikuwa na fikiri hiyo ni ukweli. Tangazo ya mwisho ni ile inatoka IEBC. Hivyo basi watulie. Hata zile zinatoka runinga, kuna zingine ambazo huwezi sema ni za ukweli, hazijadhibitishwa. So wangoje IEBC commission wadhibitishe hizo, na results ambazo chairman atakuwa zinatangaza ndizo zitakuwa zile za rasmi. Naam.
Kando na mfumo huu ambao unafuata, kuna zile form za 34A ambazo tumeweza kuona zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye mtandao ama zikatumwa na mfumo huo wa KIMS, ambazo vile vile Chebukati alisema jana bado wanasubiri hizo ambazo zitaletwa na wasimamizi ndipo iweze kudhibitishwa hasa. Kando na mfumo huo, je, pia mambo ya usalama, ukosefu wa usalama katika maeneo kadhaa umeweza kuchangia? Manake tuliona kama vile eneo la Elders uchaguzi ulifanywa jana. Haya yameweza kuchangia pia katika kucheleweshwa kwa fomu hizi kuwasili hapa?
Waweza kuwa, lakini si sana. Manake wajua, naweza sema ya kwamba kwa hii uchaguzi hali ya usalama sana ule wakati wa kucount kura ama kuhesabu kura haijakuwa mbaya sana. Manake ukikompare na wakati labda 2017 ama elections zingine, ulikuwa unapata ya kwamba macandidates walikuwa naenda wanavamia mahali ya kuhesabu kura, na hiyo hatujapata sana wakati huu. So labda ni mimi naweza sema inachangiwa sana na hiyo kufuata hiyo utaratibu. Of course kuna regions ambazo bado ziko mbali. Ukiona mahali kama huko upande za northern Kenya, wajua huko pia ni mbali na network pia ni kidogo, so hizo pia zinachangia, lakini pia ni kidogo. So watu watulie tu. Wakuwe na utulivu.
Tukiwa pale kwenye auditorium pale, tuliweza kuona kuwa fomu za 34A ambazo zimeweza kuwekwa kwenye mfumo huo wa KIMS saizi ni 99.73 kipindi tunatoka pale auditorium. Na vile vile jana Chebukati aliweza kusema kuwa asilimia wa Kenya ambao waliweza kupiga kura ni 65.5 vile na nambari zingine. Ukilinganisha saa hizi jinsi ambavyo Wakenya wamejitokeza na hapo awali tuseme mwaka 2017 ambapo watu walijitokeza kwa wingi sana, karibia 80%. Saizi mbona asilimia imepungua?
Kuna mambo mengi, kuna sababu mengi yenye inaweza kuwa imechangia. Moja wao ni ya kwamba wajua watu kujitokeza kwenda kupiga kura inategemea na jinsi ambavyo wanasiasa wamewarai waende wapige kura, umewashawishi waende wapige kura, na hivyo inachangiwa kwanza na ni nani anasimama, anatoka wapi, akona wafuasi wangapi. So labda hiyo ni ya kwanza, inaweza kuwa imechangia kupunguzwa kwa idadi ya wale watu ambao wamejitokeza kupiga kura. Ya pili ni ya kwamba kuna uchumi kiasi imekuwa ngumu. Kuna labda wale ambao walikuwa wamechukua kura labda maeneo ya mashinani, lakini kura imewapata wakiwa Nairobi, na hiyo siku ya kupiga kura unaenda kwa bus station, unauliza fare ni ngapi, unaambiwa 3,000. Sasa unasema 3,000, wewe kuna 1,000 peke yako, unasema labda na nyinyi mko watu wawili, unasema acha ikae basi. So hiyo pia inaweza kuwa ilichangia. Ya tatu ni zile sera, labda watu wanaona ya kwamba hizi vitu ambavyo sisi tunaambiwa ni zile tuliambiwa 2017 na ile 2013 na kuna kitu imefanyika. Sasa hata hata 2022 baada hakutakuwa na kitu. Hivyo pia inaweza fanya watu wasijitokezee kupiga kura. Ingine na sababu ingine ni ya kwamba kuna wale watu ukiona ukichunguza sana wale watu ambao walipiga kura, kuna wale vijana wa kupiga kura, na kuna shida hapo. Lazima tufanye utafiti ni sababu gani. Bado siwezi sema ni kwa nini hawakupiga kura. Sana sana ni watu walio na umri kutoka 30 kwenda juu ndo walijitokeza vizuri. Kurudi chini hawakupiga kura, sababu bado hatujui. Lakini wajua pia kuna shida ya mambo na kuelewa historia ya nchi. Watu unapata vijana labda bado hawajaelewa umuhimu ya hii process ya kupiga kura, na sana sana ukilinganisha na pahali ambapo nchi inatokezea, historia ya nchi na tunakotaka kuenda. Wengine ukiwauliza watakuambia nipige kura, nisipopiga kura yangu haitakuwa ya maana,
hakutakuwa na mabadiliko
au utakuwa na mabadiliko. Sasa wajua mtu akiwa na mentality kama hiyo inafanya kura ya ile turnout kurudi chini. Naam.
Vile vile unaposema kuwa vijana hawajajitokeza kwa wingi kuweza kupiga kura, kuna pia au makamishna waliweza kutujuza kuwa kuna sehemu kama vile 8 ambapo kwa ugavana kulikuwa na Kakamega na Mombasa, vile vile kulikuwa na maeneo bunge kama vile Kitui Rural, sehemu kama hizo ambapo walisema kuna huo uchaguzi utaweza kufanya tarehe 23 mwezi wa 8. Sasa pia unaona kama pia hilo limeweza kuchangia katika idadi ndogo ya watu ambao walijitokeza kupiga kura. Manake mtu anaona kama mimi nataka kumpigia gavana tu pale, kwa hivyo nikienda kumpigia gavana pia nitampigia rais. Kama nimeambiwa basi sitaweza kumpigia gavana, basi mimi sitaenda kupiga kura. Unaona kama hilo pia limeweza kuchangia.
Naweza sema ya kwamba wajua ni kiasi kidogo sana, asilimia kidogo kabisa ilichangiwa na hiyo. Manake ukiona wale ambao walikuwa naenda kupiga kura mahali popote nchi, wote walishawishiwa sana na wale wenye wanavai zile position za rais, na utakuwa unapata ya kwamba hata wale wenye wanawania hizi position zingine za magavana wote walikuwa nategemea wenye wanawania hizo positions za marais. So kidogo sana upate ya kwamba kuna mtu alikuwa anategemea anaenda kupiga kura kwa sababu ya gavana peke yake na sio rais. Ingekuwa mbaya kama ni ya rais ndio ingekuwa imeondolewa, inge affect sana zile positions zingine za gavana, za mabunge na county assembly. Naam.
Pia tuangalie mifumo ama zile ambazo wanasema patterns ambazo Wakenya kwa sasa kwenye uchaguzi huu wameweza kutumia kuweza kupiga kura, vyama ambavyo vimeweza kuongoza katika sehemu ambazo hazikuwa zinatarajiwa. Waona vipi hali hii imetoka na kivipi?
Kama vyama ambavyo vinafanya nini?
Kama vile utapata tuseme kama eneo la Mlima Kenya tumeweza kuona kuwa rais alikuwa anampigia debe sana yule
naibu wake.
Yule ambaye anaongoza azimio la umoja. Lakini ukiangalia watu ambao wameweza kuchaguliwa pale wengi wao ni wa UDA. Ni nini ambacho kimechangia?
Wajua kuna historia ambayo iko na hiyo imekuwa nchi. Mara mingi unapata ya kwamba watu wengi labda kwa sehemu hiyo walikuwa natarajia ya kwamba mheshimiwa rais support naibu wake, na walikuwa naenda kupiga kura, manake hiyo ndo kitu walikuwa natarajia. Lakini labda mheshimiwa rais pia kwa wisdom yake alikuwa anaangalia jinsi ambavyo nchi inavyoenda, hiyo stand alichukua ndio labda alikuwa naona ni mzuri kwa nchi, na wafuasi wake kutoka Mlima Kenya walikuwa naona hiyo njia sio yenye sisi tunataka. So ni njia ya kidemokrasia ya kila mtu. Rais anachukua mkondo direction hii, wananchi wanachukua direction hii, wote mwishowe tutakuwa na kiongozi wa nchi mwenye atakuja ku unite kila mtu, mwenye alimvotia na mwenye
lakini Churchill haijawa hivyo awali. Awali tulikuwa tunaona kama ni eneo tuseme la Mlima Kenya, tunajua pale ni Jubilee kabisa, kila mtu yapiga kura mrengo wa Jubilee. Lakini kwa sasa imebadilika sana, hata kama ni hali yako ya kidemokrasia.
Manake wajua, ukiona historia ya siasa ya nchi, Mlima Kenya haijapigia Mheshimiwa Raila kura, na hata saa hii zile kura ambazo amepata tunaweza sema ya kwamba wamejaribu. Ukikompare na elections zingine ambazo wako wamepata kura sana, saa hizi amepata asilimia kadhaa, yenye tunaweza sema ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais jinsi ambavyo aliwarai watu wa eneo hilo kiasi amesaidia Azimio. Manake wajua hii, ukiona hata hizo figures ambazo zinatokelezea, hiyo difference ni kidogo. So hata hiyo percentage yenye imeongezwa hapo kutoka hiyo na hiyo imemsaidia, hata itamsaidia akishinda.
Naam. Tutarudi bado uweze kutuelezea zaidi kuhusiana na mfumo huo wa kupiga kura. Mtazamaji, sasa tuelekee katika eneo la Serena ambapo tunaarifiwa kuwa wale waangalizi wako pale na wanaweza wanaongea na wanahabari, kwa hivyo tuweze kupata mazungumzo hayo.
To see the Republic of Kenya and to see the people who are quite hospitable. So the various missions that are here, EAC, AU, COMESA, IGAT, have endeavored to work with synergy throughout the election observation process. This is in keeping with the pursuit of the African Union vision of Agenda 2063, whereby the various regional economic communities are supposed to be the building blocks for the African economic community that is supposed to be there by the year 2063. In observing elections in the partner states, we are strengthening the political pillar in the integration process. You need to get your politics right if the economy is to prosper. So, so we'll have presentations from the various heads of mission, beginning with the East African community, and then the one from the AU Observer Mission. Then after that we'll have the question and answer session. Then later on we'll have the presentations from the Commonwealth and the other Observer Mission. So with those many remarks, I would like to invite the head of the EAC Election Observer Mission, His Excellency Dr. Jakaya Kikwete, to make his presentation on behalf of the EAC mission.
Unasema sana wewe. Excellencies, former presidents who are here leading international election observation missions and other heads of international observation missions, Excellencies, ambassadors and high commissioners present, fellow observers of the East African Community Election Observation Mission, invited guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Upon the invitation of the Kenyan Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission, the Secretary General of the East African Community, Honorable Peter Mathuki, constituted the East African Community Election Observation Mission to the 2022 Kenya General Election. Let me hasten to say that the election observation is one of the fundamental principles of promoting good governance and democracy in the East African Community as per treaty and as per the principles of election observation and evaluation of 2012. The East African Commission Observation Mission comprised 43 East Africans. I'm leading that mission, and Ambassador Fatma Ndangiza, who is the chairperson of the Regional Affairs and Conflict Resolution Committee of the East African Legislative Assembly, is my deputy. The members of the mission were drawn from the East African Legislative Assembly, national parliaments, government ministries, electoral management bodies, national youth councils, national human rights institutions, civil society organizations, and East African youth ambassadors. In constituting the mission, the Secretary General is guided, or was guided, by the principle that no national of the country holding the election will be a member of that observation mission. It follows, therefore, that our brothers and sisters of Kenya are not members of this mission. Ladies and gentlemen, the deployment of this mission was preceded by an AU, EAC, and COMESA joint high-level pre-election consultative mission from the 14th to the 21st of May. Later, from 25th of June to 25th of July, a joint political assessment mission with members of the AU, EAC, COMESA, and IGAD conducted an assessment of conflict prevention and mitigation of the risk factors to be taken into account during this year's election in Kenya. Members of the East Africa Election Observation Mission were deployed in 16 teams in 27 counties in Nairobi, Central, Nyanza, Eastern, Western, Rift Valley, and Coastal region. On polling day, we were able to observe elections in 218 polling stations. Before deployment, the mission undertook consultations with stakeholders, including the chairman of the IEBC, Independent Electoral and Border Commission, Wafula Chebukati and his commissioners, the Chief Justice, Her Lordship Justice Martha Koome, the Cabinet Secretary for Interior, Dr. Fred Matiang'i. And with regard to presidential candidates, we met in person with His Excellency William Ruto, the Deputy President, Right Honorable Raila Odinga, former Prime Minister, and Reverend David Waihiga. I spoke by phone with Professor George Wajakoya. He was in his village. He went there early to vote, but we agreed to meet when he returns to Nairobi. The other stakeholders we interacted with include the National Police Service of Kenya, ambassadors of the East African Community in Kenya, commissioners of the National Human Rights Commission, commissioners of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, political parties, the Election Observation Group, ILOG, civil society organizations, faith-based organizations, and the media. We also had consultations with other regional and international observers. Many of them are already here. I attended a special event organized by the Kenya's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, by Secretary Rachel Omamo, organized by 4 observers. The Secretary of ICT, Honorable Joseph Mucheru, the Inspector General of Police, Hilary Nzioki, permanent secretaries from several ministries were present. They spoke about Kenya government's preparedness and readiness to ensure successful, free, and fair election in 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to present the preliminary report of the East African Community Observer Mission. The report is based on the consultations which I have already mentioned and the findings of our observers in the field, in the counties. We observed key pre-election and election day activities, campaigns, delivery of polling materials, preparation of polling stations, voting processes and results management at polling stations. The comprehensive report, the detailed and comprehensive report will be completed shortly and will be delivered to the Independent Electoral and Border Commission of Kenya and to relevant Kenyan authorities. The following are some of the observations the EAC Election Observation Mission would like to highlight. One, the mission observed that the campaigns were conducted in a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Parties and candidates had the opportunity to campaign freely, although there were reports of some challenges or incidents encountered by some parties and some members. In our assessment, these were isolated incidents. They do not translate or reflect the whole election processes. And those issues that were incidents related to security were dealt with by the national security agencies. Two, the mission takes note of the important contribution made by several stakeholders like faith-based organizations, civil society organizations, the private sector, and the media, which helped in promoting peace and harmony during the campaigns as well as before and on polling day. The mission noted that at various stages of the electoral process, there were problems associated with social media, particularly regarding to disinformation, misinformation, and hate speech. The mission commends various stakeholders for their efforts to address these challenges. In this regard, the mission commends the mainstream media for the important contribution they have made in addressing some of these challenges. We also commend the wonderful work they have done on voter education and coverage of the electoral process. We hope they will continue to do so after the election results are declared. The mission takes note of the remarkable improvements made by the Independent Electoral and Border Commission with regards to transparency, preparations, and management of the 2022 elections. However, much more needs to be done for better outcomes in the future. A lot of our ideas will be contained in the detailed report. The mission also recommends that in future there should be better communication between the IEBC and the various stakeholders. 5, on polling day, the mission observed the following. This is what we want to share. There are many things, but we would like to share the following. Generally, the situation was calm, peaceful, and orderly. Most polling stations opened on time, but there were a few which opened late for various reasons, including late setting up of the stations, late arrival of polling materials, or even late arrival of the polling officials. However, we were pleased to note that the time lost was compensated by the late closure of polls in the concerned polling stations. It is recommended by our mission that the IEBC should take corrective measures to ensure that these deficiencies do not recur in future. For example, we took time with my deputy to go around the polling stations up to 6 o'clock. There was nobody. I think in one of the stations we found 2 young ladies there pulling benches. So if the preparations are taken well ahead, then we'll be able to organize better. B, in the observed polling stations, security personnel were present as promised, and they were professional in their discharge of duties and responsibilities. They did not interfere with the electoral process, nor did they intimidate voters. The mission commends Kenya Police Service for a job very well done. Our humble appeal to them, please continue to do the good work everywhere, anywhere, and for every task you are assigned to do after the elections. The other observation on polling day is that polling officials displayed high levels of competence and professionalism. There may be some slippages here and there, but generally, they displayed high levels of competence and professionalism. The mission recommends that the IEBC commends the IEBC for the selection and training of poll officials. We also commend the IEBC for involving young people, and for that young women, in the management of the electoral processes. My deputy was very keen on seeing if the women are involved, and she was very happy to see many young ladies involved in the process. There was a time I asked her, but you are a mother, you also have girl child and boy child, but why are you not keen on seeing boys there? But it is a reality that you have to, and gender mainstreaming, you have to care about the place of women, because they are disadvantaged. The mission commends the IEBC on the successful use of technology in voter registration, voter identification, and transmission of results. It has improved efficiency and increased transparency of the election process in Kenya. At least those who have been here in the last election are testifying to that. However, there were instances of challenges in the identification of voters using the KIMS kit. We recommend that the problems relating to KIMS kit should be identified and the necessary corrective measures be taken for better performance in future elections. The mission was pleased to observe that agents of political parties and candidates were present at polling stations and were not encumbered in performing their duties. However, it was a bit concerning that it was only the 2 major political parties, political alliances, that were able to deploy agents. Also, it was intriguing to note the presence of many agents of independent candidates. You know, I think there was one polling station, I think the representatives of the mainstream parties were only 2. 6 of them were, you which party? Independent. Which one? Independent. Which one? Independent. So I says, it appears there are many independent candidates. It's good for democracy. But there is a story behind it. And we are going to take up that matter in the main report of observation. It appears something happened in the primaries, in the political parties. And those who were dissatisfied just decided to become independent candidates. In all polling stations observed, agents of political parties and independent candidates signed the results form, declaration form, and they were given copies. Overall, the mission was pleased to note that generally protocols and procedures for opening and closure of polling were observed. With regards to the layout of polling stations, it is the opinion of East African community observers that party agents were placed too far from the polling official who is identifying the voters. For purposes of enhancing checks and balances in future elections, the IEB should consider placing party agents close to that official to ascertain the authenticity of voters. Because if these party agents, in fact, in the arrangement, the party agents would be where the observers are supposed to be. The only thing they would see is how these people drop the ballots in the boxes. But I think the most critical part for them is at the point where voters are coming in, to ascertain that is this a bona fide voter or not. So if everything is safe, fine. But this is something that we thought was noticeable for us. The mission noted with concern complaints made by young people that the political parties did not provide them adequate space and opportunity for them to participate as candidates in the elections. We met some young people here. They were so vocal, complaining. They are making demands on us. At times they tell us, you are too young, please, just wait, stay aside. Even getting the opportunity to try. So it's a hard sell. We consider this a serious matter. Either it's a matter of omission or commission, which needs attention and resolute action. Young people are the future of this country. In the same vein, we call upon the political actors and the government of Kenya to ensure that the 2/3 gender rule is observed to the letter and spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, over and above all that I've mentioned, the East African Community Election Observation Mission would like to appeal to all political actors and stakeholders in Kenya, including the great people of Kenya, to continue to maintain peace after the results of the elections are declared. We implore all of you to embrace peaceful resolution of disputes that may arise from the electoral processes. Fortunately, there is the opportunity to use the courts of law, so please make use of that avenue. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the East African Community Election Observation Mission is satisfied that the way the 2022 general election, Kenyan general election, was conducted on polling day, the people of Kenya were given the opportunity to elect leaders of their choice freely. We hope the subsequent processes will respect, uphold, and reflect the will of the people of Kenya in the 2022 general elections. I thank you.
On development.
kundi tu la waangalizi ambao wamekuja hapa nchini Kenya kuweza kufuatilia uchaguzi wetu unavyoendelea, tangu tulipoanza kujitayarisha, jinsi tunavyoendelea kujitayarisha, na vile vile hata hivi sasa tunapoendelea kusubiri matokeo. Tumewaona pale ndani kwenye ukumbi, na mtazamaji tunamwona bado amewasili, wanaendelea kuchukua maswali kutoka kwa wanahabari. Turejee pale.
Distinguished former presidents, excellencies, ambassadors, distinguished members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, I will hereby present the preliminary statement of the IGAD Election Observation Mission to the 9 August 2022 general elections in Kenya. At the invitation of the IEBC of the Republic of Kenya, the Executive Secretary of IGAD, His Excellency Dr. Gabayo, authorized the deployment of an IGAD election observation mission to observe the general election in the Republic of Kenya. I led a 31-person mission. The mission is comprised of 7 core team members and 24 short-term observers drawn from 6 IGAD member states: Djibouti, Ethiopia, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Uganda. The 24 STOs, or short-term observation members, out of which 11 are women, represent election management bodies as well as public and diplomatic services. The STOs were deployed to 19 constituencies across 10 counties: Nairobi, Nakuru, Nyeri, Uasin Gishu, Kajiado, Kisumu, Kisii, Kakamega, Machakos, and Mombasa. Since my arrival in Kenya on 2 August 2022, I held wide-ranging engagement with national stakeholders and senior officials, including the Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Chairperson of the Commission of the IEBC, the 2 front-runner presidential candidates, domestic observer group representatives, as well as heads of other regional, continental, and international election observation missions. Ladies and gentlemen, in all my engagements, I underlined IGAD's keen interest to see the will of the Kenyan people fully realized through a credible and peaceful election processes. I also underscored the positive implications of the peaceful transfer of power in Kenya for the wider stability and domestic transition across the IGAD region. So it is not only for Kenya, but beyond, to the region itself. There were regular consultations and unity of voices among the various African missions, namely the African Union, COMESA, EAC, and IGAD. I would like to state my satisfaction with the level of collaboration and express my hope that this commendable practice will be sustained in future missions. IGAD Election Observation Mission's assessment of the 2022 general election in Kenya is based on the principles and standards of the conduct of domestic elections as enshrined in relevant regional and continental instruments. Given that the IGAD Election Observation Mission is a short-term mission, the scope of this mandate is mainly limited to observing election day activities pertaining to polling, counting and tallying procedures. The observers have undergone a 2-day orientation program on the political context of election relevant to national and international legal frameworks guiding election administration, as well as IGAD guidelines and code of conduct for election observers. They were also equipped with election observation checklists to gather and transmit their findings to the mission's secretariat. The mission is grateful for the warm welcome and cooperation it received from all Kenyan institutions and citizens, including election officials, candidates, and domestic observer groups. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, I want to start with general remarks. Based on the information obtained from the IEBC, we noted that there were 22,120,458 registered voters and 16,098 candidates in the 9 August 2022 general elections. They are vying for a total of 1,822 seats for 6 categories of elective positions. These elective positions are presidential, members of the National Assembly, women representatives in the National Assembly, members of the Senate, governors, and members of the county assemblies. The 2022 general election is widely considered as significant as it entails the transfer of presidential power. This, coupled with legacy of past electoral processes, adds to its importance. This is evident through the relatively high number of national and international election observation missions. We have taken note of key legal frameworks governing elections in Kenya, including the 2010 Constitution, and IGAD EOM has attended several briefings sessions organized by the IEBC and was able to appreciate the Commission's level of preparedness. Excellencies, let me proceed to the specific observation we found now. Regarding pre-election observation, IGAD short-term election observation covered 213 polling stations across 19 constituencies located in the 10 counties where the IGAD observer mission was deployed. On 8 August, the day before the election, or at the eve of the general election, our short-term observers had all reached the various deployment locations, identified polling stations, and engaged with polling officials and other stakeholders in order to ascertain the level of preparedness. A more notable disruption recorded concerning preparations on 8 August was the IEBC's announcement of 2 gubernatorial elections in Mombasa and Kakamega due to the errors of ballots. The statement by the IEBC on the cancellation caused anxiety and uncertainty pertaining to electoral processes in these two counties. Regarding Election Day observations, most of the polling stations where IGAD SCOs were able to observe opening procedures across the 10 counties opened on time. Secrecy of the ballot was adhered to in most polling stations observed by the IGAD SCOs. However, there were some instances when the positioning of the booth could have compromised the secrecy of the ballot and the electors. Regarding voter turnout, in most of the polling stations visited, voter turnout was noticeably low and recorded at around 55%. On polling stations and election day materials, the IGAD Election Observation Mission notes that in all polling stations visited, requisite polling materials were available throughout the day. In some polling stations, the observers noted that limited number of polling booths slowed down the voting processes and procedures. All polling stations were, with few exceptions, observed were accessible to all voters, including persons with disabilities, and special consideration was also given to the elderly, lactating mothers, and pregnant women. On the polling staff, independent observers, and party agents. The short-term observation missions of IGAD observed that in most polling stations visited, polling officials performed their duties diligently in accordance with the laws and electoral regulations of Kenya. There was also a commendable level of representation of women as IEBC officials in most polling stations visited. Most of these are within the youth category, which signifies youth participation in election management. The representation of women among party agents and domestic observers was significantly high and noticeable, and that is very much commendable. The IGAD EOM observers noted the presence of domestic and international observers in most polling stations visited. On security around polling stations, the presence of security officials around the polling stations provided a secure environment for the elections to be conducted in an orderly and peaceful manner. The women security officers were also visibly present in all polling stations visited. There were no causes of harassment and intimidation observed. On closing of the poll, the IGAD Election Observation Mission observed that IEBC officials complied with the closing procedures adequately. Most of the polling stations observed closed on time. However, in few polling stations, closing time were extended to allow voters in the queue to cast their votes. In polling stations where IGAD Election Observation Mission observed closing, they also observed the counting procedures and processes in a very peaceful manner. In conclusion, the IGAD election observation mission was deployed as a short-term mission, which is focused largely around the conduct of the electoral process on the election day. We note that we released the preliminary report. IEBC is yet to announce official results. The IGAD election observation mission commends the Kenyan people for the released the preliminary report. IEBC is yet to announce official results.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, huyo ni aliyekuwa rais wa Ethiopia ambaye ni Mulatu Teshome, ambaye yaongoza kundi la waangalizi kutoka kwenye muungano wa IGAD Kenya kuweza kufuatilia jinsi ambavyo tunaendesha uchaguzi wetu, tunapoendelea kusubiri matokeo kutoka kwenye sehemu mbalimbali, kutoka kwenye magatuzi yetu 47. Bado wanaendelea kuangalia, na rais aliyekuwa rais wa Ethiopia Mulatu Teshome ameweza kusema kuwa wameweza kushuhudia idadi ndogo ya wapiga kura katika vituo mbalimbali ambavyo waliweza kwenda kuangalia jinsi ambavyo uchaguzi ulikuwa ukiendeshwa, na tulikuwa tumeweza kuangalia ama kuangazia swala hilo na mchanganuzi wetu Churchill Saoke ambaye tupo naye hapa kwenye ukumbi wa Bomas. Na vile vile mtazamaji ameweza kusema kuwa pale ambapo tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC iliweza kusema kwa uchaguzi wa ugavana hautaweza kufanyika katika gatuzi la Mombasa na vile vile Kakamega. Hali hiyo iliweza kuzua wasiwasi kidogo katika maeneo hayo, kwa hivyo inaendelea kudhibitishwa. Na vile vile hapa awali pia mtazamaji tuliweza kumuona aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete ambaye yuongoza waangalizi ambao wanatoka kwenye muungano wa EAC. Aliweza pia kutoa tu ripoti yao ya mwigo, wakisubiri kuweza kutoa ripoti ya kina hapo baadaye kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo wameweza kuona tumeweza kuendesha uchaguzi wetu, ambapo wameweza kusema kuwa usalama uliweza kushughulikiwa kwa njia mufti kabisa, ambapo wameweza kusema kuwa maafisa usalama ambao walikuwa wanachunga vituo mbalimbali hawakuweza kuwatia woga wapiga kura. Kwa hivyo basi wapiga kura waliweza kufika kwa muda uliofaa na kuweza kupiga kura kwa njia safi kabisa bila kusumbuliwa hata kidogo. Vile vile ameweza kuangazia mambo kuhusiana na habari potofu ambazo zinaendea katika mitandao ya kijamii ambayo amesema ni misinformation. Amesema kuwa hali hiyo iweze kudhibitiwa. Vile vile akaweza kutoa tuombi kuwa kwa chaguzi ambazo zitakuja tena hapo baadaye, basi vyombo vya habari viweze kushirikiana na tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC ili kuweza, haswa shirika la utangazaji la KBC, ili kuweza kuhakikisha kuwa Wakenya na vile vile watu wote wanaofuatilia uchaguzi wetu wanaweza kupata nambari ambazo ni za rasmi, ili kusiweze kuwa na hali ya mshike jinsi ya kujua kama nambari hizo ni za kweli ama ni za rongo. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuhusiana na kufunguliwa kwa vituo vya kupiga kura. Ameweza kusema kuwa vituo vingi viliweza kufunguliwa kwa muda uliofaa, ambapo ni saa 12, na vituo ambavyo havikufunguliwa kwa muda ambao ulikuwa unatarajiwa kufunguliwa basi waliweza kufidiwa. Iwapo kama walichelewa kufungua kwa dakika 30, basi ameweza kusema kuwa vituo hivyo viliweza kufidia muda huo na kuwaongezea wapiga kura muda ambao uliweza kupotezwa wakati kituo hicho kinaweza kufunguliwa. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa aliweza kuona wanawake wameweza kuhusishwa katika shughuli nzima ya uchaguzi ambao umekuwa ukiendelea, ambalo ni jambo ambalo ameweza kusifia sana. Akiweza kusema kuwa ni jambo ambalo lilikuwa ni jambo zuri ambalo litaweza kuigwa vile vile na mataifa mengine. Jambo ambalo ameweza pia kugusia ni kuhusiana na kutumika kwa mtandao ambao ni internet katika hali nzima ya uchaguzi, katika utayarishaji, katika kupiga kura, ambapo tunatumia ule mfumo wa Kimskit, na vile vile katika kupeperusha hizo kura baada ya wapiga kura kuweza kupiga kura, ambalo pia ni jambo ambalo ameweza kusifia. Vile vile ameweza kuwakosoa ama kukosoa tume huru ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, ambapo ameweza kusema kuwa walishuhudia kuwa wale agents ambao tunawaita mawakala walikuwa na umbali sana na wale wasimamizi wa vituo hivyo vya kupiga kura, ambapo ameweza kusema kuwa hapo awali basi waweze kuangalau karibu, ndipo kama kutakuwepo na tetesi kuhusiana na jinsi ambavyo kura hizo zimeweza kupigwa ama kuhesabiwa, wasiweze kuwa na shida yoyote. Kwa hivyo ameweza tu kusema kuwa kwa uchaguzi ambao utakuja basi au mawakala ma agents waweze kuwa na ukaribu kidogo na wale wasimamizi wa vituo vya kupiga kura. Vile vile ameweza kusema kuwa waliweza kuona kuwa kulikuwa na wawaniaji huru wengi sana katika vituo vingi. Churchill, hilo wadhani liweza kuchangiwa na nini? Independent candidates walikuwa wengi sana, ni jambo ambalo aliyekuwa rais wa Tanzania Jakaya Kikwete amesema kuwa waliweza kushuhudia katika vituo vingi vya kupiga kura. Wadhani hilo lilichangiwa na nini katika muhula huu?
Wajua ya kwamba kuna wale ambao labda walikuwa wanataka kuenda na political parties, lakini hizo political parties, zile njia za kuchagua ama nomination process hazikuwa za huru kwao. Hivyo basi walikuwa wanaona ya kwamba ni afadhali waende independent kwa njia ya huru. Ukikumbuka kwa zile uchaguzi za kitambo kama 2017, kuna wale ambao walikuwa wakianguka kwa political party kwanza, hiyo nomination, diposa wanakuwa wanawania kwa njia ya huru. Lakini wakati huu katiba iliweka ya kwamba ukitaka kuwania kwa njia ya huru lazima ikuwe ni kitu ambacho decide mwanzoni la kwamba utakuwa independent candidate. So ni kitu muhimu pia na ni mzuri ya kwamba unajua ni katika nchi ya kidemokrasia yote ambaye anataka kuwania kiti ni mzuri apewe hiyo fursa. Na kama political parties inakukatiza ama inakataa upewe nafasi, basi njia huru ndio njia ya kuelekea.
Hao waniaji huru hapo awali tuliweza kuona kwa waliweza kwenda mahakamani wakisema kwa walipewa vigezo vigumu sana ndipo waweze kudhibitishwa kama utawania.
Wajua ni kwa sababu kama hizo vigezo zingekuwa ngumu, basi tungekuwa na list kubwa sana,
watu wangekuwa wengi.
Ndio
kila mtu anataka kuwa rais.
Naam, manake wajua kuna njia lazima pia ikue ya kwamba ukiona demokrasia ambazo zimeendelea lazima ikue ya kwamba tunatofauti ama tunatofautiana kwa miwazo ya kisiasa. Ndio sababu mimi nasimama kihuru. Hivyo ndo ukiona nchi kama Amerika nikisimama kama independent candidate ni kwa sababu sikubaliani na mawazo ya na mawazo ya kisiasa ya independent ya Republican ama ya mawazo ya kisiasa ya Democrat. Na ni kitu ambacho lazima sisi wenyewe kama Wakenya pia tujue ya kwamba hii mambo ya independent ni kwa sababu uko independent kwa kimafikirio, sio tu kuwania kiti. Lakini sisi bado tunafikiria tu ni independent ni kwa sababu nimekataliwa kule. Sasa kwa sababu nimekataliwa huko kwa political party huku, sasa najitafutia kwingine, na penye unajitafutia ni kwa independent.
Bila shaka mtazamaji, kwa sasa tutaendelea kufuatilia uchanganuzi huo. Tuelekee eneo la Siaya ambapo wanatangaza matokeo tuweze kujua kinachojiri.
I think the win my win demonstrates that ODM is still the single most popular party in Luo Nyanza. And I think all the Nyanza constituencies, ODM has swept clean. Maybe one, which has gone by the wayside, but with a very minimal variance. So ODM still remains the popular party, and now ODM within Azimio umbrella can only make their contribution because of their numbers to strengthen Azimio and to strengthen the unity of the Republic of Kenya.
And finally, Mheshimiwa, I would like to know what's your take on the national tallying that is underway at the moment? What are the hopes for Azimio?
I think the tallying is going. All Kenyans are anxious, but I think from the tallying that I've seen from one of the portals, from one of the embassies, it shows that Baba is way ahead with a different.
Na bila shaka mtazamaji, picha hizo utaendelea kuzipata jinsi ambavyo wanaendelea kutangaza.
Very last warning, don't you ever call my brother a fake millionaire. Tayonga mtu saizi.
Anamnyonga hivi kabisa. His muscle shut nayo. Huku. Wacha tu.
Guys, this school is relocating.
Wait, are you guys serious?
Of course. How can you teach in peace when you come to school drunk every day, every morning?
I'm not drunk. Nanuka tu pombe ya jana. Destiny. I wanna rule my destiny.
Classmates, every Saturday on KBC.
If you fail to plan, you plan to fail.
Here at KBC Channel 1, the national broadcaster, we have a plot.
And as Kenya decides on its 5th president, governors,
Senators,
members of the National Assembly,
And those of the 47 county assemblies. KBC is ready more than ever before to be your one-stop shop in delivering authentic,
credible and timely 2022 election news on a 24-hour basis.
Only on Kenya Decides.
Life cannot always be too serious.
Yeah, man, what's up, yeah?
Allah? We've got to take some time off and laugh, and laugh. And we tickle you down with lots of laughter.
That's why I'm saying I'm who is who.
Huh? With satire like no other.
Tell him to bring it on.
Dakachapa.
Hamna amani tena, kwani kwa Laba na Hana kuna panda shuka si haba.
Mtoto wangu hataona psychiatrist yoyote.
Shut up! Kelsey naye ni pilipili kali wa pili.
Sitaki kuona kesi nyumbani kwangu. Period.
Jackie huyo anajaribu vyake kwa kati.
Nilikwambia nitakuharibu uso wako. Ndio unajua kwamba uhalifu ukufai.
Safari na Kahindi wanazo ngoma si haba.
Second candidate is Baresia Benson Sande of Safina Party. He garnered a total of 335 votes. Then the third candidate is Gibengi Daniel Kamau of UDA, and he garnered 29,343. The next candidate is Isoe Uchoki Andrew Mingati, and he garnered 4,034. Then we have, and it is also good to note, Isoe Uchoki Andrew Mingate is a member of ODM party. We have another candidate called Luka Jacob Ogeti of ANC, and he garnered a total of 140 votes. Then we have Umundi Ojuang James. He's an independent candidate, and he garnered 442 votes.
The next candidate is Sang Kenneth Kipkorir, who is also an independent candidate, garnered 140 votes. Then we have Torori Charles Moranga, also an independent candidate, garnered 147 votes. Then we had Wairimu Jedida of Kanu, who garnered 734 votes. During the election of the Member of National Assembly, the valid votes that were got from for the 9 candidates are 70,251. You can check for correctness. And then during that exercise, a total of 778 ballot papers were rejected. Okay. We still don't know the winners, is it? Actually, those are the results. So you can have a check so that we multitask. Now, this one is the result that is going. It is already in the portal, and we have confirmed that all the results that were transmitted, all the results that were transmitted to Nairobi, the Form A's and the ones that were brought here, we never had any issue, and therefore I want the agents to check. This is the result. To answer what?
Basi mtazamaji,
hapo Nakuru
kuja moja kwa moja ni Nakuru huku na wameweza kutoa mshindi wao ambao ni Samuel Arama kutoka katika chama cha Jubilee na amejizolea pale kura 34,986 akifuatiliwa na Kamau Daniel kutoka UDA na 29,343.
Walikuwa wagombezi 9 ambao walitaka kiti hiki cha ubunge, lakini kimekwenda na nani? Na Samuel Arama. Naam, bila shaka ndo hivyo. Sema sikubali kushindwa si mshindani, washindani wengine wako kule pwani. Ndio maana tujiunge na mwanahabari mwenza Kevin Mutahi. Tupashe mambo yanakwenda namna gani. Kevin, tumeona ukifuatilia ile taarifa, mwanahabari wetu Kevin amefuatilia ile taarifa kuhusu yule binti Obo ambaye ni nahodha kutoka eneo bunge la Lamu Mashariki na ni wa kwanza katika ile eneo la Lamu kuwa mbunge, lakini hayo ni ya kule mbali. Ndio huyu tutamuona, hatujui kama ndo hayo yako nayo ama ako na mengineyo. Kevin Mtai.
Shukran sana Lofty. Kwa hakika ushindi wake Obo bado iko moto. Mimi hapa niko Mombasa, nimekuwa nikifuatilia kwa kina zaidi uchaguzi wa maamuzi katika eneo hilo la Lamu, lakini kwanza kabla ipoe, hebu tuwapakulie watazamaji wetu yaliyojiri katika eneo bunge la Lamu Mashariki kule kaunti ya Kwale.
These are the results the candidates garnered in the 48 polling stations. Al Sharif Athman, 4,633. Kombo Shekwe Kahale, 3,180. Madhubuti Mohammed, 1,632. Obor Weda Mohammed, 5,400.
Ni historia imeandikwa kufuatia ushindi wake Raila Obo, mwanamke wa kwanza kuchaguliwa kuwa mbunge kaunti ya Lamu. Wafuasi wake walioandamana naye katika kituo cha kujumuisha kura cha Faza wakionekana kuwa na furaha isiyokuwa na kifani. Ushindi huu umewapa moyo wanawake kujitosa kwenye ulingo wa siasa na kupigania nyadhifa za uongozi.
Mimi nashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kunijalia leo kupata nafasi ya kuwakilisha Lamu Mashariki kwa bunge la kitaifa. Naona ni majukumu, responsibilities kubwa nilizopewa, na inshallah Mwenyezi Mungu aniwezeshe nipate mimi na timu yetu yote tupate uwezo inshallah na nguvu za kuwakilisha Lamu Mashariki inshallah.
Obo amemshinda mpinzani wake wa karibu Athman Sharif ambaye alikuwa mbunge eneo hilo la Lamu Mashariki. Sharif alikuwa anapigania kiti hicho kwa muhula wa 3 mwaka huu akitumia chama cha UDA. Obo ambaye alikuwa mwakilishi mwanamke anasema kampeni zake za kumbandua Athman hazikuwa rahisi.
It was a tough battle. Mwenzangu ameng'ang'ana zaidi, ilikuwa si rahisi hivyo. Yule nilimtoa ilikuwa ni mbuyu, mti mkubwa, lakini Mwenyezi Mungu akaniwezesha nikautoa kwa uwezo wake Mwenyezi Mungu. Kile tu nataka kusema karibuni, tufanyeni kazi. Si lazima uchaguliwe ndio uweze kusaidia watu wa Lamu Mashariki. Karibuni, mimi niko tayari kufanya kazi na nyinyi, tuendeleze Lamu Mashariki inshallah.
Na sasa ameahidi kuzitekeleza ahadi na sera alizotoa wakati wa kampeni.
Kuna ahadi za ambazo within 100 days lazima nizifanye. Kuna ahadi within 1 year nimezifanya. Mwenyezi Mungu naomba unisaidie niweze kuzitekeleza.
Alishinda na kura 5488 kwa idadi jumla ya kura 14152, na sasa Lamu Mashariki itawakilishwa na mbunge mwanamke katika bunge la kitaifa la 13. Kevin Mutahi, NTV, katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Mtazamaji, ndi jinsi mambo yalivyokuwa katika eneo hilo Lamu Mashariki, kaunti ya Lamu, lakini kama nilivyokueleza tumeweka hema ya NTV katika chuo cha walimu hapa Shanzu, kituo cha kuweza kujumuisha kura katika eneo bunge la Kisauni, na ndio unaona jinsi shughuli inaendelea bado kujumuisha kura. Lakini hapa haraka na upesi mtazamaji, wacha tuungane naye karani anasimamia shughuli hiyo katika kituo hichi. Kwanza kabisa anza kwa majina alafu tufahamishe mmefikia wapi kufikia sasa siku mbili baada ya wakazi Kisauni kuingia debeni.
Kwa majina naitwa Wario Ibrahim Ali, mimi ni returning officer Kisauni constituency. Sio siku mbili, leo ndio siku ya pili. Siku ya pili. Tuko karibu kumaliza. Maybe in 2-3 hours tutajumlisha hesabu yetu na tutatangaza.
Na fomu 34A zote zishafika Nairobi.
Form 34A ya Kisauni is 100% imeshafika Nairobi, na pia hapa kwetu tunaweka kwa portal, tumebakisha tu kidogo
kuna vitu vingapi vya kupiga kura katika eneo bunge hili, na wapiga kura kiasi gani waliweza kushiriki katika zoezi hili?
Eneo bunge ya Kisauni iko na kituo 217. Kati ya kituo 217, kituo 3 ni ya prison. Kituo 214 ndio inapiga kura zote, ya prison inapiga kura ya rais tu peke yake. Na we are almost at 41% wale wamejitokeza wamepiga kura.
Sasa shukrani sana, na naarifu kwamba uko na pilika za kuweza kuhakikisha kwamba umemaliza shughuli. Mtazamaji, ni shughuli ambayo karani wote wanaosimamia shughuli hii wanaarifu kwamba wako mbioni ili kuweza kukamilisha zoezi hili. Lakini kumbuka kwamba eneo hili la Kisauni kuna baadhi wagombea ambao hivi sasa tunaarifiwa kwamba wako karibu kuweza kutangazwa rasmi, lakini hakuna yeyote katika kaunti Mombasa ambaye ameweza kutangazwa. Lakini takwimu tulizo nazo tunaarifiwa kwamba Rashid Juma, mgombea eneo bunge la Kisauni ama maarufu Bedzimba katika chama cha ODM ndiye anaongoza kwa sasa. Mtazamaji, ni kinyang'anyiro ambacho kiliweza kuwavutia wagombea tofauti wakiwemo Mbarak Hamid wa chama cha UDA, kuna pia Lokshan Ngala wa Wiper, Beatrice Mbodze ambaye alikuwa mgombea huru, Willis Odhiambo pia mgombea huru, Hagginson Mwandawiro pia mgombea huru, David Audho mgombea huru, na vile Henry Chiguba wa chama cha Tujibebe wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo tutazidi kufuatilia kwa kina zaidi, lakini kufikia sasa kaunti ama maeneo bunge zote 6 katika kaunti ya Mombasa hakuna matokeo kamili ambayo yameweza kutolewa na tume ya IEBC. Na kutoka hapa mtazamaji, ni moja kwa moja tutashika barabara kuelekea katika kituo cha Nita ambacho kinashughulikia eneo bunge la Nyali. Naarifiwa kwamba kuna hali ya sitofahamu hapo baada ya vijisanduku vya kura kuweza
pamoja ndio isaidie ikuwe ni kama coalition, ndio wapunguze hizo vyama. Na Kenya Kwanza pia walifanya hivyo wakamalgamate, wameleta vyama vingine vingi ndio ikuwe kama coalition, ndio wapunguze. Lakini kiundani bado hivyo vyama bado vipo. So inamaanisha ya kwamba wakati ambapo matokeo zitakuwa zinajitokeza, wajua kila mtu anaangalia presidential, Kenya Kwanza na Azimio, lakini wakati ambapo matokeo zitakuwa zimetokezea zote, ndipo tutakuwa tunaona ya kwamba hizi vyama vingi ambazo zilikuwa zimejitokeza zimefanyaje ama zimeperform vipi, na independent candidates pia.
Haya sio matokeo rasmi ambao sisi tunayatoa kama Royal Media Services, lakini haya yanakuonesha tu labda pengine jinsi ambavyo idadi ya zile form zilivyo. Je, kwa mtazamaji ambaye anaangalia, nadhani kutakuwa na tofauti? Yes. Kutakuwa na tofauti kubwa, ama labda pengine hata kama nyinyi mtatangaza rasmi, lakini akitangazwa rasmi labda tutaona tofauti kati ya kilicho katika runinga na kile ambacho kitapatikana kule?
Hakutakuwa na tofauti. Hatujui kama kutakuwa na tofauti, kwa sababu najua IEBC pia wana verify, pia sisi tuna verify tukiangalia forms, kuna mechanisms za kuverify, lakini hatuwezi hata sasa sema nani anaongoza katika dakika hii, kwa sababu unaona tumefanya 88%. Differences za anayeongoza na aliye wa pili is very small. So unaweza sema huyu anaongoza sasa, in the next half an hour ibadilike. So hatuwezi sema nani ataongoza ama kutakuwa na difference. Tutangoja tumalize zote up to maybe 99% ndio tutaweza kusema hizi ndio results zetu kama Royal Media, huyu ndio anayeongoza, huyu ndio wa pili. Inalingana na kile sisi tumeona, lakini IEBC watatuambia.
Na kwa ufupi ni kwamba ikifika kama 99% anavyosema hapa Esther Mukami, kwamba tunaweza kuwa na uhakika kwamba labda pengine huyu ndiye ana kura nyingi, lakini pia itakuwa sio jukumu letu kisheria kutangaza kwamba huyu ndio mshindi wa kiti cha urais. La hasha, sisi ni kufanya kile cha msingi, kuchukua form na kuweza kujumlisha ili kupata kujua kinachoendelea hapa nchini Kenya, lakini IEBC ndio baadaye pia wao wanachukua nafasi ya kuweza kuzihakiki, kuthibitisha kama ziko sawa, alafu baadaye watatupa nafasi. Kwa hiyo subra ndio kitu cha maana zaidi.